Chapter 162. Why are you looking for me? Chinyu looked at the lady with glittering eyes. She knew that his target was the ancestral dragon Chi, and was able to find it in advance. This meant that the nine-tailed snow fox lady knew a lot about the 1,000 Goblin King's tomb. However, she did not leave after getting the ancestral dragon Chi, and even waited for him. It was obvious that she was plotting something against him. I like to deal with smart people. I heard that you refined 10 Thunder Calamity Pills for the Xian Turtle Tribe in order to enter the 1,000 Goblin King's tomb, right? The nine-tailed snow fox lady smiled. So, it seemed that what he did at the Xian Turtle Tribe had been exposed. Then it's easy. Let's make a deal. I'll use the ancestral dragon Chi. The smile on the nine-tailed snow fox lady's face grew wider. To be able to refine 10 Thunder Calamity Pills consecutively, her alchemy skills were even better than an alchemy grandmaster. You want the Thunder Calamity Pill too? Chinyu asked. No, I want you to refine the 9 Transformation Blood Spirit Pill. I've already prepared the ingredients. The nine-tailed snow fox lady shook her head. 9 Transformation Blood Spirit Pill. Chinyu raised his eyebrows. The 9 Transformation Blood Spirit Pill could awaken the bloodline of the goblin race to the extreme and even break the limit. For example, the reason why the nine-tailed snow fox lady was able to sneak into the Sky Ice Spirit Fox tribe, because her bloodline ancestor was also a nine-tailed fairy fox. Her bloodline was even purer and nobler than that of the Sky Ice Spirit Fox tribe. However, the 9 Transformation Blood Spirit Pill was a true sacred grade pill. Only a pill saint could refine it. A pill saint did not refer to an alchemy grandmaster who had reached the level of wushang. A pill grandmaster could refine pills that were useful to martial honorables, martial ancestors, and wushang. A pill saint was equivalent to a martial god. A pill saint or even a martial ancestor would treat them with respect. Even in the heavenly region, an alchemy grandmaster who had reached the level of a pill saint was definitely a famous person. More importantly, there were no pill saints in the heavenly dragon continent. In other words, this nine-tailed snow fox woman was most likely not from the mainland. The 9 Transformations Blood Spirit Pill is said to be a sacred pill that even pill saints find difficult to refine. Aren't you afraid that I'll waste your spiritual materials? Thinking of this, Chinyu asked, that's your business. If you want the ancestral dragon Chi, you must successfully refine the 9 Transformation Blood Spirit Pill for me. Otherwise, I think whether it is the Ice Dragon clan of the innumerable monsters sea or the great monsters with dragon blood in their bodies in the 100 Martial Realm, they will definitely be very interested in the Chi of the ancestor dragon. What do you think? The nine-tailed snow fox woman looked at Chinyu calmly. The 100 Martial Realm was one of the 7 great martial realms in the Huntian Imperial region. This nine-tailed snow fox woman was indeed from the 7 great martial worlds. I can help you refine the 9 Transformation Blood Spirit Elixir, but my cultivation is still weak. You have to give me the ancestral dragon Chi first. Chinyu looked at the nine-tailed snow fox lady and said slowly, no, wait until you refine the 9 Transformation Blood Spirit Elixir. Before the nine-tailed snow fox lady finished her words, a hazy, dreamy light flashed in Chinyu's eyes. Seeing the dreamy light, the nine-tailed snow fox lady's eyes became absent-minded. Not good, but it was only for a moment before the nine-tailed snow fox lady came back to her senses. But in this instant, Chinyu had already flashed and grabbed her neck with his right hand, while his left hand snatched the jade box that sealed the dragon horn. I forgot to tell you that I hate being threatened the most in my life. Looking at the nine-tailed snow fox lady's pitiful appearance, Chinyu's eyes were sharp and indifferent. Majestic battle dragon, True, Yuan burst out from his palm. Whoosh! The nine-tailed snow fox lady's pupils shrank to the size of needles. A wisp of snow mist immediately escaped from her body. The nine-tailed snow fox lady in Qin Yu's hand immediately turned into a snow sculpture. 7 true dragon flashes. Qin Yu's eyes were sharp, and his dragon chi fluctuated. His figure flashed as fast as lightning and caught up to the nine-tailed snow fox lady, who had used a secret technique to escape. Whoosh! The 9 nether dragon spear appeared, and the killing aura swept over, as if it could slaughter all living things in the world. Power of heaven and earth. Wait, I didn't want to threaten you, nor did I want to reveal the chi of the ancestral dragon. Being swept by the killing aura, the lady's body turned cold, and she directly revealed her true form. A 9-tailed snow fox with 9 white tails and a strand of faint red hair between her eyebrows appeared. Just as the 9-tailed snow fox appeared, a snowstorm started in the stone hall. With a flash of white light, the 9-tailed snow fox disappeared into the vast expanse of white snow. Qin Yu wasn't moved at all, and the killing intent on his body became even more shocking. No matter how the 9-tailed snow fox hid, she was still in the stone hall. Since that was the case, didn't you want to deal with the water fairy's sacred land? I can tell you a secret that will allow you to unify the 10,000 demonic seas. The 9-tailed snow fox felt a chill in her heart when she sensed the killing intent on Qin Yu's body. Looks like you're very clear about my matters. Qin Yu's eyes flashed as he poured his origin energy into the 9 nether dragon spear. Qin Yu wasn't surprised that the 9-tailed snow fox knew that he had a grudge with the water fairy's sacred land. But the secret that could allow him to unify the 10,000 demonic seas made Qin Yu a little concerned. Not only me, but the entire 10,000 demonic seas knows that you want to deal with the water fairy's sacred land. The 9-tailed snow fox's voice sounded out. Let's hear it. I hope that your so-called secret can save your life. Qin Yu flicked his wrist and stored the dragon horn jade box into the divine dragon seal. Since he had obtained the chi of the ancestral dragon, Qin Yu wasn't afraid that the news of the chi of the ancestral dragon would leak out. The reason why he tried to kill the 9-tailed snow fox was because she needed his help and even threatened him. I'll tell you this secret first. You have to help me refine the 9 revolution blood spiritual pellet. The 9-tailed snow fox was faintly discernible, but she was still obsessed with the 9 revolution blood spiritual pellet. Then we'll have to see if your secret is worth my help. Qin Yu said, do you know the 10,000 demon banner, a saint artifact forged by the previous king of 10,000 demons, the heaven-reaching divine ape? The 9-tailed snow fox appeared and turned back into the woman from before. However, she wasn't as calm as before and looked at Qin Yu in fear. Sacred artifact. Qin Yu had just arrived at the 10,000 demonic seas, so he naturally didn't know about the myriad demonic banner. But he didn't expect that the 10,000 demonic seas would have a sacred artifact. This was because the demonic beasts had always tempered their physical body and bloodline abilities. Therefore, their attainments in refining weren't high, and it was rare for demonic beasts to possess a spiritual artifact. When the Empyrean divine ape king fell, he said that anyone who obtained the recognition of the myriad demonic banner would become the myriad demonic king. However, hundreds of years have passed since the Empyrean divine ape king fell, but the myriad demonic banner has never appeared. This is also the reason why the myriad demonic king has never appeared in the 10,000 demonic sea. The 9-tailed snow fox revealed a core secret of the 10,000 demonic sea. You mean that you know where the myriad demonic banner is? Qin Yu's eyes lit up. That's right. However, I'm not sure if you can obtain the myriad demonic banner. Although you have the dragon blood and dragon chi in your body, you're not a half-demonic beast, right? The 9-tailed Snow Fox looked at Chinyu with a glint in her eyes. Chapter 163. Superpower? Chin, you noticed the flicker in the eyes of the nine-tailed Snow Fox lady. She was the first person in the 10,000 Beasts Sea who could tell that he did not have the body of a beast. This is my natal superpower. See through illusions. The nine-tailed Snow Fox lady nodded her head. See through illusions. Chinyu was surprised. This superpower could see through all illusions. Although it couldn't increase one's battle prowess, it could see through any illusions, formations, and even completely comprehend them. It could even see through other divine abilities. It was very extraordinary. All right, bring me to the 10,000 Beasts banner. I will help you refine the 9 transformation blood spirit pill. But after thinking for a while, Chinyu looked at the nine-tailed Snow Fox lady and said, "Don't worry, I will not say a word about you not having the body of a half-beast and the chi of the ancestor dragon. My goal is to ask you to refine the 9 transformation blood spirit pill. There is no conflict of interest between us." Before Chinyu finished his words, the nine-tailed Snow Fox lady's eyes lit up, and she hurriedly said, "Lead the way." Chinyu nodded his head. This lady was quite insightful. If he could obtain the 10,000 Beasts banner and control the combat strength of the 10,000 Beasts Sea, it would be worth it for him to refine the pill. After leaving the stone room, Chinyu was led by the nine-tailed Snow Fox lady to an ancient palace. There didn't seem to be anything special about the palace. However, after pushing open the door, a terrifying aura surged out. Deng, deng, deng. Although the nine-tailed Snow Fox lady was prepared for it, she was still forced to take a few steps back. However, Chinyu only paused for a moment before he entered the palace without any hindrance. This scene surprised the nine-tailed Snow Fox lady. She felt that Chinyu was not an ordinary human. The terrifying aura surging out was the aura of a true martial god. Chinyu's cultivation was only at the peak of the martial honorable realm. He had not even reached the martial ancestor realm, but he could ignore the aura of a martial god. Huff! As they stepped into the ancient palace, a gust of wind swept past them. Luminous pearls lit up in the originally dark palace, illuminating the main hall. At the center of the hall floated an ancient banner that was over 3 m long, and it fluttered lightly in the wind. The ancient banner was pale green in color, and there were countless faint shadows of beasts on it. The powerful spiritual might of a saint artifact was as heavy as a mountain. It seemed to have the power of 10,000 kilograms as it suppressed the surroundings. That was the 10,000 demon banner. Roar! When Chinyu arrived before the 10,000 demon banner, an intimidating roar of a beast took place like a clap of thunder. A huge shadow emerged from the 10,000 demon banner. Its 1,000 goblin kings, Saint Spirit. The nine-tailed Snow Fox girl raised her head and looked at the majestic beast with 3 heads and 6 arms. Dragon blood, you're not from the sea of demons? The heaven-piercing divine ape's shadow still possessed intelligence, and it stared at Chinyu with its fiery eyes. Can I get the 10,000 demon banner if I'm not from the sea of demons? Chin, you sized up the heaven-piercing divine ape's shadow. Since you're here, it must be fate. But if you want to get the 10,000 demon banner, you'll have to pass my test. As soon as the heaven-piercing divine ape's shadow finished speaking, the scene in front of Chinyu changed drastically. At this moment, Chinyu felt like he had arrived in a desolate world. A huge, heaven-piercing divine ape stood between heaven and earth, as if it could stand shoulder to shoulder with the heavens and earth. An incomparably vast, oppressive might swept toward Chinyu from all directions. It was an aura that went straight to the heart. Those who did not have a firm Tao heart and an unstable state of mind would immediately collapse under this pressure. You've been dead for so many years, but you're still able to leave behind an illusion of heaven and earth. Unfortunately, it's useless against me." Chinyu looked at that enormous divine ape. His expression was as tranquil as an ancient well. Illusion of heaven and earth. The nine-tailed snow fox woman looked at Chinyu, who was talking to himself, with a strange expression. How could there be an illusion here? Break. At this moment, Chinyu opened his mouth again. Immediately, the desolate world disappeared, and the heaven-piercing divine ape also disappeared with the wind. "Thou heart like stone, mine without ripples." The heaven-piercing divine ape's Holy Spirit appeared and looked at Chinyu in shock. At such a young age, with such a cultivation level, he actually had such a mind. What kind of genius was this? If he had such a strong Tao heart when he was alive, he would not have suffered chi deviation. From today onwards, you're the king of the 10,000 demon sea. I hope you can protect the tribes of the 10,000 demon sea well. The heaven-piercing divine ape's Holy Spirit turned into a wisp of fire and entered the 10,000 demon banner. The heaven-piercing divine ape tribe, holding the 10,000 demon banner. Chinyu sensed it and found that the beast souls in the 10,000 demon banner were the heaven-piercing divine ape's Holy Spirit. This caused Chinyu to be somewhat astonished. He only understood it after refining the 10,000 demon banner. Back then, the heaven-piercing divine ape tribe had protected the heaven-piercing divine ape to break through to the martial ancestor realm. However, the heaven-piercing divine ape had suffered chi deviation, and the laws of heaven and earth had been destroyed. Therefore, the heaven-piercing divine ape tribe, one of the 5 royal tribes of the 10,000 demon sea, had disappeared. Due to the obsession in its heart, the heaven-piercing divine ape had refined the beast souls of its tribe into the 10,000 demon banner. It had also sealed all the beast souls in the 10,000 demon banner with itself as the weapon spirit. Congratulations! With the 10,000 demon banner and the beast souls of the 10,000 demon king, you can control the entire 10,000 demon sea. Seeing this, the nine-tailed snow fox woman said to Chinyu, "I still have something to do. You can leave first. I'll refine the 9 transformation blood spirit pill for you after we get out." Chinyu said as he put away the 10,000 demon banner. "All right." The nine-tailed snow fox woman did not say anything and turned around to leave. Now that the ancestral dragon chi had been taken away, she had lost her bargaining chip. She could only believe that Chinyu would not go back on his word. As for revealing that Chinyu was not a half-demon to threaten him, the nine-tailed snow fox woman immediately erased the thought from her mind the moment it appeared. Chinyu had been so cold and merciless before. The scene of him killing her without saying anything made her shiver in fear. It's time to refine the ancestral dragon chi. After the nine-tailed snow fox woman left, Chinyu closed the door of the hall and took out the jade box. As a sovereign emperor in his previous life, Chinyu knew very well that in this world, only the strong had the right to speak. Even if he had the 10,000 demon banner, if he was not strong enough, it would be difficult for him to suppress the saints of the 10,000 demon sea. Roar! The seal of the jade box was broken, and an ancient immortal aura immediately rushed into the sky. In the void, it turned into a blurry dragon shadow. Divine Dragon Ancient Seal. Immemorial Battle Dragon Art. Chinyu's eyes brightened. With a thought, the Divine Dragon Ancient Seal appeared and absorbed the dragon chi. The immemorial battle dragon art circulated and immediately refined the dragon chi into his body, while Chinyu was refining the ancestral dragon chi in the tomb of the 1,000 Demon King. On the mainland, at the center of the 5 continents, the Fon Yuan sacred ground. Today, the human sacred grounds had finally formed an alliance called the Demon Exterminating Alliance. However, there were only 3 sacred grounds that had formed an alliance: the Beast Spirit Sacred Ground, the Water Fairy Sacred Ground, and the Fun Yuan Sacred Ground. I think everyone has witnessed the strength of the infinite demon sea. That is not even their full strength, but it has already far surpassed the Beast Spirit Sacred Ground. If they were to give birth to the 1,000 Demon King and not fight among themselves, then in less than 100 years, even if the 5 sacred grounds of the human race joined forces, we would not be their match. In the spacious hall, there were only a dozen people sitting. The one who spoke was the Beast Spirit Sacred Ground's master, Cui Yangji, who had a gloomy expression and strong killing intent in his eyes. The Beast Spirit Sacred Ground had been destroyed by the saints of the infinite demon sea, and countless people had died. One could imagine the killing intent in Cui Yangji's heart. In order to promote this alliance and wash away their shame, the Beast Spirit Sacred Ground had made a huge sacrifice. Chapter 164. Brother Cui, you are right. We cannot let the infinite demon sea be united. Otherwise, the human race will be in danger. The sacred lord of the Fun Yuan Sacred Ground, Yan Juedao, nodded slightly. It was because of this concern that he agreed to the alliance led by the Beast Spirit Holy Land. What a pity! If we could get the Sky Pillar Sacred Land and the Wind Lightning Sacred Land to join us, we wouldn't have to prepare so many measures to eliminate the 10,000 monster sea. Yan Juedao said, regretfully, the Sky Pillar Holy Land and the Wind Thunder Holy Land are different from us. They are branches of the 100 Martial Realm. Their main purpose in the continent is to recruit talents. No matter how powerful the 10,000 Beast Sea is, it will not be able to threaten them. On the contrary, the competition between us 3 Holy Lands is greater than the competition between the 10,000 Beast Sea. Cui Yangji naturally knew that if the 5 Holy Lands joined forces, the situation would be much more advantageous to them. However, the Sky Pillar Sacred Land and the Wind Lightning Sacred Land didn't care about a bargaining chip that could move the Fun Yuan Sacred Land. Speaking of which, Elder Li, isn't it a little too little for the Water Fairy Sacred Ground to send out dozens of wusheng? Yan Juedao looked at the first elder of the Narcissus Holy Land. Please forgive me, Holy Masters. Our Holy Master is currently in seclusion. I really don't have the authority to mobilize wusheng. However, my Water Fairy Holy Ground's goal is only that little bastard. We don't want any of the benefits from this battle. The first elder of the Narcissus Holy Land stood up and said respectfully. He was not on the same level as Cui Yang and Extreme Flame Invincible Blade. I remember that Brother Han has been in closed-door training for many years already. I wonder what kind of secret technique it is that requires you to train for such a long time. Yan Juedao asked calmly. The fact that the Water Fairy Holy Ground's Holy Master was in seclusion had always been a matter of great concern to them. Unfortunately, the spies they sent into the Water Fairy Sacred Ground were unable to enter the Sumeru realm. Therefore, they had no idea about the Water Fairy Holy Ground's Holy Lord's situation. However, there was only one thought in their hearts: Martial God Realm. It was highly possible that the master of the Narcissus Sacred Land was trying his best to break through to the Martial God Realm. If that was the case, then the 2 Holy Lands would be in the greatest danger. Although I am currently in charge of the Holy Land, I am not very clear about the Holy Master. The great elder of the Water Fairy Holy Ground naturally wouldn't reveal the secret of the Water Fairy Holy Ground. Yan Juedao and Cui Yangji looked at each other, but didn't ask any further. As the peak experts of wusheng, They knew very well how difficult it was to break through to the martial god realm. Over the past few hundred years, only the myriad goblin king had truly entered the martial god realm. However, there were also rumors that the myriad demon king was not from the demon clan of the continent. If that's the case, let's discuss the details of the plan. We must destroy the 10,000 BC in this operation. Cui Yangji said fiercely, "Brother Cui, just in case, shouldn't you invite experts from the martial arts world to help you?" After the discussion, Yanju Dao suggested. There were only a few dozen wusheng in the water immortal Holy Land. This alliance was equivalent to the 2 Holy Lands going against the entire innumerable Monster Sea. Even if it was a meticulous plan, it was inevitable that there would be some uncertainties. Brother Yen, don't worry. I have already invited experts to help. You will know when the time comes. A sinister smile appeared on Cui Yangji's face. That's good. Yanju Dao laughed. If this plan succeeded, the Fun Yuan sacred ground would benefit the most. The first elder of the water immortal Holy Land also laughed eerily. They did not care about the innumerable Monster Sea, but Qin, you must die. 100 countries battlefield, ghost demon cave. Woo woo woo. Bursts of ghostly howls rang out from the ghost demon cave. Whoosh. A faint purple light flashed, and a ball of faint purple ghost chi flew into the depths of the ghost demon cave, into the underground stalactite cave. This ball of faint purple ghost chi was the person who had escaped from the battle with Qinyu in the spirit beast's sacred ground. I originally wanted to wait until my cultivation had completely recovered before forming a ghost body, but now. The purple ghost chi surged and turned into a blurry figure, appearing in front of the 2 extraordinarily dressed skeletons. Bam bam! The figure sat cross-legged, and his hands faintly formed a mysterious hand seal. 2 streaks of ghost chi touched the 2 skeletons. Immediately, the 2 skeletons surrounded by the chilling ghost chi and filled with the shocking cold ghost chi shattered. However, the bone powder was then covered by the ghost chi and gathered toward the figure. Kacha kacha! Not long after, the ghost chi on the figure's body surged. After the white bones absorbed the ghost chi, they formed white bones with faint purple ghost chi around them. As the white bones shook, they let out a crisp sound of collision, like crystal glass colliding with each other. A few hours later, a faint purple skeleton was formed. This time, I must kill you with my own hands. Purple light shot out from the eyes, and a bone-chilling voice came from the faint purple skeleton. 1,000 Monster Sea, Tomb of the 1,000 Monster King, Ancient Palace. Roar, roar, roar. Dragon roars that resounded through the soul continuously surged from Qinyu's body. One could clearly see that the shadows of dragons, which were indistinguishable, surrounded Qinyu's body. The scene was like 10,000 dragons worshipping him, and it was very similar to when the dragon soul used the origin dragon world. At that moment, half of the chi of the ancestor dragon had been refined by Qinyu. As a result, Qinyu's cultivation increased by leaps and bounds, and he reached the martial ancestor realm level 7. As his cultivation increased, Qinyu's soul power was completely awakened. Correspondingly, the force of heaven and earth that Qinyu had comprehended in his previous life appeared in his heart. For other martial ancestors, it was extremely difficult to comprehend the force of heaven and earth, and it required time and opportunity to have a breakthrough. However, Qin, you only needed to pick it up again. This was the heaven-defying aspect of the soul reincarnation. In this life, he only needed to recover what he had comprehended in his previous life. Originally, Qinyu's cultivation could have a great breakthrough. However, Qinyu temporarily suppressed the advancement of his cultivation. With his current martial ancestor realm level 7, and with the help of the green dragon battling the heavens, 9 nether purgatory, universe-killing formation, and other means. Even if Wu Sheng was at the peak of the martial ancestor realm, Qin Yu was not afraid at all. In other words, Qin Yu was now completely capable of fighting the water fairy's sacred ground. Therefore, Qin Yu sealed half of the dragon qi. The dragon's soul must have shaken its foundation when it forcefully used the origin dragon world. This half of the ancestral dragon qi would be of great help to him. After all, the ancestral dragon qi was different from the other dragon clan qi. Although this ancestral dragon qi had been sealed for countless years and was not very pure. However, it would definitely be a great supplement to the dragon soul. With the current dragon qi, I should be able to cultivate the second secret skill of the battle dragon. Qin Yu changed his hand seal, and his 5 fingers were like dragon claws facing up and down at his dantian. Strands of pure dragon qi and battle dragon true yuan converged. A dazzling pearl condensed in the claws, and it looked like 2 dragons playing with a pearl. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. As time passed, the dazzling pearl changed. Vaguely, a ferocious dragon head could be seen within the pearl, gradually transforming and condensing. Roar. Suddenly, a deafening dragon roar was heard. The ferocious dragon had directly devoured the pearl and appeared in Qin Yu's claws. A terrifying devouring fluctuation was emitted from the ferocious dragon head. The dragon qi and battle dragon true origin in Qin Yu's body were continuously devoured by the ferocious dragon head. Condense. When the ferocious dragon had devoured the dragon qi and true origin to a certain extent, Qin Yu's eyes flickered, and he let out a low roar. Immediately, the ferocious dragon had turned into a fist-sized dragon, had ancient seal surrounded by mysterious dragon runes. Heaven-devouring dragon seal. Chapter 165. The sky-devouring dragon seal has succeeded. Qin Yu could not hide the joy on his face as he looked at the fist-sized dragon seal. The sky-devouring dragon seal was the second move of the 9 secret techniques of the ancient battle dragon art. The sky-devouring dragon seal was different from the azure dragon battle the heavens. The azure dragon battle the heavens directly increased the user's strength. The higher the cultivation, the stronger the increase. However, the sky-devouring dragon seal could devour everything. It could devour anything, including martial skills, superpowers, as long as it was a form of energy. Of course, the sky-devouring dragon seal's devouring ability was similar to the azure dragon battle the heavens. If the limit was exceeded, the host would suffer a backlash. Return. With a thought, the sky-devouring dragon seal entered Qin Yu's dantian and turned into an inch-long mark. It's time to go to the water fairy's sacred ground. Qin Yu sealed the half-strand of ancestral dragon energy into the dragon horn jade box and stood up. His gaze was as sharp as a sword. This time, he was going to destroy the water fairy's sacred ground. Dong, dong, dong. After leaving the hall, Qin Yu had not gone far when he suddenly heard a loud noise. Whoosh! A streak of white light streaked across the distant sky at an extremely fast speed. Qin Yu squinted his eyes and looked. It was the 9-tailed snow fox girl. She was holding a spiritual herb and running away with a pale face. Behind the 9-tailed snow fox girl was a ferocious Wu Sheng serpent. The serpent destroyed many palaces as it chased after the 9-tailed snow fox girl. The serpent only stopped when the 9-tailed snow fox girl ran into the tomb of the myriad demon king. Qin Yu's expression changed slightly. It seemed like the 9-tailed snow fox girl had other motives for entering the tomb of the myriad demon king. Perhaps that spiritual herb was her true goal. He must have asked him to refine the 9 Revolutions blood spirit pill because he had received information about him. Without hesitation, Qin Yu's figure flashed and left the tomb of the myriad demon king. He's finally out. This aura? On the 10,000 Demons Sea, the Wushang realms of the 5 royal families saw Qin Yu coming out and immediately prepared to arrange for the next batch of Wushang to enter. However, suddenly, the high-level martial sages of the 5 great royal clans all looked at Qin Yu with bewilderment. They felt an extremely familiar aura fluctuation from Qin Yu's body that seemed to be, seeing this, Qin Yu knew that they had sensed the energy waves of the 10,000 demon banner, so he immediately took it out. That is, the sacred artifact forged by the 1,000 Goblin King. 10,000 Goblin Banner. So, the 10,000 Fiend Banner is really in the 10,000 Fiend King's tomb. I always thought it was just a legend. He actually obtained the innumerable demon sea. Then, seeing the 10,000 demon banner fluttering in the wind, Wushang of the demon clan present were all shocked. When they saw the 10,000 demon banner, Wushang of the demon race thought the same thing. Those who were recognized by the 10,000 demon banner would become the king of the 10,000 fiend kings. In the past few hundred years, they had opened the 10,000 demon king's tomb countless times, but they had never seen the 10,000 demon banner. Therefore, they had always thought that the 10,000 demon banner was not in the 10,000 demon king's tomb, which was why they proposed to elect the king of the 10,000 fiend kings. But now, Qin Yu had actually obtained the 10,000 demon banner. Didn't that mean that they would have to respect a half-demon as the king of the 10,000 fiend kings? I remember that the king of the 10,000 fiend kings once said that those who obtained the 10,000 demon banner would become the king of the 10,000 fiend kings. Looking at the silent demon sages of the various races, Qin Yu broke the silence and spoke. Indeed, even after the incident in the Beast Spirit Sanctuary, he had still obtained the 10,000 demon banners recognition. It would not be easy for him to become the king of the various races in the 10,000 demon sea. The 10,000 demon banner was forged by the ape king of divine beings in the past. It is a true divine weapon. A steady voice sounded. An old man with an extraordinary aura walked out from the Ice Flood Dragon clan. He was the king of the Ice Dragon clan, Dragon Sangyan, and Wushang's peak cultivation. Whoosh, whoosh. Qin Yu's heart moved, and the 10,000 demon banner fluttered in the wind. A vast spiritual aura spread out, and Wushang of the demon race felt the pressure. It is indeed a divine weapon. Dragon Sangyan and the others immediately sensed it. It seemed like this was the real 10,000 demon banner. Roar. Qin Yu looked at Dragon Sangyan and the others. His true yuan vibrated, and the beast soul of the heaven-piercing divine ape appeared. King. Seeing the saint soul of the heaven-piercing divine ape, Dragon Sangyan and the other kings of the demon race were extremely excited. This is the ape king of divine apes. The other demon races, Wushang looked at the ape king of divine apes in shock and curiosity. Other than Dragon Sangyan and the other demon sages of the older generation, only a few had seen the ape king of divine apes with their own eyes. Everyone, it has been a long time. The ape king of divine apes looked at Dragon Sangyan and the others, but he only saw a few old faces. He could not help but sigh. Since they did not appear here, it meant that they had fallen. King. Hearing the voice of the ape king of divine apes, Dragon Sangyan and the other demon sages of the older generation immediately knelt down and paid their respects. Their current cultivation base was inseparable from the guidance of the heavenly ape king back then. Because of this, even if the ape king of divine apes had disappeared, the 5 king demon races were still alive. My path has come to an end. From today onwards, he is the new myriad demon king. The ape king of divine apes regained his senses. He knew why Qin Yu had summoned him, so he spoke in a dignified manner. Welcome, new king. Dragon Sanyan and the other demon sages of the older generation nodded their heads respectfully and paid their respects to Chinyu. Welcome, new king. When they saw the king of demon race, they all knelt down and paid their respects to Chinyu. The scene of thousands of demon sages bowing down was shocking. Seeing this, the ape king of divine apes nodded his head at Chinyu and returned to the 10,000 demon banner. Rise! Chinyu held the 10,000 demon banner in his hand and said, Dragon Sanyan and the other demon sages of the older generation took the lead and stood up. However, they looked at Chinyu with a slightly complicated expression. Presumably, in their hearts, there was still some resentment towards Chinyu, who had a half-demon body, being the king. I think all of you should know that I have refined 10 Thunder Calamity Pills for the Xian turtle race, right? Noticing the expressions of the demon race sages, Chinyu pondered for a moment and said, hearing Chinyu's words, Dragon Sanyan and the other demon race kings could not help but look at each other. They naturally knew about this information. Could it be, as long as you can take out the spiritual herbs, I can refine 20 Thunder Calamity Pills for each of your races? Chinyu's next words confirmed Dragon Sanyan and the others' guess. All the demon race were excited. 20 Thunder Calamity Pills meant that each race would have 20 more demon transformation realm demon cultivators. This could be said to be great news for the demon race present. Other than the Thunder Calamity Pills, I can also refine 10 Demon Sage Pills for each of your races. Sweeping his gaze across the excited demon race, Chinyu spoke again. Demon Sage Pills? 10 more. Is this for real? If the Thunder Tribulation Pill from before was only enough to excite the beasts present, the words that Chinyu said this time around had completely ignited all of the demon clansmen. Even Dragon Sanyan and the other demon race kings could not hide their excitement. 10 demonic sage elixirs. That meant that the various tribes would have 10 more martial sages. At this moment, all the grudges in the hearts of the demon race disappeared without a trace. With such means, it seemed that it was not a bad thing to have Chinyu as the new king. You should have guessed what I want to do. I want to completely destroy the water immortal sacred ground. Chinyu's eyes were majestic and sharp, and his cold voice was filled with the will of the 5 great demons. If we attack the water immortal sacred ground, the other sacred grounds of the human race will not stand idly by. Dragon Sanyan and the others were not surprised by Chinyu's goal and only reminded him, if the other sacred grounds dare to interfere, then we will destroy them together. Chinyu gives an arrogant smile. He is incomparably wild and tyrannical. A heaven-shaking dragon roar followed, and a peerless aura of invincibility rushed into the 9 heavens. In an instant, the sky changed color, and the earth shook. Chapter 166, Thousand Monster Sea, Heaven Connecting Peak. This was where the heaven-connecting ape gods used to live. In the 1,000 Monster Palace, which had been abandoned for hundreds of years, there were dozens of people gathered. Those who were qualified to enter the palace were either the kings of the various monster clans or the top Wusheng realm experts. On the main seat, Chinyu, who had just become the 1,000 Monster King, was listening to the various clans of the 1,000 Monster Sea report their strength. Although the 5 sacred lands of the human clan did not have a harmonious relationship, but if they invaded any of the sacred lands, the other 4 sacred lands would help. Just like when they destroyed the beast spirit sacred lands, the other sacred lands sent experts to help. Therefore, although the various clans of the 1,000 Monster Sea did not oppose Chinyu's plan to attack the Water Fairy sacred lands. But before attacking the Water Fairy sacred lands, they had to make a detailed plan. At the very least, even if they did not succeed, they had to be able to retreat safely. Chinyu did not have the worries of the various clans of the 1,000 Monster Sea. With his current strength, he could attack the Water Fairy's sacred lands and take his mother away, if he did not want to kill all the experts of the Water Fairy's sacred lands. He did not need to borrow the strength of the various clans of the Thousand Monster Sea. After listening to the reports, Qin Yu had a clear understanding of the strength of the Thousand Monster Sea. There were only 5 people who were at the peak of the Martial Sage realm. 2 from the Ice Dragon clan, 1 from the Thunder Rock clan, 1 from the Blazing Flame Heavenly Qilin clan, and 1 from the Sky Ice Spirit Fox clan. There were more than 40 peak Wu Sheng realm experts of the 7th or 8th level. More than 20 of them came from the 4 royal clans. There were more than 90 peak Wu Sheng realm experts of the 5th or 6th level. There were more than 700 ordinary Wu Sheng realm experts. If all the Wu Sheng realm experts of the Monster Clan had been sent to the Beast Spirit Sacred Lands, the Beast Spirit Sacred Lands would have been removed from the continent. It was because of such a strong foundation that the 5 sacred lands of the human clan were unable to destroy the Thousand Monster Sea. After reporting the Wu Sheng realm experts of the various clans, Jiao Tsangyan brought up the information of the Water Fairy Sacred Lands. It was impossible for the infinite demon sea to not gather information about the 5 great sacred lands of the human clan. According to their information, the strongest person in the Water Immortal Holy Land was their holy master, Han Qianhuang. Han Qianhuang's cultivation was at the peak of the Wu Sheng realm more than 10 years ago. After more than 10 years, his cultivation must be even stronger. Other than Han Qianhuang, the supreme elder of the Water Fairy Sacred Ground was also at the pinnacle of the Wu Sheng realm. Below the 2 of them, there were 10 peak-level Wu Sheng and more than 20 high-level Wu Sheng. Wu Sheng did not know the exact number, but he estimated that there would be no less than 200. From the looks of it, the innumerable demons sea had an overwhelming advantage over the Water Fairy Sacred Ground. However, the Water Fairy Holy Land was only one of the 5 great holy lands of the human clan. If the 5 great holy lands were to join forces, the one at a disadvantage would be the 10,000 Monster Sea. Whoosh! After discussing the specifics of the plan, a gray light flew over. It was a small gray bird. Your Majesty, the latest secret report from the human race's sacred land. The little gray bird respectfully spat out a piece of black jade in front of Qin Yu's table. Wung wung. Qin Yu flicked his finger and a strand of true yuan entered the black jade. A piece of information floated in the air. The Beast Spirit Sacred Land, Fun Yuan Sacred Land, and Water Fairy Sacred Land are integrating the Wu Sheng realm. They seem to have formed an alliance. Be careful. They can't hold back anymore. Jiao Tsangyan and the other saints were filled with killing intent when they saw the report. However, they were not surprised. After the Beast Spirit Sacred Land incident, they knew that the human race's sacred land would definitely take action. This was why they did not hesitate when Qin Yu proposed to attack the Water Fairy Sacred Land. Luckily, the Sky Pillar Sacred Land and the Wind Lightning Sacred Land, which they were most wary of, did not intend to get involved. The human race dares to invade the 10,000 Monster Sea with the strength of the 3 great holy lands. This is a little unusual. Lei Balian, the king of the Thunder Rock race, had a thoughtful look in his sharp eyes. Humph, the human race's sacred land has always claimed to be the masters of the continent. They see us as livestock that can be slaughtered at any time. This time, we will let them know the consequences of angering the 10,000 Monster Sea. Lai Kuangyun, the king of the Raging Flame Heavenly Qilin race, snorted coldly. The Raging Flame Heavenly Qilin race had been brooding over the fact that the Beast Spirit Sacred Land had used a soul-merging technique to infiltrate their race. Even after destroying the Beast Spirit Sacred Land, the fire in their hearts had not subsided. After all, The beast spirit sacred land had only paid the price of a few dozen ordinary wusheng. Their overall strength had not been shaken. This is indeed an opportunity. They will definitely not expect that we already have a new king. If we act in advance, we can completely catch them off guard. Jiao Tsang, Yin said slowly. Qin Yu's eyes flashed slightly as he pondered. The beast spirit sacred land and water fairies sacred land had the shadow of the 100 martial realm. The 3 sacred lands dared to invade the 10,000 monster sea. Could it be that the forces of the 100 martial realm had interfered? Since the specific plan has been discussed, we will attack the water fairy sacred land in 3 days. Everyone, go back first and settle down your clansmen. Also, this plan must be kept secret before the operation. After thinking for a while, Qin Yu said, even if the forces of the 100 martial realm interfered, the operation could not be cancelled. However, just in case, he had to make some preparations. This time, no matter what, the water fairy sacred land must be destroyed. Yes, the kings of the 10,000 monster sea responded and left in a flash. The 3 sacred lands of the human race formed the Demon Extermination Alliance and prepared to invade the 10,000 monster sea. Over at the 10,000 monster sea, Qin Yu commanded thousands of monsters to destroy the water fairy sacred land. In the southern border of the continent, outside the star continent, in the chaotic burial ground, there was a force that had been paying close attention to the human race's sacred land and the 10,000 monster sea. In other words, the beast spirit sacred land, water fairy sacred land, and Fun Yuan sacred land have joined forces to invade the 10,000 monster sea. Qin Tianfeng looked at the information in his hand, and his eyes lit up. In the chaotic burial ground, the flow of people was chaotic, but because of this, the news was very fast. As long as one could pay the price, they could find out a lot of secret information. The news should be true. A man from the Wusheng sacred land with a scar on his face said respectfully to Qin Tianfeng. However, he had some doubts. He did not know why the patriarch, who usually did not meddle in other people's business, was so concerned about the battle between the human race's 5 sacred lands and the 10,000 monster sea. Inform all the Wusheng sacred land to gather. Qin Tianfeng stood up and immediately ordered, gather? Where to? The man from the Wusheng sacred land with a scar was startled. Kill. Qin Tianfeng's voice was cold, and a violent killing intent exploded, causing the man from the Wusheng sacred land to feel a chill in his heart. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. Buzz. Buzz. Qing Province, Sky Corpse Canyon. The sound of a spell rang out, and a figure appeared from the dense corpse evil chi. It was none other than Qin Yu. After flying to the sky, Qin Yu arrived at the water immortal holy land after 2 hours. Qin Yu looked at the water immortal holy land that was completely protected by numerous barriers and martial saints all over the place. Qin Yu took a step forward in the air. That is, almost at the same moment Qin Yu appeared, the dozens of Wusheng realms patrolling the water fairy holy land immediately discovered Qin Yu. It's him. How dare you come to my holy land alone? After seeing that it was Qin Yu, the entire Narcissus sacred land was in an uproar. All the restrictions and barriers lit up, and figures with powerful auras flew into the sky, their killing intent surging. What a powerful pressure! Looking at Qin Yu, who was walking in the air with an indifferent expression on his face, Yi Zichen felt a chill run down his spine. The first elder of the water immortal holy land, who originally had a ferocious expression, was shocked. Qin, you clearly came alone, but the feeling he gave them was as if thousands of soldiers and horses were pressing down on them. That kind of pressure that pressed down on their hearts made everyone's expression solemn, and they even felt a little uneasy. Chapter 167. After writing more than 300,000 chapters, the plot of Sky Marshall Continent has reached its end. Let me say a few words that I have always wanted to say. I would look at the book review section almost every day, but all I see is that the updates are too slow. I do not deny this. 3 chapters a day is indeed not enough, but that is because I put most of my energy into the plot. Up till now, I do not think that I have written any sloppy plots. In fact, in order to plan the overall plot, I have deleted many of the plots that I have written. I will not talk about the previous ones. Starting from the 100 Countries battlefield, I originally wrote about the battle with the 2 spirits in Ghost Demon Cave, as well as the individual confrontation with the son of Qin State. There were more than 20 to 30 chapters, but they were all deleted in the end. When I first entered the Water Fairy Sacred Ground, I originally planned to have an outer sect martial gathering where various geniuses would appear. I also wrote more than 10 chapters where I entered the inner sect and went out to carry out various missions. I also deleted those chapters that were dragging the plot, and later, when I first came to the Thousand Goblin Sea, I could also write about the battles with various Goblin Clan's geniuses teleporting to the Beast Spirit Sacred Ground, fighting with the elders of the Beast Spirit Sacred Ground, and the 1,000 Goblin King's tomb. I could also write about training, and in order to become the 1,000 Goblin King, I could fight with various Goblin Clan's kings. This is not because I do not know how to write sloppy plots. I wrote close to 3 million words in my previous book, and I can also write sloppy plots. To be honest, in Xuanhua novels, battle plots are the easiest to write sloppy plots, and they are also the fastest to write. Just a few exchanges of blows, and 1 chapter is easily written. But in this book, other than the characters and plots that are foreshadowed, I basically did not write more than a few words. Every chapter that I wrote was edited and simplified. This is why many readers feel that I am leveling up too quickly. If I really wanted to write all the sloppy plots by the time I reached the Water Fairy Sacred Ground, I would have to write at least 300 to 400 chapters. I said so much because in the book review section, other than a few friends who are sincerely discussing the plot and giving suggestions, the rest are all slow. I just want to say that I am not purposely keeping people in suspense, nor am I purposely writing slow. Simplifying the plot is very tiring. There are also some who not only ask me to update slowly, they do not even give me a recommendation vote, and even ridicule and insult me. Are you guys not embarrassed? After all, I have not received a single cent from writing till now. Lastly, if there are any more insults, I will directly delete the post and ban. Chapter 168. Who's that? To make the Narcissus Sacred Ground treat him so seriously. Could he be from the demon race? Impossible. A demon race member dares to come to the Narcissus Sacred Ground. Right? Wasn't there a rumor that a ruthless person caused trouble in the Narcissus Sacred Ground? Could it be him? But he's so young, he doesn't look like it. At this moment, in a hidden valley more than 100 miles away from the Narcissus Sacred Ground, with the help of the formation, more than 30 figures concealed their auras and hid here. In front of them was a spiritual rune light mirror. The scene that appeared on the mirror was precisely the scene of the Water Immortal Holy Land's saints confronting Qin Yu. Xiao Yu. In front of the 30 people was Qin Tianfeng, who was dressed in black. At this moment, Qin Tianfeng stared at Qin Yu in the mirror, unable to hide the excitement in his eyes. Even his body was trembling at this moment. Ever since he had a premonition that the person who caused trouble in the Narcissus Sacred Ground was Qin Yu, Qin Tianfeng had secretly returned to the Zhenwu dynasty. In the end, he found out that the entire Qin family had disappeared and that Qin Yu had indeed gone to the Narcissus Sacred Ground. Fortunately, after asking around and finding out that Qin Yu had successfully escaped from the Narcissus Sacred Ground and that the Qin family had not been wiped out, Qin Tianfeng was relieved. However, He did not expect that Qin Tianfeng was still using secret channels to find out about Qin Yu's movements. Qin Yu had actually appeared, and he had gone to the Narcissus sacred ground again. There's a change in the plan. Everyone get ready to move out. At this moment, Qin Tianfeng no longer had the time to think about why Qin Yu was doing this. He immediately gave the order to go to the Narcissus sacred ground. Move out. Now, the 30 or so martial sages who had been discussing animatedly were all stunned. Why are you afraid? Qin Tianfeng looked over coldly. The Wusheng that he had gathered were not only outlaws of the land of chaos, but they also had a grudge against the Narcissus sacred ground. That was why they had followed him to the Narcissus sacred ground. It's not that we're not afraid, but sect leader, this is completely different from your previous plan. The scar-faced man named Wusheng asked in confusion. Indeed, didn't you say that we should wait for the water fairy sacred ground and the other two sacred grounds to attack the innumerable beasts sea before we enter? If we charge forward now, we won't be able to withstand the water immortal holy lands attacks. The other Wusheng realms also looked at Qin Tianfeng. The reason why they followed Qin Tianfeng was because they both had grievances with the water immortal holy land. The second reason was because Qin Tianfeng's intellect was unparalleled, leading them to prosper in the Bedlam lands. But the current Qin Tian was clearly not as rational as before. Even if they were all in the Wusheng realm, there was no difference between rushing up and throwing away their lives. Cancel the plan to invade the Narcissus Holy Land. Now, I'm going to save him. Qin Tianfeng said solemnly. Save him? Why? Scarface Wusheng asked even more doubtfully. Because he is my son. Retracting his gaze, Qin Tianfeng immediately prepared to leave the valley. Even without the help of the Wusheng realm, he was going to save Qin Yu. What the hell? However, at this moment, an extremely shocked and absent-minded voice suddenly sounded. Qin Tianfeng and the others looked towards the voice, and their gazes suddenly froze. At that moment, a scene that left them flabbergasted appeared on the screen of light. Qin Yu, who was facing off against dozens of Wusheng realms by himself, had an ancient banner in his hand. As the ancient banner danced in the wind, one figure after another came out of it. There were at least a few hundred of them. More importantly, those who appeared all turned into ferocious beasts with terrifying auras. Beasts? They are all in the Wusheng realm. Innumerable beasts sea. That's right, it must be the innumerable beasts sea. Only the innumerable beasts sea would have so many Wusheng realm beasts. Sect leader, is he really your son? The 30 over Wusheng realm beasts looked at the hundreds of Wusheng realm beasts with indescribable shock on their faces. What is going on? Not only the Wusheng realm beasts, but even Qin Tianfeng was stunned as he looked at Qin Yu, who was surrounded by hundreds of overlords. Such a force was enough to destroy any of the 5 great sacred grounds of the human race. How did Xiao Yu do it? At the same time, in the Narcissus sacred ground. How is this possible? The first elder of the Narcissus sacred ground looked at Qin Yu in a daze. Not long ago, Qin Yu had lost half his life and was lucky enough to escape from the sacred ground. How long had it been? Qin Yu actually led the overlords of the innumerable beasts sea here. Could it be that Qin Yu was really from the demon race? Whoosh! Qin Yu's eyes were cold as he waved the innumerable beasts banner in his hand. Beast runes spread out, and a beam of golden light that was dozens of feet wide slashed at the barriers of the Narcissus sacred ground at lightning speed. With a rumbling sound, all of the barriers were penetrated by the golden light and exploded. The power of a sacred weapon was undoubtedly revealed. Kill! With a wave of the ancient banner, a cold voice came out from Qin Yu's mouth. Roar! Roar. Immediately, thousands of beasts roared, and the sky changed color. In the blink of an eye, the dozens of wusheng from the Narcissus sacred ground were covered by the beast tide. Sacred Lord. The first elder of the Narcissus sacred ground was targeted by the fastest wusheng from the Thunder Rock clan. He was severely injured in the blink of an eye. As he fled, he let out a roar. The other wusheng from the Narcissus sacred ground were not as lucky as the first elder. Under the attack of hundreds of overlords, he was killed in an instant. Kill. Accompanied by a series of bloodthirsty and violent beast roars, ice flames, and brutal demonic power swept out. The entire Narcissus sacred ground was destroyed in an instant. Rumble. This time, the symbol of the Narcissus sacred ground, the Narcissus sacred peak, completely collapsed. How dare you invade the Narcissus sacred ground? Die. The moment the Narcissus sacred peak collapsed, a furious voice rang out. In the sky, the Sumeru world of the Narcissus sacred ground appeared again. Numerous figures with astonishing auras rushed out like sharp swords, covering the sky and covering the earth. Rumble! The 200 to 300 wusheng from the Narcissus sacred ground clashed violently with the 800 wusheng from the 10,000 BC. However, in front of the absolute advantage in numbers, the Water Fairy Holy Ground's martial saints were still suppressed and suffered heavy losses even though they were enraged. Qi. Looking at the Narcissus sacred ground, Qin Yu's battle dragon, True Yuan, surged. Just as he was about to rush toward the origin dragon world, where the dragon soul was frozen, his expression suddenly changed. Without hesitation, his right hand moved, and the 9 nether dragon spear stabbed backward like a dragon emerging from the sea. Boom! The slaughter spear intent mixed with majestic True Yuan exploded and sent the people near him flying. Wusheng's 8th stage realm. A cold light flashed in Qin Yu's eyes as he prepared to use the Azure Dragon conquering the world. Little Yu. But at this moment, a familiar voice that seemed to be trembling with excitement rang out. This voice, Qin Yu was stunned as he recalled his father's voice from the Narcissus Jade pendant. Looking at it, a face filled with vicissitudes appeared in Qin Yu's eyes. Father? Looking at Qin Tianfeng, whose face was filled with excitement, Qin Yu moved his lips and slowly opened his mouth. Little Yu, hearing Qin Yu call out the word, Father, Qin Tianfeng, who was famous for killing in the Bedlam lands, trembled as tears uncontrollably flowed from his eyes. 16 years, no, it's almost 17 years. A whole 17 years. In order to prevent the Narcissus Holy Land from finding out that Qin Yu was in the Qin family, Qin Tianfeng had no choice but to endure and never return to the Qin family. Instead, he appeared all over the continent to attract the attention of the Narcissus Holy Land. In these 17 years, he had thought countless times about the day he would save his wife and see his son again. Now, Qin Yu was truly standing before him. The emotions that Qin Tianfeng had been suppressing in his heart finally could not be suppressed anymore. P.S. When I logged into my account today, I discovered that there were over 100 comments in the book review section. I've read almost all of them, and I'm in a bad mood. I don't know what to say, but I really want to thank you all. I didn't write the post yesterday because I wanted to charge for putting it on the shelves. It's just that when I logged into the author account last night, I saw a bunch of malicious comments such as retard, idiot, trash, why don't you go and die if you write so slowly? Although I deleted the post, I still felt a little depressed. That's why I wrote the post to explain the slow update speed, and to remind everyone that anyone who was scolded would feel unhappy. As for that, I'm a grandson. If I charge for it, I'll say it directly. There will definitely be a charge. This is the website's rule. But at least it's not now. I won't try to gain sympathy from readers just because it's on the shelves. When it's on the shelves, I'll say it directly and let everyone part on good terms. Also, There are a few comments in the book review section about the protagonist being too excited to see his mother. I'm also here to respond to the comments that have nothing to do with the protagonist. The protagonist took the reincarnation immortal pill when he was alive, and his soul was reborn after he died. It was the reincarnation of the soul, not a simple reincarnation. His mother carried him for 10 months and gave birth to him, sacrificing her life to let him live. This can't be said to have nothing to do with the protagonist, right? Before Qin, you awakened the memories of his previous life. He was a youth of the Qin family. He had never seen his parents and always had regrets in his heart. After awakening the memories of his previous life, he was still Qin Yu. It's just that he acted in the style of the previous Dizun after learning about his parents. It's normal for him to have feelings in his heart. As for this and the scolding words, I won't reply in the future. Just like what a few readers said, being questioned and scolded is inevitable. There's no need to care too much about it, and walk your own path. Finally, thank you to all the readers who left comments and support. Thank you very much. Right, there will be a 4th update today. Chapter 169. Father, is it really you? Qin Yu was still in a daze. He had not received any news about his father. He had originally planned to destroy the water fairy's sacred ground and rescue his mother before looking for his father. But he didn't expect that his father would actually appear today with people. Kacha! Just as Qin Tianfeng was about to speak, a terrifying cold aura was emitted from the Sumeru world. Wherever the cold aura passed, the space froze and turned into a world of ice. The power was so strong that even the Ice Dragon clan, who had the innate ice attribute, felt cold. Esoteric meaning of heaven and earth. Martial God realm. The originally chaotic battlefield fell into a momentary silence as the shocking chills spread out. The saints of the innumerable demons see who were emitting a violent and bloodthirsty aura were shocked. The water fairy's sacred ground had a real martial god realm expert. Jiao Tsangyan, Lei Balian, and the other demon clan experts knew how strong a martial god realm expert was. Although the Ape Divine clan was an outsider demon clan, with the Ape Divine clan's martial god realm cultivation, it had unified the entire innumerable demons sea and became the king of innumerable demons. You finally made your move. After a cold smile appeared on Qin Yu's face, he rushed toward the origin dragon realm, where the dragon soul was frozen. When Qin Yu fought against the ice shadow, he felt that the sect master of the water fairy's sacred ground was trying to break through to the martial god realm. Now that the water fairy's sacred ground was about to be destroyed, it seemed like the sect master of the water fairy's sacred ground could not sit still. Damn you, little bastard! The supreme elder of the water fairy's sacred ground, Jin Jiuxing, who was at the peak of the Wusheng realm, saw Qin Yu. With a palm strike, he shook away Jiao Tsangyan and the others who were entangling him. With an incomparably malevolent expression, he charged toward Qin Yu. Qin Yu was about to use the green dragon battle when Qin Tianfeng's figure flashed and faced Jin Jiuxing. The pitch-black ancient sword in his hand slashed through the air, and a pitch-black lightning aura appeared and surrounded the sword radiance as it blocked Jin Jiuxing's attack. Rumble! Although Qin Tianfeng's cultivation was weaker than Jin Jiuxing's, his esoteric meaning of heaven and earth had reached the complete realm. Moreover, the concept of heaven and earth that Qin Tianfeng comprehended was the concept of annihilation lightning. It was known for its destructive power. To a certain extent, it made up for the lack of cultivation. It's you, Feng Tian. No, I should call you Qin Tianfeng now. Jin Jiuxing saw Qin Tianfeng, who stopped him, and the killing intent on his face became even more intense. Under the intense killing intent, there was also a trace of fear. The talent of this pair of father and son was truly too terrifying. Old dog, we meet again. The violent killing intent on Qin Tianfeng's body was not inferior to Jin Jiuxing's in the slightest, and was even denser. Back then, Jin Jiuxing had treated him like an ant and stepped on him as he pleased. He had even forced him to separate from Wanner. Qin Tianfeng did not forget the scenes back then. Today, he was going to slaughter this old bastard with his own hands. Sure enough, I shouldn't have let you and your father go back then. Jin Jiuxing felt rather regretful. Who would have thought that the ant that he could easily crush to death back then would have such accomplishments today? One had to know that Qin Tianfeng's cultivation had only reached the martial ancestor realm back then. In just over 10 years, he had reached the Wu Sheng realm level 8, and the realm of heaven and earth had also reached the great perfection realm. As for Qin Yu, Jin Jiuxing did not know how to describe him. Looking at the history of the mainland, there had never been such a shocking monster. Little Yu, leave this old thing to me. Qin Tianfeng's body was surrounded by annihilation black lightning, and he was like a thunder god. With vast thunder might, he charged towards Jin Jiuxing. The two of them engaged in an intense battle, and two violent and terrifying realms of heaven and earth clashed violently. It affected a radius of a few hundred feet, and even the ordinary Wu Sheng realm cultivators did not dare to be involved. Qin Yu took a look and retracted his gaze. His father's combat strength was already comparable to the supreme elder of the water fairy's sacred ground. Swoosh! Looking at the increasingly powerful Chill in the Sumeru world, Qin Yu's figure flashed and appeared in front of the origin dragon world of the Dragon Soul. Ka, ka, ka! Almost at the same time, the 10,000 feet large ice illusory figure once again formed at the frozen origin dragon world of the Dragon Soul. The ice illusory figure threw out a palm, and a shocking cold wind formed a destructive wind that swept towards Qin Yu. Green dragon battling the heavens. With an earth-shaking dragon roar, Qin Yu immediately entered the state of the green dragon battling the heavens. His cultivation of the rank 7 martial ancestor realm immediately surged, and he reached the Wu Sheng realm. Lightning spear explosion. The 9 underworld's dragon spear pierced through the air, and a thunderous explosion sounded. In Qin Yu's spear, other than the slaughter spear aura, it also contained a lightning spear aura. When the spear pierced out, deep ripples appeared in the void, as if the void was about to collapse. Kacha, the frost palm, which was filled with an enormous amount of power, was directly pierced through by the spear. At this moment, Qin Yu had become one with his spear. He pierced through that ice palm and violently thrust his spear at that ice phantom. As the heaven-punishing killing intent vibrated, the ice illusory figure immediately turned into ice fragments. How can this be? Seeing the ice illusory figure shatter, Jin Jiuxing and the other elders of the water fairy's sacred ground were all shocked and in disbelief. That was an ultimacy doppelganger formed by their sacred leader. Even if it wasn't the true ultimacy of the heavens and earth, it had far surpassed the intent realm of the heavens and earth. But now, it had been shattered by Qin Yu, who had used a secret technique to raise his combat strength to that of Wu Sheng's with a single spear strike. This scene had completely overturned their understanding of the world. So powerful, as expected of the ruthless person who fought against the water fairy holy ground alone. Jiao Tsangyan and the other demon race Wu Sheng were also shocked. The terrifying combat strength that Qin Yu had displayed had completely made them submit to him, and they showed their respect for the strong. Qi, the 9 underworld's dragon spear shook, and the ice that had frozen the dragon soul origin dragon world immediately shattered. Qin Yu slammed his palm into the chaotic dragon Qi, and the jade box with the dragon horn sealed in it entered. Roar. Not long after, a dragon roar resounded through the 9 heavens from the primal chaos dragon Qi. Hearing the familiar dragon roar, Qin Yu's face revealed a wide smile. He could feel that the dragon soul's undulations were recovering. Wung, wung, wung. But at this moment, a dense array pattern trembled lightly and entered Qin Yu's ears. A sacred level array? No, it's not a true sacred level array. Qin Yu raised his head to take a look. In the sky above, a faint black formation that covered the sky and covered the sun shrouded over. With the water fairy sacred ground as the center, it covered a radius of tens of thousands of miles. A sinister and sinister aura descended from the sky. All the cultivators who were fighting felt a chill down their spines, as if they were being targeted by something ominous. Heavenly Ghost Spirit Devouring Array. Qin Yu's eyes flashed as he recognized the array. A sacred level array was like a sacred artifact. Although this was not a true sacred level array, its power was enough to easily kill an ordinary wusheng. It seemed that the Beast Spirit Sacred Ground and the Fun Yuan Sacred Ground had come as reinforcements. Whoosh, whoosh. Indeed, dozens of teleportation arrays appeared in the center of the array. Groups of powerful wusheng appeared through the teleportation arrays. There were about 600 to 700 of them, including the nearly 200 wusheng from the Water Fairy Sacred Ground. The 10,000 Demon Sea, who originally had the upper hand, immediately fell into a disadvantage. They really came. Jiao Tsangyan, Lei Beilian, Lai Kuangyun, and the other top demon saints all revealed ferocious killing intent. When they came to the Water Fairy Sacred Ground, they had expected such a scene, and no one was surprised. They were even somewhat eager to give it a try. Chapter 170. Whoosh. Qin Yu's figure flashed as he charged towards Jiao Tsangyan and the others. As for the dragon soul, as long as it didn't scatter in the origin dragon world, unless a martial god intervened, there wouldn't be any danger. King. Seeing Qin Yu arrive, Jiao Tsangyan and the other kings all welcomed Qin Yu. At this moment, the Beast Spirit Sacred Ground and Fun Yuan Sacred Ground came to help. The Narcissus Sacred Ground and Wusheng's forces all left the battlefield. The saints of the 10,000 Demon Sea didn't chase after them. Instead, they gathered around Qin Yu and the others. The chaotic battle between the two sides temporarily stopped. Even Qin Tianfeng and Jin Jiuxing stopped and separated. Here's the 10,000 Demon Banner. Don't let anyone from the 3 sacred grounds escape. Qin Yu flicked his finger and the 10,000 Demon Banner was handed over to Jiao Tsangyan and the other beast saints. Don't worry. After receiving the 10,000 Demon Banner, Jiao Tsangyan and the others all had solemn expressions. This was a true saint artifact. The fact that Qin Yu could give them a saint artifact was enough to show his trust in them. With the 10,000 Demon Banner in hand, their combat strength would be greatly increased. Qin Tianfeng flew over. He didn't understand why Qin Yu gave the saint artifact to the 10,000 Demon Banner, but he didn't stop him. Qin Yu could become the king of the 10,000 Demon Sea and make hundreds of beast saints submit to him. He naturally had his own considerations. Since you've bumped into the tip of the spear, I'll kill you first. At this moment, Qin Yu held the long spear in his hand and looked at the 800 to 900 Wusheng alliance. His expression was calm, and his body emitted an extremely powerful aura. If the Narcissus Sacred Ground was to be destroyed, the Beast Spirit Sacred Ground and Fun Yuan Sacred Ground couldn't be left behind. Since he was going to do it, he couldn't leave any future troubles. I didn't expect this little bastard to be the new king of the 10,000 Demon Sea. Cui Yangji, who was in the 3 Sacred Ground Alliance, stared at Qin Yu with a terrifying murderous intent. Last time, the saints of the 10,000 Demon Sea were able to destroy the Beast Spirit's sanctuary and escape safely because of Qin Yu's help. Since they were here today, They naturally had to catch them all in one fell swoop. Could that be the legendary saint weapon of the 10,000 monster sea, the 10,000 monster banner? Yen Juedao of the Fun Yuan sacred ground saw the ancient banner that Qin handed to the monsters of the 10,000 demons sea. After thinking for a while, a fiery look appeared in his eyes. Normally, only martial god realm experts would possess a real sacred weapon. Therefore, among the 5 great sacred lands of the human race, only the Sky Pillar sacred land and the Wind Thunder sacred land had true sacred artifacts. Other than that, the other 3 holy lands didn't have any true saint artifacts. The strongest artifacts they had were only half-step saint artifacts. According to the terms of their alliance, the 10,000 demon banner would belong to the Fun Yuan sacred ground as long as the various clans of the 10,000 demon sea were destroyed. Condense the heavenly ghost. Cui Yangji could no longer hold back the murderous intent in his heart as he let out a roar. 200 people of the Wusheng realm of the beast spirit sacred land and the Fun Yuan sacred ground immediately moved out. They stood at the various nodes of the formation and formed hand seals with their hands. The heavenly ghost spirit swallowing formation was like a giant beast that had awakened. It emitted an extremely terrifying aura and evil fluctuations. Woo, woo, woo. Immediately, a boundless ghost fog appeared and turned into a pitch-black vortex that was 100 feet wide. Following that, along with the sound of ghost chi, several 100 feet tall, ferocious ghosts appeared from the vortex. There were 200 to 300 of them. As those ferocious ghosts appeared, the true origin energy of the heavenly ghost spirit swallowing formation surged wildly into the bodies of those ghosts. In the blink of an eye, the cultivation of those ferocious ghosts rose rapidly and quickly reached the advanced Wusheng realm. Ghost spirit body. Jiao Tsangyan and the other Wusheng realm experts of the demon race could tell at a glance that although those ferocious ghosts had the cultivation of the Wusheng realm, they didn't have a physical body. If they wanted to deal with them, it would be much more difficult than dealing with an ordinary advanced Wusheng realm expert. Not to mention that there were 200 to 300 of them. Trying to play with the rays in front of me? You're courting death. Qinyu glanced at them and revealed a cold smile. His figure flashed as he charged towards Cui Yangji and Yanju. Qinyu's original plan was to deal with the holy master of the water fairy sacred ground, Han Qianhuang. However, before Han Qianhuang appeared, Qinyu had already locked onto Cui Yangji and Yanju. In this army of the Sea of Demons, only Qinyu had the confidence to kill the peak Wusheng realm expert. Get ready! Seeing that Qinyu was about to attack, Jiao Tsangyan waved the 10,000 demon banner in his hand. A golden light spread out and covered all the Wusheng realm experts of the demon race. Immediately, all the Wusheng realm experts of the demon race's aura connected with one another. However, they didn't attack with Qinyu. Instead, they gathered their strength in the 10,000 demon banner. Let's kill that bastard first. Jin Jiuxing glared at Qinyu with murderous intent. In his heart, as long as he could get rid of Qinyu, it would be worth it no matter what price he had to pay. You're overestimating yourself. Cui Yangji ordered. The Wusheng realm experts changed their seals, and dozens of ferocious ghosts charged towards Qinyu. Seal. Qinyu did not dodge at all. He continued to charge forward. In his eyes, the ghost eyes of extermination and ghost tattoos flickered. Shoo! 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 In the next moment, rays of black light shot into the bodies of the ferocious ghosts. Woo! 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 Following the cries of the ghosts, ghostly seals emerged from the forehead of the ghosts and were instantly sealed by the ghost eyes of destruction. What's going on? Seeing the ferocious ghosts disappear before they could get close to Qinyu, the ferocious smile on Cui Yangji's face froze. The spirit-swallowing formation of heavenly ghosts was a half-saint realm formation. The heavenly ghosts formed were all immortal and could fight against the top Wusheng realm experts. Because of this formation, they were confident that they could destroy the entire demon sea. But now, the dozens of Akasha ghosts had all dissipated in an instant. More importantly, they didn't see what Qinyu had done. Brother Chui, is this really the spirit-swallowing formation of heavenly ghosts from the ancient times? You didn't get tricked, did you? Yen Juedao frowned and looked at Chui Yangji. Although he had tested the power of the spirit-swallowing formation of heavenly ghosts before, the scene in front of him still made him doubt the power of the formation. Impossible, this is impossible. Chui Yangji couldn't believe it. He ordered the heavenly ghosts to charge towards Qinyu again, but the result was the same. They were sealed and killed by Qinyu in an instant. It's your turn. At this time, Qinyu had already rushed over. Kill. 30 high-level Wusheng realm experts from the Beast Spirit Sacred Ground and the Funyuan Sacred Ground immediately surrounded Qinyu with murderous intent. They didn't know what method Qinyu had used to restrain those heavenly ghosts. However, if he were to face 30 high-ranked martial sages by himself, he would definitely die without a burial ground. Don't get in my way. Qinyu's body was covered in dragon scales as he used the 9 Hells Purgatory. The area of 200 feet was instantly covered in purgatory space. Puff, puff. At this moment, Qinyu used the true dragon's 7 flashes to the limit and swept across the sky like a ghost. The 30 high-level Wusheng realm experts who had rushed into the 9 Hell's purgatory space didn't even have time to react. They were killed by the 9 Underworld's dragon spear that contained the heaven-punishing killing formation. Blood flowed, and their souls were devoured. Whoosh! When the 9 Hell's purgatory dissipated, the corpses of more than 30 high-level Wusheng realm experts fell from the sky. What the hell? The eyes of the Wusheng realm experts from the Beast Spirit Sacred Ground, the Funyuan Sacred Ground, and the Funyuan Sacred Ground bulged out of their sockets. A chill rose in their hearts uncontrollably. 30 high-level Wusheng realm experts were killed in an instant. Even if they had seen this scene with their own eyes, the Wusheng realm experts of the 3 sacred grounds couldn't believe it. Such terrifying strength had already surpassed the Wusheng realm. Could it be? Chapter 171. Martial God Realm? Yanju Dao, Chui Yangji, Jin Jiuxing, and the others all had the same thought. They did not know what the black light that had spread out from Qinyu's body was. However, to be able to kill 30 high-level martial sages in an instant, even peak martial sages like them would not be able to do so. Other than the martial god realm, no one else could have such combat strength. Is this the true combat strength of a king? The hundreds of beast sages in the infinite monster sea became excited. Could it be that after the ape king, another martial god realm king would appear in the infinite monster sea? Without the fluctuation of the ultimacy of the heavens and earth, he could easily kill 10 advanced Wusheng. Xiao Yu, what kind of opportunity did he get? Qin Tianfeng was also dumbfounded at this time. The reason why he could reach rank 8 Wusheng realm in the past 10 years and complete his comprehension of the realm of heaven and earth was because of him. Back then, he had inherited the legacy of Wild Thunder Wusheng. Even so, his combat strength was only comparable to the peak Wusheng. If he had Qinyu's combat strength, he would have attacked the Water Fairy Sanctuary long ago. Among everyone, only Qinyu's expression did not change in the slightest. To Qinyu, killing 10 advanced Wusheng was no different from killing ordinary martial artists. When he was at the peak martial honorable realm, he had used the Green Dragon Battle, 9 Serenities Purgatory, and the Sky Punishment Killing Array to kill Wusheng realm experts. Now that his cultivation had reached rank 7 Martial Ancestor realm, he could fully utilize the power of the killing array. Qin Yu was confident that he could kill Cui Yangji, Yan Ju Dao, and the other peak Wu Sheng realm masters of the sanctuary. In the martial path, the martial king realm was the true beginning of the martial path. However, in the sky region, there was a saying, "Those below the martial god realm are ants." This was the reason why there were many Wu Sheng realms in the sky region, but no martial god realm experts were born. The martial god realm was a huge chasm. It was extremely difficult to cross it. Set up the formation. At this time, Jiao Tsongyan suddenly regained his senses and shouted. Dozens of Wu Shengs flew out of the water immortal holy land. Boom, 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 boom. 5 pillars of light that were hundreds of feet tall shot up into the sky from 5 different directions outside the water fairy's sacred land. They passed through the sky ghost spirit swallowing formation and formed a huge 5 stars formation. 5 crystal-like light screens descended, sealing off the space in 5 directions. The 5 elemental heaven trapping array was a saint-level sealing array. After Qin Yu arrived at the water fairy's sacred ground, he had already set up a formation around the water fairy's sacred ground. Their goal was to not let anyone from the Narcissus Holy Land escape. He hadn't used it before because he was waiting for the arrival of the Beast Spirit Sacred Land and the Fun Yuan Sacred Land. Now that Qin Yu had displayed such terrifying combat strength, the people of the 3 Holy Lands would definitely want to escape. This was the best time to show off. It actually pierced through the heavenly ghost spirit swallowing formation. Could it be a true saint-level formation? A sword appeared in Cui Yangji's hand. With a slash of the sword, a sharp sword radiance tore through the air and slashed at the crystal-like light screen. Unfortunately, even though the sword ray was shattered, the spirit formation light screen was not damaged in the slightest. It seems like even the teleportation formation cannot be used. Seeing this, Yan Ju Dao's face turned pale, and his heart was filled with regret. If he had known that there was such a terrifying existence in the infinite demon's sea, he would not have gotten involved in this mess. It's time to go. At this time, Qin Yu's indifferent gaze fell on them. With a dragon's roar, Qin Yu appeared in front of Yan Ju Dao and Cui Yangji and activated the 9 Serenities Purgatory. Not good. Yan Ju Dao and Cui Yangji's faces changed, and they immediately flew away. With the 30 advanced Wu Sheng as a precedent, they naturally did not dare to be covered by the black light. Kill. Seeing this, Jiao Tsongyan immediately held the 10,000 demon banner and led the hundreds of overlords to follow Qin Yu and charge out. They had not forgotten that Qin Yu's goal was to not let a single person from the 3 great sacred lands escape from this battle. Moreover, this was a great opportunity for them to weaken the strength of the human race. In this way, the demon race would not be pressured to the point of suffocation. Rumble! An earth-shattering battle broke out, and the whole world shook at this moment. Uffed! Wherever the 9 Serenities Purgatory passed, several Wu Sheng from the Holy Lands who could not escape in time were instantly killed. Even the Supreme Elder of the Water Fairy Holy Lands, Jin Jiuxing, was severely injured. When he wanted to use his life-saving technique to escape, Qin Yu shot him in the head, and he died on the spot. At this point, one of the top Wu Sheng from the 3 Holy Lands had finally fallen. This scene made the 3 Holy Lands even more fearful. The more they looked at Qin Yu, the more they felt that he was a martial god. Damn it, I'll fight it out with you. Sensing that Qin Yu was chasing after him, Cui Yangji, who had nowhere to run, roared. The half-saint sword in his hand shone brightly as he charged towards Qin Yu. Unfortunately, although he was strong, he was still not Qin Yu's opponent, and was turned into a bloody pulp by the heaven punishment killing array. The second top Wu Sheng, the master of the beast spirit, Holy Lands, died. When Qin Yu killed 2 top Wusheng consecutively. Jiao Tsangyan and the other demon race Wusheng were also crazily fighting against the three Wushengs Wusheng. With the 10,000 demon banner in hand, Jiao Tsangyan and the other overlords' battle strength soared, and they completely suppressed the three Wusheng saints. In the fierce and violent battle, the three holy lands Wusheng suffered heavy losses. Many saints of the 10,000 demon had also fallen. This seemed to have stimulated the saints of the 10,000 demon even more. Their auras became more violent and bloodthirsty as they crazily charged forward. Do you think you can still run away? Looking at the fleeing Yen Judao, Qin Yu's figure flashed and intercepted him. Wait, there is no grudge between us. We can talk. Yen Judao's face was pale, and he could not hide the fear in his eyes as he hurriedly said, I never talk to people who are about to die. Qin Yu did not hesitate and immediately attacked with the 9 Netherworld Dragon Spear. Who knew how many Wusheng of the Fun Yuan's sacred ground had died? Since the blood feud had been formed, no matter what Yen Judao wanted to say, he would definitely die. The Fun Yuan sacred ground has a backer in the martial world. If you kill me, you won't live, Yen Judao screamed in despair. But before he finished speaking, a killing array with the intent of destruction instantly covered him like a fierce beast bearing its fangs. Puff, the lord of the sacred ground, who enjoyed a great reputation on the continent, also followed in Cui Yangji's footsteps. Qin Yu did not care about what Yen Judao said. The 5 great sacred grounds of the continent were more or less related to the forces of the 100 martial world. But to be honest, the innumerable demons also had forces of the martial world. However, for the 100 martial world, the heavenly dragon continent was just one of the many broken continents attached to the 100 martial world. The forces of the martial world would not make a big fuss over the destruction of a force like Wusheng. Just like how the innumerable demons had always been suppressed by the 5 great sacred grounds of the human race, no forces of the martial world had ever intervened. You still don't show up. Since that's the case, don't blame me for being impolite. After glancing at the Sumeru realm that was emitting a shocking chill, Qin Yu's figure flashed and rushed into the chaotic and tragic battlefield. Bang! 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 With Qin Yu's help, Wusheng of the 3 great sacred grounds was quickly killed. In less than 10 breaths, the water fairy sacred ground only had 3 or 4 advanced Wusheng left. Ordinary Wusheng had also lost 70 to 80% of them. The water fairy sacred ground had suffered a great loss and was no longer qualified to be one of the 5 great sacred grounds of the continent. You all deserve to die. Just as Qin Yu was crazily chasing after Wusheng of the 3 great sacred grounds, a cold voice that was suppressing a monstrous killing intent rang out. Along with the appearance of that voice, there was also a shocking pressure of cold air that could freeze the world. In the void, a white-robed man that was emitting a shocking chill had appeared out of nowhere. With the white-robed man as the center, cold snow fell within a radius of a few thousand feet. Everything was sealed in ice. The lord of the water fairy sacred ground, the half-step martial god Han Qianhuang, had finally appeared. Chapter 172, Half-Step to Martial God Realm. As Han Qianhuang appeared, cold snow fell from the sky and covered the area, sealing everything in ice. The battlefield, which was originally filled with fighting and killing, immediately quieted down. Every Wusheng felt a chill run down their spines. It was extremely dangerous. Sacred Master. When the water fairy sacred ground and Wusheng's realm saw Han Qianhuang, they were overjoyed, as if they had been saved from drowning. You finally came out. Seeing Han Qianhuang, whose eyes were as cold as ice, and whose aura was somewhat chaotic, Qin Yu displayed a cold smile. When one advanced to the martial god realm, one's state of mind would be tempered, and one could not be disturbed. The more Wu Sheng's realm he killed, the more Han Qianhuang would be disturbed. Looking at Han Qianhuang's chaotic aura, Han Qianhuang might have suffered a backlash. You escaped last time. This time, I will let you know what it means to live a life worse than death. When Han Qianhuang saw that the water fairy's sacred grounds, Wu Sheng's realm, was less than 20%, he looked at the culprit, Qin Yu, coldly. Han Qianhuang's seclusion had reached a critical juncture. However, he had been disturbed twice by Qin Yu. This time, he had to come out of seclusion personally. Han Qianhuang's desire to kill Qin Yu had reached the point where he would not be able to vent his hatred even if he chopped Qin Yu into pieces. You are just a half step to martial god realm. Do you really think that you are powerful? Qin Yu laughed maniacally. He flew into the sky and stood at the same level as Han Qianhuang. Die! The cold light in Han Qianhuang's eyes intensified. The realm of heaven and earth surged, and a cold wind howled like a tornado. Boom, boom, boom. As the cold wind howled, the demonic Wu Sheng's realm were severely injured. Even the ordinary demonic sages were crushed, and their flesh turned into ice shards. Is this the power of the ultimacy of heaven and earth? It is too terrifying. Looking at the hundreds of demons fleeing in panic, Wu Sheng, the remnants of Wu Sheng's realm from the three holy lands, were stunned. The yearning and awe in their eyes were hard to conceal. Han Qianhuang was only a half step to the martial god realm. He had not fully comprehended the ultimacy of the heavens and earth, but he already possessed such great combat strength. Then, how powerful would a real martial god be? Break! Qin Yu did not retreat in the slightest in the face of the tornado-like cold wind. The roar of a dragon resounded, and the long spear trembled. It was like a dragon emerging from the sea, bringing with it a boundless might as it pierced through the air. A cracking sound was heard. The dragon's spear pierced through the air, and the violent cold wind was immediately pierced through. Then it shattered inch by inch and scattered in the void. What kind of power is that killing intent? Han Qianhuang narrowed his eyes and sensed carefully. The reason why Qin Yu was able to break his attack with a single spear was because of that sudden burst of destructive killing intent. Last time, when Qin Yu had wreaked havoc in the Holy Land, he had been quite concerned. This time, he could sense it even more clearly. The killing intent on Qin Yu's body was definitely not an ordinary power of the heavens and earth. 9 Hell's Purgatory! Qin Yu shouted. Dragon scales covered his body, and a black light spread out. The area within 200 to 300 feet was pitch black, and one could not see his fingers in front of him. Dragon scales? Superpower? This brat. The surroundings were pitch black, and one's senses were completely suppressed. The corners of Han Qianhuang's eyes twitched, and a sense of danger rose in his heart. His expression turned serious. It seemed like he had underestimated Qin Yu. With such means, it was no wonder that he could kill Yan Juedao and Cui Yangji, who were at the peak of the martial god realm, with Wu Sheng's strength. Heavenly Ice Pulse. A thick, smoke-like cold air rose from Han Qianhuang's body and turned into dark blue ice shields that surrounded his body. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Han Qianhuang's hand seals changed, and the ice shields suddenly spun rapidly, like spinning blades. As the sharp sound of the air being torn apart rang out, a cold blade array appeared around Han Qianhuang, and no one could get close to him. Bang, bang, bang. Suddenly, Han Qianhuang's expression changed. Numerous ice shields were exploding all around him without any order, making it impossible for him to determine Qin Yu's exact location. Moreover, the speed at which the ice shields shattered made it impossible for him to reform them in time. Secret technique. Ice eyes. Immediately, a dazzling blue light flashed in the depths of Han Qianhuang's eyes. In his line of sight, a light blue world appeared. Whoosh! At this moment, a figure as fast as lightning smashed the ice shield on Han Qianhuang's left side with a spear and stabbed out with a vast killing intent. Do you really think that I can't do anything to you, just because you have comprehended a superpower? Han Qianhuang immediately attacked, and a deep ice seal appeared in his palm. The ice seal exploded, and it turned into an ice prison seal that was several feet long, and it enveloped the person who attacked him. Let's see where you can run to this time. A ferocious expression appeared on Han Qianhuang's face, and a vast amount of true origin swept out from his body. The half-step heaven and earth ultimacy exploded without holding back. Immediately, the ice prison and the person who was imprisoned shattered, and they turned into ice shards that danced in the air. No. However, after the attack, Han Qianhuang's expression changed drastically. There was no smell of blood coming from the person who had shattered the ice shards. Could it be Han Qianhuang didn't have time to use the ice eyes to see the figure, and he immediately flew away? Puchi! However, almost at this moment, Qinyu appeared like a ghost, and the 9 underworld's dragon spear with the all heavens killing array stabbed out furiously. Han Qianhuang's left arm was cut off, and blood splattered everywhere. If he hadn't moved to the side in time, his heart would have been the one that had been attacked. Cough, cough. Even with the half-step heaven and earth ultimacy, it was extremely difficult to block the destructive killing intent that invaded his body. Han Qianhuang coughed violently, and he spat out blood continuously. Explode! At this crucial moment, Han Qianhuang's right hand moved. An ancient ice talisman exploded, and countless ice shards shot out in all directions like a volcanic eruption, covering a radius of several hundred feet. Dang! 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 Qinyu stabbed out with the dragon spear, and the ice shards that were attacking him were all shattered into ice shards. Whoosh! Han Qianhuang immediately escaped from the 9 underworld's purgatory. Although his cultivation had reached the half-step martial god realm, he was still suppressed by the dragon tribe's superpower and the 9 underworld's purgatory. Is that the sacred leader? No way. The sacred leader's arm is. Could it be that even the sacred leader is no match for him? How is this possible? The sacred leader has reached the half-step martial god realm. When they saw Han Qianhuang, who had lost his left arm, they were all shocked. All of the martial saints present were shocked. The martial saints of the water, fairy, holy land were even more shocked. The 9 underworld's purgatory dissipated, and Qinyu stood calmly in the air with a long spear in his hand, looking calm. The sacred leader was really defeated. Han Qianhuang's left arm had been cut off, and his aura was weak and chaotic. On the other hand, Qinyu's expression was normal, and even his breathing was not chaotic. Comparing the two, it was obvious who was stronger. The faces of the 3 sacred grounds, Wu Sheng, were filled with despair. Even the half-step martial god realm was no match for Qinyu. Who among them could stop Qinyu? What kind of enemy had the 3 sacred grounds provoked? Xiao Yu, Qin Tianfeng, who had been worried, was now filled with excitement and joy. He looked at Qinyu, who was standing upright, and an indescribable sense of pride rose in his heart. Now you know how strong you are, Qinyu said coldly as he looked down at Han Qianhuang from above. Damn it! The battered and exhausted Han Qianhuang had completely lost his previous demeanor. His eyes were blood red as he stared fiercely at Qinyu. If it weren't for the murderous intent in his body, he would have charged forward. Are these your last words? Then you can die. Qinyu's dragon chi surged, and his aura rose. A destructive, murderous intent locked onto Han Qianhuang. Chapter 173. Lightning Spear Explosion. As soon as he finished speaking, Qinyu's spear vibrated, and he charged towards Han Qianhuang with killing intent. Since you want to kill me, let's die together. With Han Qianhuang's current condition, it was impossible for him to dodge Qin Yu's attack. A fierce look appeared in his eyes, and a destructive fluctuation gathered in his body. Rumble! However, at that moment, an earth-shattering explosion was heard. Who is it? Before that loud sound even appeared, Qin Yu sensed it in an instant. His body stopped, and he raised his head to look. Boom, boom. Another 2 explosions were heard. A huge hole was blasted open in the indestructible 5-elemental heaven-trapping formation, and an incomparably terrifying pressure descended upon it. Martial God! Qin Yu squinted his eyes and sensed the aura. This aura was the true power of the ultimacy of heaven and earth, and it was far more powerful than Han Qianhuang's. This aura. However, Han Qianhuang's eyes lit up, and he was overjoyed. His current appearance was exactly the same as before when the water immortal Holy Land and the other martial sages saw him. The power of the ultimacy of heaven and earth. The smile on Qin Tianfeng's face froze, and he was shocked as he looked at the hole in the 5-elemental sky-trapping formation. Martial God Realm. Jiao Tsangyan and the other members of the demon race Wu Sheng were shocked. There was only one possibility for a martial god realm expert to appear at this moment. The 3 Holy Lands had invited a martial god realm expert from the martial world, a martial god realm expert. However, Wu Sheng of the 3 Holy Lands looked at each other. They had no idea that a martial god realm expert would come to help them. How lively! A calm voice sounded. A figure appeared from the gap and stepped through the air. It was a skinny man in a snow-white robe, and he looked to be in his 40s. There was a snow-white token hanging from the skinny man's waist, and there was the word Shui on it. Shui. Could it be? When Qin Tianfeng saw the token, his pupils shrank like needles, and he immediately flew to Qin Yu's side. Little Yu, that should be the martial god realm expert that the Water Fairy Sacred Land invited from the Snow Marquee Mansion in the 100 Martial Realm. Hurry up and take your mother away. I'll stop him. Although the blood on Qin Tianfeng's face had faded completely, he was still determined. No matter how strong Qin Yu's combat strength was, he was no match for a real martial god realm expert. If he didn't leave now, he wouldn't even have a chance to survive. Don't worry, nothing will happen. Qin Yu chuckled. A surge of energy gushed out and pushed his father into the sea of infinite demons. The Snow Marquee residence should be the backing of the Water Fairy Holy Land. It was the power that his mother had formed a marriage alliance with. Thinking of this, Qin Yu's eyes flashed with a cold light. Half of the natural spiritual crystal of water that his mother had refined was to be handed over to the Snow Marquee residence. To Qin Yu, the Water Fairy Holy Land had to be destroyed. If he had the chance, he wouldn't mind getting rid of the Snow Marquee residence. Elder Hongming. In a flash, Han Qianhuang, who had lost his left arm, flew to the skinny man and bowed respectfully. Sect Master Han, it has been a few years since we last met. Your cultivation has improved greatly. The skinny man called Hong Ming looked at Han Qianhuang with a faint smile. I have made some breakthroughs in my cultivation. However, compared to you, it is nothing. Han Qianhuang's heart skipped a beat, and he quickly said respectfully, the outer sect elder of the Snow Marquee residence was not someone that he could invite. There was only one reason why the other party had come to the Water Fairy Holy Land, the natural spiritual crystal of water. Han Qianhuang was glad that he had intercepted the natural spiritual crystal of water that was supposed to be given to the Snow Marquee residence in order to break through to the martial god realm. Otherwise, the Water Immortal Holy Land would be completely annihilated today. You should know why I am here. Tell me, why has the natural spiritual crystal of water not been handed over to the Marquis residence? As expected, Hong Ming went straight to the point. Although his tone was calm, it was obvious that he was questioning him. Elder Hong Ming, it is not that we did not hand over the natural spiritual crystal of water on purpose. However, something big has happened. Do you still remember what happened to Shen Wanhui? Han Qianhuang quickly said, "Tell me what you want to say." Hong Ming glanced at the 3 holy lands and the 10,000 demons sea. Then his gaze landed on Qin Yu. Could the battle at the Water Ferry Holy Land be related to what had happened back then? That guy is the kid from back then. Han Qianhuang pointed at Qin Yu and said with hatred, "The kid from back then? Was your arm cut off by him?" When Hong Ming saw that Han Qianhuang had lost his left arm, a strange look flashed across his eyes. If one were to calculate it like this, then Qin, you ought to be 17 years old at the very most. If Han Qianhuang was really injured by Qin Yu, then Qin Yu's talent was extremely shocking. To be able to injure a half-step to martial god at the age of 17. Such talent was rare even in the 7 great martial worlds. Yes, he knows about what happened back then. Now, he is colluding with the demon tribe to take revenge. I think he is not only against the Water Ferry Holy Land, but also the Marquis residence. When Han Qianhuang mentioned his left arm, the violent killing intent in his eyes became more intense. He said with hatred, "Oh, is that so?" Hong Ming raised his eyebrows and looked at Qin Yu with a different gaze. If he could recruit such talent, it would be a good thing. However, if he had a grudge against him, has Shen Wanhui been rescued? Hong Ming asked. No, she is trapped there. Han Qianhuang quickly pointed to the origin dragon world in the sky. Dragon Chi? Hong Ming raised his head and realized the existence of the chaotic dragon Chi. Dragon Soul, come back. Just as Hong Ming was about to take a look, Qin Yu's eyes flickered, and he shouted in his heart. Seeing the chaotic situation, Qin Yu had planned to bring his mother out after destroying the 3 great sacred lands. However, he did not expect that a martial god would appear out of nowhere. A martial god had comprehended the ultimacy of heaven and earth and could break through the origin dragon world of the dragon soul. Roar! Immediately, the primal chaos dragon aura started to move. A 10,000 feet long dragon silhouette flashed through the air and entered Qin Yu's body. Shen Wanhui, who had been unconscious, appeared and was caught by Qin Yu. That is the dragon soul. Hong Ming was stunned. His face trembled, and his eyes were filled with greed. Even in the 7 great martial worlds, the dragon tribe was a legendary divine beast. He had not expected to see a real dragon soul on this broken continent. From now on, protect my mother. Don't worry about anything else. Qin Yu's figure flashed as he placed his mother in his father's hands and said to the 10,000 beast sea. Xiao Yu, Qin Yu took Shen Wanhui and was about to finish his words when he saw Qin Yu returning to the sky. Is King going to fight a martial god? Jiao Tsongyan and the other sacred beasts finally understood what Qin Yu meant after a while. There's a martial god on this continent. The dragon soul in the ancient dragon seal looked at Hong Ming with interest after devouring half of the ancestral dragon chi and recovering from the origin dragon chi. From the 100 martial realm, Qin Yu's eyes sharpened as the battle dragon true origin in his body surged like a river. 3rd layer, martial god, realm. Ha! It seems like you're going to kill a martial god today. Although Qin Yu was facing a real martial god, the dragon soul was not worried at all. After returning to Qin Yu's body, the dragon's soul instantly sensed Qin Yu's current strength. Although everyone below the martial god realm was an ant. However, it depended on what kind of ant it was. Qin Yu, this ant, once had the strength to fight against the heavens. Chapter 174. third-level martial god, realm ultimacy of heaven and earth is not invincible. Qin Yu's face displayed a hint of arrogance. If it was before refining the ancestral dragon energy, Qin Yu might have some misgivings. However, in Qin Yu's eyes, a martial god was no longer someone he could not afford to offend. There were 10 levels to the force of heaven and earth, intent of heaven and earth, and ultimacy of heaven and earth. In the martial ancestor realm and Wusheng realm, one's cultivation and intent were separated. However, in the martial god realm, one's ultimacy and cultivation were inseparable. The man's cultivation had revealed his ultimacy of heaven and earth. Kid, you're quite talented. Are you interested in cultivating in the Snow Marquis residence? At this moment, Hong Ming arrived in the air. He looked at Qin Yu. Snow Marquis residence? I've never heard of it. Is it powerful? Qin Yu looked at Hong Ming and said calmly, the Snow Marquis residence is one of the top forces in the 100 martial realm. Hong Ming's smile widened when he saw that Qin Yu was interested. Qin Yu was actually able to obtain a dragon soul and had such an astonishing amount of dragon energy revolving around him. Perhaps Qin Yu had seen a real dragon tribe. The greed in Hong Ming's eyes intensified at the thought of this. Powerful? You're quite bold. Qin Yu chuckled. He did not hide the sarcasm in his words. Although this man's greed was concealed very well, who was Qin Yu? With a single glance, he was able to see through his thoughts. He probably wanted to lure him to the Snow Marquis residence and control him there. What do you mean? Hong Ming's face twitched. The smile on his face gradually disappeared as a powerful aura was released. That's exactly what it means. Qin Yu sneered. In his previous life, Qin Yu had mainly been in the heaven region. However, in order to find the dragon blood, he had been involved in the 3 imperial realms and the martial realm. Qin, you knew a little about the 7 martial realms in the Huntian imperial domain. If Hong Ming was a disciple of the Snow Marquis mansion, then Qin Yu would be wary of him. Only martial gods were qualified to become disciples. That kind of existence was definitely a top force in the 7 great martial worlds. However, since this person was an elder, it meant that the strength of the Snow Marquis mansion was at most a mid-tier force. Although there was only a difference of 1 level between a top force and a middle force, the difference in strength was like heaven and earth. You ignorant fool! Do you think that you can fight against a martial god just because you have some ability? Following the cold voice, a tremendous aura burst out from it like an ocean. So strong. The saints of the 10,000 monsters sea and Wusheng of the 3 sacred grounds were startled. The pressure that erupted from Hong Ming's body made them feel as if a mountain was pressing down on them. At this moment, the gap between the profound meanings of heaven and earth and the concept of heaven and earth was revealed. This caused all of them to lose the will to fight. One man had intimidated 100 saints. Only Han Qianhuang smiled viciously when he saw Hong Ming was enraged. This damn bastard. Since he had angered the martial god of the Snow Marquis mansion, he would not be far from death. A frog at the bottom of a well knows how big the world is. The dragon god, ancient seal, shook slightly, and Qin Yu's aura dissipated. The battle dragon true origin in his body whizzed out and entered the 9 underworld's dragon spear. A fighting spirit that seemed to be able to fight against the 9 heavens and 10 earths soared into the sky and swept across the wind and clouds. You're courting death. After being mocked by Qin Yu again and again, Hong Ming could no longer suppress the killing intent in his heart. He took a step forward and appeared in front of Qin Yu as if he had teleported. A dark blue wind thorn tore through the air and pierced toward Qin Yu's throat with a violent destructive force. Clang! The 9 underworld's dragon spear stabbed forward, and sparks flickered. Dong, dong, dong. The ultimates of heaven and earth exploded, and Qin Yu was forced to retreat dozens of feet. However, he was only pushed back by the impact. Where did this brat come from? The gloomy Hong Ming's eyes narrowed as he looked at Qin Yu in surprise. His cultivation was at the 7th martial ancestor realm, and he had used some kind of secret technique to reach the 7th or 8th martial ancestor realm of Wusheng. More importantly, what was that killing intent? How did it block his ultimates of heaven and earth attack? Ultimates of the wind Dao. Qin Yu moved his slightly numb right hand. No wonder it was so fast. 7 true dragon flashes. Qin Yu's figure flashed as he took the initiative to attack. After a few flashes, he left behind many afterimages as he approached Hong Ming. 9 Underworld's Purgatory. The instant he charged out, dragon scales appeared on Qin Yu's body, and his battle strength increased again. The pitch-black light was like rolling smoke. It spread out in an instant and enveloped Hong Ming. Superpower? He has many moves. What a pity! Looking at the silent pitch-black space, Hong Ming flipped his right hand, and an ancient azure sword appeared. A powerful sacred artifact, aura spread out, and a mighty pressure spread out. Sizzle! Sizzle! Hong Ming's right hand shook, and the ancient azure sword danced in the air, drawing profound sword runes. Each sword rune turned into a sharp sword wind that tore through the air and intersected with each other. It was like a spider web that covered the sky and covered the sun. It was airtight and spread out in all directions. Dang! Dang! Hong Ming immediately sensed the berserk quintessence exploding somewhere. A gale blew, and he appeared where the chaotic quintessence was. The ancient azure sword instantly sent out hundreds of destructive sword lights. Boom! The destructive quintessence exploded, and the 9 underworlds purgatory scattered. Qin Yu was sent flying again, and blood leaked from the corner of his lips. Now you know what the martial god realm is, right? Hong Ming held the ancient sword and stood in the air, looking at Qin Yu with disdain. Qin Yu's talent was strong, but he was just a genius in the end. Indeed, the martial god realm is unrivaled. The saints of the 10,000 Beasts Sea looked at Qin Yu, who was sent flying again, with grave looks in their eyes. Although Qin Yu could take 2 blows from a martial god realm cultivator, it was obvious that he was going to lose. Xiao Yu, Qin Tianfeng, looked at the unconscious Shen Wanhui with some reluctance, and a trace of determination appeared in his eyes. The martial god realm is not weak, but you can't do it. Qin Yu wiped the blood from the corner of his lips and looked at Hong Ming with an arrogant smile. I'll kill you. Hong Ming's eyes twitched, and his face turned even more sinister. Immediately, a dark cyan hurricane with the destruction intent attached itself to the cyan ancient sword. In the blink of an eye, the green ghost sword grew to a size of 10 feet. Like a giant green python, it swallowed and spat out a sharp sword light. Die! With a piercing sound, Hong Ming's speed was so fast that he seemed to have disappeared. In the next moment, that 30-meter-long cyan ancient sword, carrying with it a world-destroying force, violently pierces through the air towards Qin Yu. He was confident that even if Qin Yu were to unleash his killing intent from before again, he would still definitely be killed by this sword strike. Just in time. Sky-swallowing dragon seal. Qin Yu's eyes lit up, and the 9 darkness dragon spear stabbed forward. An ancient dragon seal, surrounded by mysterious dragon patterns, appeared on the tip of the spear. In an instant, it turned into a ferocious dragon that was 30 meters long and swallowed the giant azure sword. How is this possible? The eyes of the gloomy Hong Ming popped out as he stared at the scene before him in utter shock. His ultimacy of heaven and earth was swallowed. Had it been devoured so easily? How was this possible? Azure dragon battling the heavens. Lightning spear explosion. Qin did not hesitate at all. He used the azure dragon battling the heavens to the limit, and his battle strength increased to the peak of the Wusheng realm. The slaughter spear aura and the lightning spear aura merged, and with a thunderous roar, the spear stabbed toward Hongming. Not good. At this moment of life and death, Hongming suddenly sobered up. He knew that he had been tricked by Qin Yu, who had been hiding his true strength. All the true Yuan in his body exploded at this moment, crazily surging toward the destructive spear. As long as he could block it for a moment, he would have a way to escape. At that time, Qin Yu would definitely die. Heavenly killing array. But how could Qin Yu, who had pretended to be weak just to wait for this moment, let Hongming escape? Amidst the spear glow, 100 feet large annihilation killing formation erupted. Surging berserk, true Yuan, and a loud roar directly covered the area. Rumble! A deafening explosion rang out. With Hongming's circumference of Tianzhong as the center, the entire area had turned into an area filled with killing intent and destruction. Even Qin Yu was affected by it. Did he win? Or Qin Tianfeng, who was about to make a move, was shocked by Qin Yu's sudden reversal. He stared at the destructive killing intent area. He clenched his fists, and sweat dripped down his face. Whoosh! Suddenly, a figure broke through the killing intent and flew out. It was Hongming. But at this moment, Hongming's spotless robe was in tatters. His right arm that held the sword was shattered, and his entire body was covered with deep wounds that exposed his bones. Blood kept flowing out. The aura on his body was chaotic, and there was even a hint of weakness that was difficult to suppress. "You damned little bastard, just you wait," with blood dripping from the corner of his mouth. Hongming's face was pale. He roared and immediately tried to escape. "Do you think you can still run away?" Qin Yu's cold voice sounded. The pitch-black 9 hells swept over and enveloped Hongming, who was about to escape. Heavenly killing array. Soul-devouring curse. The heavenly killing array erupted once more, and the soul-devouring curse turned into a ray of black light and attacked. Bang! Hongming, who was already heavily injured, was hit by the soul-devouring curse, and his soul consciousness immediately collapsed. Pooh! With a shake of his right hand, Qin Yu pierced Hongming's heart with his spear, and then devoured his soul. Ha! This guy really thinks that he can win against Wusheng just because he's a martial god. The dragon soul in the divine dragon ancient seal laughed. If Hongming had not underestimated his opponent, it would not have been so easy for Qin Yu to kill him. But unfortunately, he had never put Qin Yu in his eyes, and only reacted when he was about to die. Huff! Qin Yu, whose dragon scales were shattered and blood kept flowing out, let out a long breath and swallowed several spiritual pills. This battle had consumed a great deal of his energy. That is, when the pitch-black 9 hells disappeared and Qin Yu appeared in the air, the 3 sacred lands, and Wusheng of the 10,000 demons, all looked over. It can't be. However, in the next moment, their eyes widened as they stared blankly at Hongming, who had been pierced by the spear and had lost all signs of life. A martial god was dead. Everyone who saw this scene held their breaths. The entire place fell into a dead silence. Even the sound of a pin dropping could be heard. Before their eyes, the high and mighty, unparalleled martial gods were being slaughtered by Qin Yu like a dying dog. Wusheng had slain a martial god. This was going against the heavens. Chapter 175. Whoosh! However, just as everyone was incomparably shocked and the sky was deathly silent, a pitch-black, ghostly light suddenly appeared. Its target was Qin Yu's parents. So it's here. In an instant, Qin Yu sensed it. Roar! Just as the beam of black, ghostly light was about to hit Qin Yu's parents, a deafening roar came from the 10,000 demon banner. The divine ape king's saint soul appeared and protected Qin Yu's parents in the 10,000 demon banner, avoiding the beam of black, ghostly light. Woo, woo, woo. The beam of black, ghostly light missed and turned into a ferocious evil ghost. Many Wu Sheng of the demon race were knocked away, and they were severely injured. What is that? The sudden sneak attack caused the saints of the 10,000 demon to come back to their senses. They all joined forces to suppress the ferocious evil ghost. Ghostly qi and demon qi filled the sky. The battle started again. A ghost cultivator? Who is that? Feeling the terrifying ghostly qi, Han Qianhuang, whose face was pale and filled with despair, showed a hint of hope. He only hoped that this ghost cultivator would be able to kill Qin Yu. Otherwise, the gap in the 5 elemental sky imprisoning formation would be filled, and he would die without a doubt. Could this be the powerful cultivator that the holy leader mentioned earlier, the one that he invited? The expression of a severely injured peak martial sage in the beast spirit holy land changed as he thought of something. Only the top wusheng of the 3 sacred lands knew about the details of the alliance between the 3 sacred lands. Previously, when Qin Yu displayed his invincible might by killing martial sages and martial gods in succession, they had all forgotten that Cui Yangji had once said that there would be help from experts. However, Cui Yangji had never said that he would invite a ghost cultivator. Looks like you didn't learn your lesson. Qin Yu's eyes flashed coldly when he saw that his parents were successfully protected in the 10,000 demon banner. He looked at the spot where the black, ghostly light had appeared. A faint ghostly aura gradually appeared in the air. A figure surrounded by ghostly qi appeared. It was the purple-eyed ghost cultivator that he had fought in the beast spirit, Holy Land's demon, subduing pagoda. Before the battle with the Narcissus sacred land, Qin Yu had already considered the existence of the purple-eyed ghost cultivator. That was why he gave the 10,000 demon banner to Jiao Tsangyan and the other saints and asked the demons to protect his parents. However, he did not expect the martial god of the Snow Marquis residence to appear first. This fellow had secretly become the Aureole. The purple-eyed ghostly cultivator retracted his ghostly qi and revealed his true form. He had a medium build and ordinary facial features, making him look completely unremarkable. He looked completely different from the last time they met. Only the pair of purple eyes did not change in the slightest. They were still ghastly. This guy, Qin Yu's eyebrows twitched as he took a closer look. The purple-eyed ghost cultivator's cultivation was still at the Wusheng realm. He was not even as strong as Hongming, but the degree of danger he gave Qin Yu was far greater than Hongming's. It should be him. Last time in the 100 Countries battlefield, he tried to sneak attack me. The dragon soul in the divine dragon ancient seal also sensed that person's aura. He should be from the heaven-suppressing ghost emperor's bloodline. Qin Yu said, "Heaven-suppressing ghost emperor? Huh, great. Let's settle the old and new grudges together." The dragon soul was slightly startled, and its murderous intent intensified. One of the biggest accomplices of the Star Luo Empire back then. He must be killed. You can kill a martial god at the martial ancestor realm. I take back what I said last time. Even outside the continent, a monster like you is extremely rare. The purple-eyed ghost cultivator sized up Qin Yu, unable to hide his shock. He had seen Qin Yu 3 times in a row, and each time Qin Yu displayed his battle strength, he had improved tremendously. Even with his experience, he was still shocked by the difference in strength. It seems that the ancient immortal badge is indeed a precious treasure. It made you so persistent. Hearing the purple-eyed ghost cultivator's words, Qin Yu's eyes flickered as he spoke in a calm tone. "There's no great grudge between us. If you're willing to give me the ancient immortal badge, I'll give you the skeleton Phantom Emperor, and I won't hold it against you. Otherwise, the purple-eyed ghost cultivator's eyes emitted a purple glow as he stared at Chinyu. Otherwise what? Chinyu let out a soft laugh. He had tried to kill him several times, and even tried to kill his parents. Even if the purple-eyed ghost cultivator did not hold it against him, Chinyu would not forgive him either. I'll kill you. Seeing that Chinyu was being stubborn, a murderous intent flickered across the purple-eyed ghost cultivator's face. His eyes emitted a purple glow at lightning speed, which arrived before Chinyu in the blink of an eye. Whoosh! Chinyu was prepared for it. His eyes flickered as the destructive glow of his eyes shattered the purple glow. As I thought, you've mastered the legendary destructive ghost eyes. The purple-eyed ghost cultivator's attack seemed to be just a test. He stares into Chinyu's eyes. A ferocious smile appears on his face. His smile contains intense greed. For ghost cultivators, the destructive ghost eyes were their natural nemesis and also a supreme sacred item. Today, I won't let you escape again. Chinyu snickered as he flicked his fingers. Rays of light flashed in the air, forming a huge array that was 100 feet wide. Surging golden lightning and howling purple flames were born within the formation. Its might was astonishing. The golden-purple lightning flame array was a saint-grade array. It was extremely young and could completely counter anything from the ghost Tao. 3 days before Chinyu attacked the Water Fairy Sacred Ground, he had been preparing the 5-elemental Sky Trap Array, the golden-purple lightning flame array, and other trump cards. He has so many saint-grade arrays. Who is this kid? Seeing the golden-purple lightning flame array, the purple-eyed ghost cultivator's expression changed. He knew that Su Mo cultivated the spirit-devouring ghost power inheritance and was proficient in so many saint-grade arrays. Could it be that Chinyu's origin was related to their bloodline? Rumble! At this moment, Chinyu pointed his long spear. Hundreds of golden lightning and purple flames fell from the golden-purple lightning flame array with destructive power, instantly blasting the purple-eyed ghost cultivator. The golden lightning and purple flames immediately exploded, completely covering the purple-eyed ghost cultivator. When the purple-eyed ghost cultivator appeared again, his appearance had changed greatly. The flesh and blood on his body had been blown away, revealing a skeleton covered in countless purple ghost patterns. A ghost body? In the divine dragon ancient seal, the dragon's soul exclaimed in shock when it saw the skeleton surrounded by purple ghost patterns. This aura, it's a ghost body formed from the 2 martial emperor skeletons in the ghost demon cave. Qin Yu was also shocked. He had carefully examined the 2 martial emperor skeletons and knew that they would shatter with a touch. Otherwise, he would not have let go of the martial emperor's body. However, this purple-eyed ghost cultivator had used some unknown method to actually condense the 2 martial emperor skeletons into a ghost body. Did you think that I would be completely unprepared like the previous 2 times when I came to look for you? The purple-eyed ghost cultivator wore a cold smile on his face. Bang! Following his words, a shocking aura burst out. The destructive aura seemed to contain endless god force. As it swept past, the golden-purple lightning flame array collapsed. What kind of aura is this? It's so terrifying. It's even stronger than the martial god realm. At that instant, the martial saints of the 3 sacred areas and the 10,000 monsters trembled with pale faces. They could not hide the fear on their faces. Even the martial god Hongming of the Snow Marquee Mansion did not have such an aura. Who exactly was this guy? Chapter 176. Now, how do you want to die? Ghostly runes flickered on the purple-eyed ghost cultivator's body. They were like ghostly eyes that contained a terrifying power. Right now, the purple-eyed ghost cultivator was like an emperor that ruled the world. He emitted a supreme divine might as he looked at Qin Yu coldly. It's just a ghost body. I really don't know where you get your confidence from. Chinyu smiled faintly. There was no fear on his face. If the purple-eyed ghost cultivator was a true martial emperor, he would not be able to escape today. However, it was just a ghost body formed from a martial emperor's corpse. It was wishful thinking to think that it could defeat him. Just a ghost body? Ignorant ant. You will know where I get my confidence from in a while. Before Xiao Chen finished speaking, the purple-eyed ghost cultivator's figure flickered as he punched out. Boundless ghostly energy gathered, and the space exploded. A 100-meter-long shockwave surged over like a huge wave. Whoosh! The azure dragon battling the heavens and the 9 layers of purgatory were executed simultaneously. Dragon scales covered Chinyu's body as a vast dragon might spread out. Xiao Chun moved his right hand, and the 9 layers of purgatory dragon's spear shot out like a shunran rising out of the sea. Boom! When the spear dragon collided with the huge wave, an explosion that shook mountains and rivers immediately erupted. Surging destructive shockwaves swept out in all directions like a tornado that destroyed everything. Pooh! 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 The fiend race's Wu Sheng and the human race's Wu Sheng were severely injured. They vomited blood and were sent flying. In the blink of an eye, no one dared to get close to Xiao Chun. I'm getting more and more curious. What kind of treasure is that killing formation of yours? The purple-eyed ghost cultivator smiled sinisterly. He forcefully passed through the destructive shock waves and charged toward Chinyu. Boom, 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 boom. The purple-eyed ghost cultivator's fists seemed to have turned into a 1,000-meter-long mountain. They carried a great momentum as they continuously punched toward Chinyu. The speed of the fists was so fast that it was like a violent storm. Lightning spear explosion. Chinyu's eyes narrowed. He did not retreat and charged forward. The sky was filled with spear shadows as they attacked the fist radiance with unparalleled precision. The celestial slaughtering formation and the rolling draconic chi exploded. The fist radiance against the spear shadow was like a needle against an awn. Their attacks contained unparalleled killing intent. As long as there was a chance, they could kill each other. What the hell? What kind of big secret is this kid hiding? After exchanging dozens of blows head-on, the shock in the purple-eyed ghost cultivator's purple eyes grew denser and denser. At his peak, he was a true martial monarch. Even though he had turned into a ghost cultivator and lost all of his cultivation, he was still a ghost cultivator. However, now that he had recovered to the Wu Sheng realm and possessed the martial emperor's ghost body, how could he not be able to take down a mere martial ancestor realm ant? What he didn't know was that the ant in his eyes was someone who stood at the peak of the emperor realm at his peak. Ghost realm, unseal. After 100 frenzied exchanges, the purple-eyed ghost cultivator let out a furious roar. The faint purple ghost tattoo on his body immediately emitted a dazzling black light, an extremely terrifying aura, which made one's soul tremble, erupted from the purple-eyed ghost cultivator's body. In the next moment, the area within a radius of 10,000 miles turned into a ghost realm. Countless ferocious evil spirits appeared and wreaked havoc between heaven and earth. The souls and flesh of the monster saints from the 3 Holy Lands and the monster saints of the Infinite Monster Sea were continuously devoured and died in the blink of an eye. The strength of those ferocious evil spirits became even more terrifying because of this. Oh no, run! In fear and despair, the monster saints of the Infinite Monster Sea immediately fled into the Infinite Monster Banner. Wu Sheng of the 3 Holy Lands could only flee frantically. Once he was targeted by those ferocious evil spirits, he would definitely be killed. It can't be? This is the soul-devouring ghost realm. In the Dragon God Ancient Seal, The dragon soul was even more shocked when it saw the ghost realm. The soul-devouring ghost realm could devour the souls of living beings. It was said that once one fell into it, they would definitely die. It was a secret skill of the Ghost Emperor Zhen Tian. Could this guy not only be a member of the Ghost Emperor Zhen Tian's bloodline, but also have a close relationship with him? Otherwise, why would he have the soul-devouring ghost realm? Good, let's end this. Qin Yu's expression turned serious. At this moment, the 9 hells purgatory condensed on his dragon scales. The shattered dragon scales recovered in the blink of an eye. An aura stronger than Wu Sheng's at his peak radiated from Qin Yu's body. Since this purple-eyed ghost cultivator had even used the soul-devouring ghost realm, then he would also go all out. Whoosh, whoosh. The more souls the evil spirits of the soul-devouring ghost realm devoured, the more the host's strength would increase. You even know about the soul-devouring ghost realm? Seeing the ferocious evil spirits being killed, the purple-eyed ghost cultivator's murderous intent intensified. He immediately growled, "Condense!" Boom! Immediately, all the ferocious evil spirits of the ghost realm madly gathered on the purple-eyed ghost cultivator. The purple-eyed ghost cultivator's cultivation immediately rose crazily. Soon, it surpassed Hongming's cultivation and continued to grow stronger. After Qin Yu used the soul-devouring ghost eyes, 2 golden ancient talismans appeared in his left hand and stuck to his right arm. The moment the ancient talismans touched his skin, they immediately turned into 2 rays of golden light and entered Qin Yu's right arm. His entire right arm immediately shone with golden light, as if it was made of gold. The dragon soul was shocked as it saw through Qin Yu's intentions. Soul-devouring ghost. Feeling the change in Qin Yu's aura, the purple-eyed ghost cultivator quickly formed hand seals with his hands. Ghost chi surged as he turned into a ferocious evil spirit 10 feet tall, with 2 horns on his head. He emitted a vast aura as he rushed out. Whoosh! Qin Yu's body also flashed as he became one with his spear. He was like a meteor as he rushed forward. Die! The ferocious evil spirit let out a roar as ghostly energy that could devour tens of thousands of souls madly gathered and attacked Qin Yu. God-slaying array. Qin Yu's eyes were sharp and indifferent as the killing intent of the god-slaying ancient diagram surged into the 9 underworld dragon spear. Explode! The bones in his body cracked, the golden light on his arm shattered, and blood and flesh splattered everywhere. However, Qin Yu didn't seem to care, as he shouted. The murderous intent of the gods swept out like a flood, erupting and covering a radius of 100 miles. Boom! The purple-eyed ghost cultivator's pupils shrank, but before he could react, he was covered by the killing intent. The ghastly body, which was covered in flickering black ghastly runes, immediately shattered into countless pieces. After the attack, Qin Yu's face was pale, and his breathing was chaotic as he vomited blood. Although his cultivation had increased a lot, his body still couldn't withstand the killing intent of the god-slaying array. However, compared to his half-crippled state last time, he was much better this time. Merge. The dragon soul in the dragon god ancient seal flashed as it used a secret technique to merge strands of pure dragon chi into Qin Yu's body. He's not dead yet. At this moment, Qin Yu's expression changed as he tilted his head and appeared somewhere in the void. Whoosh! He used the soul-devouring curse and attacked the void. Boom! A purple ghost appeared. It was the purple-eyed ghost cultivator. He had used some unknown method to escape from the killing intent of the gods. However, the purple-eyed ghost cultivator was so weak that he was on the verge of dissipating and was instantly imprisoned by the soul-devouring curse. With a thought, Qin Yu devoured the purple-eyed ghost cultivator's soul and searched his memories. His gaze swept across the area where the killing intent of the god-slaying array was wreaking havoc. Qin Yu's eyes flashed as he used his true yuan, and more than 10 light purple bones appeared in Qin Yu's hand. These were the purple-eyed ghost cultivator's ghost body formed with the body of a martial emperor. It wasn't completely destroyed by the killing intent of the gods, which was enough to show how extraordinary these bones were. Cough, cough. Only then did Qin Yu relax as he coughed violently and spat out blood. Chapter 177. Come out. After suppressing the injuries in his body, Qin Yu called out the beast saints from the 10,000 demon banner. It's over. Does that mean the king won? Jiao Tsangyan and the other beast saints couldn't help but discuss when they saw the ghost world disappear and the skeleton ghost cultivator disappear. Ice Dragon Clan, Sky Eye Spirit Fox Clan, lead your men to the Beast Spirit Sacred Ground. Blazing Flame Sky Scale Clan, Thunder Rock Clan, lead your men to the Fun Yuan Sacred Ground. Leave no one above the Martial Ancestor Realm alive. Those below the Martial Ancestor Realm who are related to the upper echelons of the 3 sacred grounds will be killed without mercy. Qin Yu didn't waste any time and immediately ordered coldly. Today, the upper echelons of the 3 sacred grounds were almost all buried here. Since that was the case, he would take the opportunity to completely destroy the 3 sacred grounds to prevent any future troubles. Yes, Jiao Tsangyan and the other royal clan members responded and led their men with murderous intent. Before leaving, they also took care of the remaining wusheng in the 3 sacred grounds. In this battle at the Water Fairy Sacred Ground, there were reinforcements from the 2 sacred grounds, followed by the appearance of the half-step martial god Han Qianhuang and the martial god realm experts from the 100 Martial Realm, as well as the mysterious ghost cultivator. There were originally more than 800 beast saints in the 10,000 demon sea, but more than 300 died. Because of this, fortunately, there weren't many casualties among the top beast saints, and the upper echelons were still intact. Xiao Yu, your mother's condition. Do you have a solution? Qin Tianfeng appeared with Shen Wanhui in his arms. After seeing that Qin Yu wasn't seriously injured, he was relieved. But soon after, looking at the pale and unconscious Shen Wanhui, a deep sense of self-blame appeared in Qin Tianfeng's eyes. Although he had been desperately cultivating these years and constantly roping in experts, it was still too late. Qin Yu's mother's life force was so weak that it was fatal. At this time, Qin Tianfeng could only place his hopes on Qin Yu. Don't worry, mother will be fine. After carefully inspecting his mother's condition, Qin Yu said, although his mother's foundation was exhausted and her life force was extremely weak, it wasn't impossible to recover. As long as he could think of a way to let his mother enter the wusheng realm, her vitality would naturally become stronger. The path of cultivation was a path that defied the heavens. The higher one's cultivation, the longer one's lifespan would be. At the wusheng realm, one's lifespan would reach 300 years. The martial gods, martial ancestors, and martial emperors would be even more terrifying. Of course, entering the wusheng realm was only the first step. Only by entering the wusheng realm would his mother be able to recover completely. Really? Qin Tianfeng suddenly looked at Qin Yu, his eyes flashing with hope and excitement. Of course. Qin Yu smiled and dispersed the 5 elements heaven-trapping formation. He glanced at the completely destroyed Water Fairy Sanctuary and teleported back to the Demon Sea. Although this battle had been full of twists and turns, it was fortunate that everything had come to an end. Myriad Demon Sea, Tongtian Peak. What is the relationship between that ghost cultivator and ghost Emperor Zhentian? After Qin Yu helped his parents settle down, the dragon soul, who had been using a secret technique to heal Qin Yu's injuries with dragon qi, asked, Ghost Emperor Gentian's direct disciple. Qin Yu sank his consciousness into the dragon soul's mind and sent the purple-eyed ghost cultivator's memory into the dragon soul's mind. Long Hao, that little brat from back, then also became a venerable emperor? The dragon soul was shocked after reading the memory. The purple-eyed ghost cultivator was called Sun Yu, one of the 18 direct disciples of Ghost Emperor Gentian. Sun Yu had entered the martial emperor realm more than 300 years ago. 100 years ago, Ghost Emperor Gentian had sent him to the 100 martial realm to create the 1,000 Ghost Palace to hunt down a large clan. But a few decades ago, Ghost Emperor Gentian was in seclusion, so Sun Yu sneaked back to the heavenly region and stole Ghost Emperor Gentian's treasure, the ancient deity token. Although he stole the ancient deity token, the matter was exposed. Sun Yu was chased by Ghost Emperor Gentian's first disciple and fled to the heavenly dragon continent, where he set up a trap in the ghost demon cave and killed the first disciple. But he himself was seriously injured and on the verge of death. His cultivation had dissipated, and he had no choice but to become a ghost cultivator. In the following few decades, he established a relationship with the beast spirit Holy Land and slowly recovered his foundation in the ghost demon cave with the help of the beast spirit Holy Land. But before he recovered his cultivation, Qin Yu suddenly appeared and took away the ancient deity token. Sun Yu didn't know what the ancient deity token was, and Qin Yu couldn't tell. But Sun Yu was sent to the 100 martial realm to create the 1,000 Ghost Palace to hunt down a large clan, which shocked Qin Yu. The former patriarch of that large clan was actually one of Qin Yu's 3 in-name disciples, Long Hao. Long Hao's aptitude was ordinary, but his martial Dao heart was firm. When he was young, in order to worship Qin Yu as his master, he knelt in front of Qin Yu's cave mansion for 3 whole years before Qin Yu accepted him as an in-name disciple. But unexpectedly, Long Hao, who had the worst aptitude at that time, actually stepped into the emperor realm more than 100 years ago. What surprised Qin Yu even more was that Long Hao actually went to find the heaven-suppressing ghost emperor to avenge him. The two had a big battle, and Long Hao disappeared. The heaven-suppressing ghost emperor was seriously injured and had been in seclusion. Long Hao's clan was also attacked by the heaven-suppressing ghost emperor, who sent Sun Yu to take revenge on them. The affairs of the world are truly unpredictable. After the shock, the dragon soul was quite emotional. Back then, Star Luo, who was regarded as a close brother by Qin Yu, joined forces with external enemies to besiege Qin Yu. But the in-name disciple that Qin Yu casually accepted was actually so grateful and willing to sacrifice himself. To be honest, Qin Yu didn't give Long Hao many pointers back then. That silly boy is as stubborn as ever. Qin Yu also sighed in his heart. In the emperor realm, even if the cultivation level was the same, there would be a huge gap in strength. When Qin Yu rose, the heaven-suppressing ghost emperor was already an emperor realm master. Long Hao had just broken through to the emperor realm and went to find the heaven-suppressing ghost emperor. Naturally, he was not his opponent. It seems that there are still many of Long Hao's clansmen who are still slaves. As the dragon soul spoke, the cold-killing intent became even more intense. The heaven-suppressing ghost emperor's blood feud had increased. From Sun Yu's memory, he learned that although the masters of Long Hao's clan were all slaughtered, however, their descendants were enslaved for generations to come, serving as maids. I know, when I go to the 100 martial realm, I will rescue them all and train them well. Qin Yu didn't have the strong killing intent of the dragon soul. Long Hao avenged him, and Qin Yu naturally couldn't ignore the revenge on his clansmen. But the heaven domain had always been a place where the strong were respected and the weak were prey to the strong. If Long Hao had defeated the heaven-suppressing ghost emperor, then the people of the heaven-suppressing ghost emperor's clan would not have a good ending. And Long Hao's disappearance, and the revenge on his clansmen was inevitable. Today's battle between the three Holy Lands was the same. If Chinyu lost, Chinyu's parents and the 10,000 Beast Sea would all die. Therefore, in the world of martial artists there was no right or wrong, only the strong and the weak. If one wanted to protect his clansmen and control his own destiny, he had to keep getting stronger. Chinyu, who was a medicine slave, had a deep understanding of this. Strength was everything. At this moment, the situation on the heavenly dragon continent had changed. Under the saints of the 10,000 Beast Sea, the Fun Yuan sacred land and the Beast Spirit sacred land were completely eliminated from the continent. However, the ones who benefited the most from this battle were not the 10,000 Beast Sea, but the Sky Pillar sacred land and the Wind Thunder sacred land, which had not participated. Almost after the masters of the three Holy Lands had been wiped out, the Sky Pillar sacred land and the Wind Thunder sacred land quickly moved to occupy the territories and resources of the two Holy Lands. The saints of the 10,000 Beast Sea could do nothing about this. After all, the Sky Pillar sacred land and the Wind Thunder sacred land were different. It was basically impossible for the other three Holy Lands to invite a martial god from the 100 Martial Realm. The appearance of Hong Ming of the Snow Marquee Mansion was just a coincidence. But the Sky Pillar sacred land and the Wind Thunder sacred land were different. If they were in danger of being exterminated, they would definitely attract many martial gods. With the intervention of the Sky Pillar sacred land and the Wind Thunder sacred land, the saints of the 10,000 Beast Sea did not stay for long. They took a huge amount of resources and returned to the 10,000 Beast Sea. Although the monster race had left, the human race was thrown into chaos. Countless forces fought over resources and expanded their influence, falling into endless chaos. Chapter 178. 3 days later, Thousand Demon Sea, Tongtian Peak. In a hidden ancient palace, the ground was covered with mysterious formation runes. Rolling spiritual chi and pure dragon chi followed the movement of the runes and formed a mysterious spiritual array. In the center of the spiritual array, Shun Wanhui floated quietly in the air. Chinyu and the dragon souls sat on the left and right of the spiritual array. They corresponded with each other and formed seals. After the spiritual chi and dragon chi merged, they kept flowing into Shun Wanhui's body. When all the spiritual chi and dragon chi flowed in, Chinyu and the dragon soul slowly stopped. She hasn't woken up yet. Seeing the dragon soul return to Chinyu's body and the spiritual array disappear, Qin Tianfeng quickly walked over nervously. I used a secret technique to temporarily seal Mother's martial vein. Her life force will not be consumed. She will wake up naturally in a few days. Chinyu stood up. Although sealing her martial vein would greatly reduce his mother's cultivation speed, it was still a good thing. However, his mother's cultivation had reached the peak of the martial ancestor realm. As long as she had a breakthrough in the force of heaven and earth and comprehended the will of heaven and earth, it would not be difficult to enter the Wusheng realm with the help of a large amount of cultivation resources. At that time, her life force would become stronger and the martial vein seal would naturally be unlocked. Just in case, it's time to go to the Blood Mist Devil Stream. After the seal was completed, the dragon soul said, in the battle to destroy the three Holy Lands, Chinyu had killed the martial god realm of the Snow Marquee Mansion. Once the news spread to the 100 Martial Realm, the Snow Marquee Mansion would definitely take action. At that time, Chinyu would not only have to face enemies of the LV3 Martial God Realm. It's time to go. He did not know when the crisis would arrive. The fastest method that Chinyu could think of to become stronger was that heavenly dragon's soul. As long as he refined that heavenly dragon's soul, Qin Yu's cultivation would once again advance to a new level. However, it was not the best time to refine the dragon soul now. Although Qin Yu's cultivation had reached the LV7 martial ancestor realm, and he had recovered 2 types of force of heaven and earth. However, regardless of whether it was the slaughter spear force or the lightning spear force, Qin Yu had only reached the 4th or 5th level. After all, he had ranked up to the 7th layer martial ancestor realm after refining the ancestral dragon chi before waging a war against the 3 sacred areas. Until now, he simply did not have the time to properly comprehend and raise the power of the world. If Xiao Chen continued to refine the heavenly dragon soul, it would cause his foundation to become unstable. However, the situation was special now. Danger could come at any time. Qin Yu couldn't care so much. As Qin Yu left the ancient palace and returned to the heaven-connecting peak, he saw a slender figure waiting for him. It was the 9-tailed snow fox woman. What's wrong? Is there a problem with the 9 transformations blood spirit pill? 2 days ago, Qin Yu refined the 9 transformations blood spirit pill as promised. This 9-tailed snow fox woman had also left the 10,000 monster sea and returned to the 100 martial realm. Why would she return to the 10,000 monster sea now? No, the quality of the 9 revolutions blood spirit pellet is extremely good. I've come here to express my gratitude. The 9-tailed snow fox woman walked toward Xiao Chen and said with a smile, "Other than thanking me, do you have anything else to say?" Qin Yu said faintly, "I think you must be very concerned about the Snow Marquis Mansions movement in the 100 martial realm." The 9-tailed snow fox woman said with a smile, "What do you know?" Qin Yu finally realized that the 9-tailed snow fox woman came from the 100 martial realm. She must know more about the Snow Marquis Mansion's information than him. 2 days ago, the Snow Marquis Mansion already knew that the Outer Mansion Elder was killed. The news should have been spread by the other 2 sacred lands. The 9-tailed snow fox woman said. Then, Qin Yu asked with a slightly serious look, "The Snow Marquis Mansion originally sent 10 advanced martial gods to the 10,000 monster sea to seek revenge. However, they were stopped by the 100 Beast Palace." The 9-tailed snow fox woman said, "Why? Didn't the 100 Beast Palace not interfere in the 10,000 monster sea?" The 100 Beast Palace was one of the forces in the 100 martial realm. It was the 100 Beast Palace's backer in the 10,000 monster sea. Of course, the 100 Beast Palace basically did not interfere in the 10,000 monster sea. They were not even a subsidiary force. The Sky Dragon continent is just one of the many broken continents in the 100 martial realm. Not only are the resources limited, the 10,000 monster sea does not have any outstanding monster tribe bloodline. Naturally, the 100 Beast Palace did not pay much attention to the 10,000 monster sea. You should know that the monster tribes in the other broken continents will have outstanding monster tribe bloodline every 10 to 20 years. They will be sent to the 100 Beast Palace for training. The 9-tailed snow fox woman said slowly, "So, why are you interfering in the 10,000 monster sea now?" Qin Yu said, and suddenly paused. "Is it because I can refine the 9 transformation blood spirit elixir? After thinking about it, it seemed to be the only possibility." "That's right. Other than thanking you, I have another mission. I hope that you can join the 100 Beast Palace. As long as you agree, the 100 Beast Palace can guarantee the safety of your parents, family, and the 10,000 monster sea." The 9-tailed snow fox woman said solemnly. Hearing this, Qin Yu raised his eyebrows. "I can consider this." The dragon soul in the ancient dragon seal said. With the 100 Beast Palace protecting the 10,000 monster sea, Qin Yu did not need to rush to refine the heavenly dragon soul. As long as Qin Yu passed this hurdle and had a solid foundation, he could then refine the heavenly dragon soul. At that time, the ordinary forces in the 100 martial realm would not have anything to fear. You should know that although I am the monster king of the 10,000 monster sea, I am still a human. Chinyu looked at the 9-tailed snow fox woman and asked, "You were indeed a human before, but after you merged with the ancestral dragon chi, you can be considered as a true half-monster. Moreover, you seem to have the tendency to turn into a monster." Hearing that Chinyu was a little moved, the 9-tailed snow fox woman smiled. She could see through Chinyu's situation with her natural ability, see through fabrications. "All right." Chinyu nodded and agreed. "I'll send the news back." The smile on the 9-tailed snow fox woman's face became wider. She also knew that Chinyu must have something to deal with on the continent, so she did not immediately ask Chinyu to go to the 100 Beast Palace. After agreeing to join the 100 Beast Palace, Chinyu's plan did not change, and he left the 10,000 Monster Sea. Although the 100 Beast Palace would protect the 10,000 Monster Sea, it was because of his alchemy skills. Sometimes protecting his clansmen would become a kind of shackle that would trap him in the 100 Beast Palace. Although he did not know if the 100 Beast Palace had such intentions. However, Chinyu was unable to tolerate such uncertainty. He had to obtain the heavenly dragon soul as soon as possible. His own strength was truly powerful. You could not always rely on the gods' slaughter formation. After all, no matter how powerful his body refining technique was, if it was repeatedly broken, it would leave behind irreparable injuries. Qing Province, True Martial Dynasty, Dragon Spirit City. There were few people. This aura. In the winery, Gu Yuan, who was meditating with his legs crossed, suddenly opened his eyes. "Master Gu Yuan, long time no see." The door was pushed open, and Chinyu stepped out. "It's really you." Gu Yuan was overjoyed and quickly went to welcome him. Although only a few days had passed, Gu Yuan did not know about the destruction of the 3 great sacred lands. Although it was rumored that the 3 great sacred lands were done by the 10,000 Monster Sea, Gu Yuan subconsciously thought of Chinyu. Soul returning pill. Chinyu handed a jade bottle to Master Gu Yuan. He returned to Dragon Spirit City to meet Master Gu Yuan because of the promise he made. In Chinyu's entire life, he had never failed to keep his promises. Chapter 179. Soul Recovery Pill. Gu Yuan took the jade bottle with trembling hands and opened it to take a look. A crystal-clear elixir that was covered with mysterious elixir markings and emitted a strange elixir fragrance appeared. Although Gu Yuan had already guessed it when Chinyu appeared, he was still shocked when he saw the soul recovery pill. He was still extremely excited and lost control of his emotions. Gu Yuan only regained his senses when Chinyu reminded him. He immediately brought Chinyu to the underground dragon vein. The seal of the jade coffin dispersed, and Chinyu fed the old woman the soul recovery pill. Then he performed a secret technique to guide the old woman's chaotic soul back to its original position. 2 hours later, the old woman's soul returned to normal. Her breathing, which was about to disappear, gradually became stronger. Although she had not woken up, her life was no longer in danger. At the moment when Chinyu attacked, the dragon soul's figure flashed and entered into the imprisoned dragon vein. After devouring the origin of the dragon vein, the dragon soul's cultivation increased and reached the 7th level of the martial royal realm. Wait a minute! After completing the promise, Chinyu was about to leave when Gu Yuan suddenly spoke. Not long after, Gu Yuan took out a jade box from the secret underground room. "What is this?" Looking at the jade box that Master Gu Yuan handed over, Chinyu was a little curious. Master Gu Yuan actually gave him something. This was out of Chinyu's expectations. Dragon horn. Gu Yuan had always remembered what Chinyu said when they first met. Therefore, he guessed that Qin, you might want something from the dragon tribe. Back then, Qin Yu said that he could refine the soul recovery pill and help him awaken his wife. Gu Yuan decided that as long as Qin Yu completed the promise, he would give the dragon horn to him. Dragon horn! Qin Yu's originally indifferent expression showed a hint of joy. If it was any other treasure, he would not be interested. However, he could not let go of something from the dragon tribe. This is upon opening the jade box. Qin Yu and the dragon soul were both stunned. The dragon horn lying inside the jade box was extremely similar to the dragon horn that Qin Yu had found in the tomb of the king of 10,000 beasts. It was just that this dragon horn did not have the chi of the ancestor dragon sealed within. You also obtained this dragon horn from the 100 Martial Realm? Qin Yu asked. As for the origin of the dragon horn, Qin Yu had already asked the heaven-piercing divine ape king in the myriad demon banner. He also knew where the dragon horn was obtained. After all, it was impossible for Qin Yu to let go of the clue of the ancestral dragon Qi easily. However, he did not expect Master Guyuan to have dragon horns as well. That's right. Guyuan nodded in surprise. Back then, in order to find the dragon vein, he had gone to the 100 Martial Realm. This dragon horn was also obtained there. But how did Qin Yu know about it? Could it be that he knew about it just by looking at it? Thank you. Qin Yu kept the dragon horn in the divine dragon ancient seal and cupped his fists towards Master Guyuan. He did not stay for long. These two dragon horns are very strange. They do not have the slightest bit of dragon race aura, as if they had been completely refined by someone. The dragon soul took out the two dragon horns from the divine dragon ancient seal. Even the dragon patterns were immortal stones. They should have come from the same body. The secret realm that the heaven-piercing divine ape king mentioned should be an ancient relic of an expert. I hope I can find clues about the dragon blood there. Qin Yu flew into the sky and headed towards the blood mist devil stream at top speed. With his current speed, he arrived at the blood mist devil stream in less than 2 hours with his full strength. Stepping into the blood mist devil stream again, Qin Yu could feel the Emperor Realm aura that filled this Sumeru world more clearly. The owner of this Emperor Realm aura was probably not much weaker than him. Arriving at the sealed dragon blood ancient pool, Qin Yu leaped down and arrived outside the passage again. Roar! As soon as Qin Yu arrived, the heavenly dragon soul immediately appeared from the seal and roared at Qin Yu. The heavenly dragon soul still had its intelligence. Naturally, it remembered Qin Yu, who had ruined its plan. Long time no see. However, Qin Yu showed an incomparably amiable smile when he saw the heavenly dragon soul that was filled with violent killing intent. But in the next moment, his voice came to an abrupt halt as he stared at the seal in a daze. It can't be. The heavenly dragon soul was also stunned at this moment. Above the sovereign seal's power, a vague and graceful figure appeared. Even though that figure was rather indistinct, Qin Yu was still able to recognize it with a single glance. This graceful figure was none other than his only lover in his previous life, as well as his greatest regret in his previous life, Fairy Shuelan. Although it was not a real person, Qin Yu's heart fluctuated violently when he saw Fairy Shuelan. Fairy Shuelan came to the heavenly dragon continent. Could it be that she knew that you would be reincarnated and awakened on this continent? After a while, the heavenly dragon soul recovered from its shock and said in disbelief, "When Fairy Shuelan saved you, she was sure that my soul was not completely scattered. It is not impossible for her to guess that I would be reincarnated and awakened on this continent." But Qin Yu looked at that graceful figure. His brows were slightly creased. This Emperor Realm aura is not the fluctuation of Fairy Shuelan's Tao technique. The heavenly dragon's soul knew what Chinyu wanted to say, and said, "That's right." Chinyu nodded slightly. If it was the fluctuation of Fairy Shualan's Tao technique, Chinyu would have noticed it immediately when he first came to the Blood Mist Devil Stream. Fairy Shualan's origin has always been a mystery. Maybe she has comprehended more than one Tao technique. The heavenly dragon's soul thought for a while and said, "That is also a possibility." Chinyu only remembered now. Even though Fairy Zuklan had been by his side for nearly 100 years after he had saved her, she had still been by his side. However, his understanding of Fairy Shualan was pitifully little. "Don't think so much now. Let's break this Emperor Realm seal and subdue the heavenly dragon soul first. As for Fairy Shualan, you will have plenty of opportunities when you return to the Heaven Domain in the future." Although 1,000 years had passed, the lifespan of an Emperor Realm expert was only equivalent to a few decades of an ordinary cultivator's. If it is really the Emperor Realm seal that Fairy Shualan deliberately left behind, then the way to break it should be what I am good at, the 8 trigrams Battle Dragon seal. Chinyu formed a series of seals with both hands. Dragon seals condensed into an 8 trigram seal and slammed his palm on the Emperor Realm seal. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The moment the 8 trigrams seal touched the Emperor Realm seal, the Emperor Realm seal trembled incessantly. The blurry figure of the woman immediately turned around and looked over, but unfortunately, her face was also blurry. "You're finally here." However, in the next moment, a gentle voice came from the Emperor Realm seal. It really is Fairy Shualan. Hearing that familiar voice, Chinyu and the Dragon Soul were stunned once again. The guess in their hearts was confirmed at this moment. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. After trembling slightly, the Emperor Realm seal turned into countless ancient and mysterious light seals and struck the heavenly Dragon Soul. With each additional light seal, a portion of the heavenly Dragon Soul would be sealed. Finally, it turned into a fist-sized ball of light. Ha! Was she worried that you were not strong enough? So she even thought of a seal for you in advance. Seeing the heavenly Dragon Soul completely sealed, the Dragon Soul could not help but laugh. A gentle smile also appeared on Chinyu's face. This watertight style of doing things was exactly the same as what he remembered. Seeing that the Emperor Realm pressure had disappeared, Chinyu stepped in and found the ball of light. Bang! However, the moment he touched the ball of light, Chinyu's vision blurred, and a scene appeared. A familiar figure that Chinyu had yearned for day and night appeared in front of him. It was a curvaceous woman. She was dressed in a purple robe and had a sword at her side, looking somewhat valiant and formidable. Her waist-length hair danced slightly in the wind. Under her willowy eyebrows, her eyes were as clear as gemstones, and there was always a faint smile on her fair and delicate face. Fairy Shualan. Chapter 180. Looking at Fairy Shualan, who appeared in front of him, Chinyu couldn't help but reach out his hand, wanting to touch her. But in an instant, Chinyu reacted. This was just a scene from the past. In that scene, Fairy Shualan stood there quietly, her bright eyes unblinking, looking at the ancient astrolabe in front of her. Time passed quickly. 10 years, 20 years, 30 years. Fairy Shualan stood motionless in front of the ancient astrolabe like a statue. 40 years later, since the celestial astrolabe predicted that you would reincarnate on this continent, why can't I detect your aura 60 years later? It's been 60 years. The celestial astrolabe's prediction has never been so wrong. 100 years later, 100 years of reincarnation have passed. Why haven't you returned? 200 years, 300 years, listening to Fairy Shualan's murmurs that no one could hear for hundreds of years. An indescribable emotion emerged in Chinyu's heart. After waiting for a full 400 years, a beam of snow-white light appeared on the ancient astrolabe, evolving into an ancient mark. When she saw the mark, a dim light appeared in Fairy Shualan's eyes. Her figure flashed, and Fairy Shualan disappeared. When Fairy Shualan appeared again, she sealed the soul of the heavenly dragon here. I'm going to leave. In the future, I might not come back. I will leave a trace of soul power imprint, hoping that when you come here one day, this soul of the heavenly dragon can help you. But if you can really come here one day, can you touch this snow fairy imprint? Let me know that you are still alive, okay? There was a trace of careful hope in her words. When her voice fell, Fairy Shualan looked back deeply, as if she could see Chinyu through time and space, and then tore space and left. As Fairy Shualan left, the illusion in front of Chinyu also disappeared. Only the ancient mark floated in the void. Chinyu was silent for a moment, then reached out and grasped the ancient seal. In an instant, the ancient seal turned into strands of light and disappeared from the world. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. At this moment, in a world of white snow far away from the Sky Dragon continent, wind and snow howled. In the vast white snowy mountain, a purple-clothed figure walked with great difficulty to the peak of the snowy mountain. However, the moment Chinyu grabbed the ancient seal, the purple-clothed figure's body trembled. She slowly tilted her head and looked in a certain direction. There was a hint of excitement in her clear eyes. This person was none other than Fairy Shualan. After thousands of years, I'm finally back. The murmurs that contained inexplicable emotions faded away with the howling wind and snow. The excitement in Fairy Shualan's eyes vanished. She turned around and arrived at the summit of the snowy mountain. On the peak of the mountain sat a silver-haired old woman in a snow-white robe. Patriarch, Fairy Shualan knelt down and saluted the silver-haired old woman. Since the obsession in your heart still exists, why did you still come? The silver-haired old woman said with a hoarse voice, Since I came here, the obsession in my heart will naturally be severed. Fairy Shualan raised her head. There was indifference in her eyes, as if she had seen through the world of mortals. I can see through your heart. You might regret it in the future. The silver-haired old woman slowly opened her eyes. Her eyes were snow-white, as if there were no pupils. However, they could reflect the origin of all things in the world. At least, I won't now. Fairy Shualan's tone was firm. Forget it. The silver-haired old woman looked deeply at Fairy Shualan and slowly closed her eyes. Between heaven and earth, snow and ice howled and gathered at the peak of the mountain. When the snow and ice disappeared, the silver-haired old woman and Fairy Shualan had disappeared. Sky Dragon Continent, Qingzhou, Blood Mist, Devil Stream. As the Sky Dragon soul was sealed and the Emperor's seal disappeared, the blood mist that filled the air all year round gradually dissipated. Dragon Soul, what do you think of what you said to Fairy Shualan? I might not come back. Looking at the ancient seal that disappeared in his palm, Chinyu was silent for a while before recovering his emotions. Are you worried that something will happen to Fairy Shualan? The Dragon Soul understood the meaning in Chinyu's words. If nothing major happened, Fairy Shualan shouldn't have said that she might not come back, right? In fact, ever since Fairy Shualan tore open space and left, she had never appeared again. With Fairy Shualan's strength, as long as she isn't foolishly tricked into a death trap like you were back then, nothing should happen to her. The Dragon Soul said. For some reason, Chinyu's emotions were always a little chaotic. It was as if he really wouldn't see Fairy Shualan in the future. It was a premonition. However, it was useless to think so much now. The most important thing now was to return to the peak of his previous life. Without strength, there was nothing he could do. Although he didn't know why Fairy Shualan would say such words, he had already missed it. However, he had already missed the opportunity once. In this lifetime, regardless of what happened, Chinyu would definitely protect Fairy Shualan. Absolutely. After sealing the dragon soul into the ancient dragon seal, Chinyu left the dragon blood ancient pool and came to the Qin family. Seeing that Qinyu had returned, the Qin family, who had been uneasy, finally found their backbone. Qinyu didn't waste any time and directly set up a teleportation array to send the Qin family back to the 10,000 Demon Sea. Although the water fairy's sacred ground was destroyed, Qinzhou was not a safe place. After returning to the 10,000 Demon Sea, Qinyu began to refine elixirs for the various clans in the 10,000 Demon Sea. Not only did he refine the Thunder Tribulation Pill and the Divine Transformation Pill that he had promised before, Qinyu also refined many cultivation elixirs. In addition to the various clans in the 10,000 Demon Sea, Qinyu also prepared a large amount of cultivation resources for his parents and the Qin family. In the battle between the three sacred grounds, the saints of the 10,000 Demon Sea had looted a huge amount of resources. Furthermore, the territory of the 10,000 Demon Sea had expanded by a few 100,000 li from the 10,000 Demon Sea. After all, the Qin family was part of the human race and was located in the territory of the continent. In the house of the Qin family, after cultivating in seclusion for more than half a month, Qinyu slowly exhaled a mouthful of turbid air. You've comprehended so many forces of the heavens and earth in your past life. Are you sure you're only cultivating 5 now? The dragon soul in the ancient dragon seal said. In the past half a month, Qinyu's cultivation had improved to the peak of the 8th layer martial ancestor realm. However, the greatest improvement was in the force of the heavens and earth. I've learned too many things in my past life, which consumed too much energy. In this life, these 5 paths are enough. The forces of the heavens and earth that Qinyu had chosen were the slaughter force, the thunderous force, the chaotic force, the 5 elements force, and the extreme speed force. In the past half a month, the slaughter force and the thunderous force had reached 80%, which was equivalent to his cultivation. The chaotic force, the 5 elements force, and the extreme speed force had also increased to 50%. Therefore, although Qinyu's cultivation had increased by 1 level compared to before, his combat strength had soared by more than 2 levels. When are you going to go to the 100 martial realm? The dragon soul asked. It had been more than a month since the battle of the 3 holy lands. He felt that it was about time. In the next few days, Qinyu stood up. Everything on the continent had been arranged, and he could leave without worry. Qin Yu spent the next few days with his parents. Qin Tianfeng and Shen Wanhui both expressed their support for Qinyu's plan to go to the 100 martial realm. Qinyu's stage should not be on the small heavenly dragon continent, the 7 great martial realms, the 3 great imperial regions, and even the core heavenly domain were Qinyu's heaven and earth. 5 days later, Qinyu set off and left the continent for the 100 martial realm. Chapter 181. Whoosh, whoosh. In the gloomy sky filled with a murderous aura, 4 figures flew past at an extremely fast speed. These 4 were Qinyu, the 9-tailed snow fox woman, and the 2 martial god elders of the 100 Beast Palace. After knowing that Qinyu was going to the martial world, the 100 Beast Palace sent 3 martial gods to the heavenly dragon continent. 1 stayed in the 10,000 Fiend Sea, while the other 2 brought Qinyu to the 100 Beast Palace. We will reach the 100 martial world after passing through this ancient battlefield. That 9-tailed snow fox woman said to Qinyu as she looked down at the earth that was filled with craters, collapsed mountains, and broken rivers. Her name was Ling Qianwei, a member of the 100 Beast Palace's 9-tailed spirit fox clan. Regarding this, Qinyu did not need her to explain. The heavenly dragon continent was called the Shattered Continent. It was separated from the heavenly domain because of a great war or a great disaster. Therefore, the Shattered Continent and the heavenly domain were separated by a battlefield or a starry sky dead zone. The space is fluctuating and unstable. No wonder I can't teleport directly. After traveling several thousand miles, Qin Yu was able to clearly sense that chaotic spatial fluctuations had appeared in the void. The teleportation array had the power to cross space, but the prerequisite was that the space was stable. If the space was unstable, who knew where they would be teleported to? If they were lucky, like Qin Yu last time, they would still be able to land safely. If they were unlucky, they might die in the chaotic space. To Qin Yu, this news was not a good thing. The teleportation array he left in the Qin clan could not be used to teleport back and forth. While flying through the ancient battlefield, Ling Qianwei explained the situation of the 100 Martial World to Qin Yu in detail. The forces of the 100 Martial World were more or less the same as what Qin Yu knew, but more detailed. The forces of the 100 Martial World were divided into 3 levels: the top forces, the middle forces, and the ordinary forces. The top forces were related to the sovereign domain. They had a long history, and there were not many of them in the entire 100 Martial World. Mid-level forces were mostly forces born and bred in the 100 Martial Realm. Their status was equivalent to the imperial court of the continent. Although their foundations and inheritances were not as strong as those of the top forces, they were still deeply rooted. Basically, they would interfere with the various shattered continents and plunder their resources. Ordinary factions were just like the sects on the continent. They were as numerous as the stars in the sky and could be seen everywhere. Every day, new factions would be born and destroyed. The reason why there was such a clear hierarchy between these 3 forces was because of the great disparity between their peak experts. Every top force in the 100 Martial Realm had an ancestor at the peak of the Martial Ancestor Realm. Such people were rarely seen. They were all focused on breaking through to Martial Emperor. Unless there was a major event like the extermination of a sect, it would not appear at all. To the top factions, only those with a cultivation of the martial god realm were qualified to become their disciples. Even though mid-tier factions would have martial progenitor realm experts, there would not be many of them, nor would there be any high-level martial progenitor. Wu Sheng, who had reached the martial god realm, could become an elder. A top-tier Wu Sheng could become a saint, while a high-level Wu Sheng would become an elite disciple. This was the biggest difference between a top force and a mid-tier faction. The Snow Marquee Palace and the 100 Beast Palace were mid-tier factions in the 100 Martial Realm. However, in terms of strength, the 100 Beast Palace was slightly stronger than the Snow Marquee Palace. As for the Myriad Ghost Palace, which was created by Sun Yu, the disciple of the sky-suppressing Ghost Emperor, there was no doubt that it was the top faction. Of course, the Myriad Ghost Palace was the only faction in the 100 Martial Realm that had a Martial Emperor Realm expert. Normally, after breaking through to the Martial Emperor Realm, they would head to the 3 Great Imperial Regions or the Core Heavenly Region. They would not interfere with the matters of the 7 Great Martial Realms. Someone's there? Suddenly, Qin Yu's expression slightly changed. Without leaving a trace, he looked to the distant void. The fluctuation of a martial god realm expert. The dragon soul, whose cultivation had recovered significantly, had sharpened its senses. Wait, a martial god realm expert is targeting us. The 2 martial gods from the 100 Beast Palace immediately sensed something and stopped. Their eyes flickered coldly. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Almost at the same time, 3 powerful pitch-black light pillars suddenly attacked from 3 directions. Roar. The 2 martial gods from the 100 Beast Palace roared. The shadow of a black tiger appeared on one of them, while the other was covered by a 2-headed green snake. Bang, bang, bang. The 3 pitch-black light pillars were blocked. However, the area within a few thousand zhang was turned into a destructive rift as the power of the heavens and earth surged. They are all third-level martial gods. The eyes of the black tiger, martial god, realm expert, turned into the eyes of a tiger. They were ferocious and filled with a strong, murderous intent. You guys go first. We'll stop them. The two-headed green snake at the martial god realm said coldly. Although it was 2 against 3, they were all fourth-level martial gods. They were not afraid of the third-level martial gods. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. At the same time, a figure appeared in each of the 3 directions. They were all martial gods. Let's go. Ling Qianwei glanced at the 3 martial gods. Without hesitation, her body emitted a snowy glow as she brought Qinyu away. However, Qinyu's expression remained the same. What he was concerned about was the origins of the 3 martial gods that had appeared. Ling Qianwei had mentioned that the 10 martial gods that the Snow Marquis Mansion had sent out were stopped by the experts of the 100 Beast Palace. Therefore, the 3 martial gods should not be from the Snow Marquis Mansion. Otherwise, there would have been more than just 3 third-level martial gods. Rumble! As soon as Qinyu and Ling Qianwei left, a chaotic battle broke out behind them. A ferocious energy wave spread in all directions like a tsunami. More martial gods. How could this be? However, after flying for a few hundred li, 2 figures flew toward them rapidly from the horizon. Judging from their auras, they were also martial gods. You should go first. Qinyu glanced at the terrified Ling Qianwei and drew out the 9 Netherworld Dragon Spear. Although Qinyu had no idea who the 2 groups of martial gods were, he had a feeling that their target was him instead of the 100 Beast Palace. He would like to see what other factions apart from the Snow Marquis Mansion was trying to deal with him. Watch out! Ling Qianwei clenched her teeth and immediately fled. Even though she had a cultivation of the 6th layer Wusheng realm, she was also an elite disciple of the 100 Beast Palace. However, she was not as strong as Qinyu, who could match the strength of a martial god. If she was targeted by a martial god, she would die for sure. It's going to be difficult if I don't use the god execution formation. The dragon soul in the ancient dragon seal said, even though the 2 martial gods were third-layer martial gods, just like Hong Ming, who had been slain. However, there were 2 martial gods this time. Thus the situation was completely different. They are only low-level martial gods. What's the difference between 1 and 2? Qinyu burst out laughing as Dragon Qi circled his body and executed the heaven-battling Azure Dragon. Peak Wusheng Realm. It's said that this kid has mastered a shocking secret technique. It's true. The eyes of the 2 martial gods flickered with astonishment when they saw the change in Qinyu's aura within an instant. They could not help but wonder what kind of secret technique was able to boost a peak martial ancestor realm cultivation to the peak Wusheng realm in the blink of an eye. That being said, the secret technique was not very useful to them who were in the martial god realm. After all, the cultivation of the martial god realm was improved by comprehending the ultimates of the heavens and earth. If they knew that Qinyu's heaven-battling Azure Dragon did not have such a restriction, they would not be so calm. Chapter 182. Boom. Sizzle. Despite their astonishment, the 2 martial gods immediately made their moves without any hesitation. The light golden destructive waves and thousands of cold saber lights covered the sky and covered the earth. They did not give Qinyu any space to dodge. 5 elements barrier. Qinyu did not dodge at all. The spiritual inscriptions on his left palm glowed. A barrier appeared around Qinyu. 5 colored light flowed in the barrier, forming a perfect cycle. Boom! The destructive waves and cold saber lights whizzed over. The 5 elements barrier shook violently and then exploded. Whoosh! However, at this moment, Qinyu's figure flashed and disappeared from the five-colored barrier. When Qin Yu reappeared, he was already beside the two martial gods. 9 Hell's Purgatory. Dragon scales appeared and black light spread. With Qin Yu as the center, the area around him became pitch black. Not only does he have a sacred grade formation, but he has also comprehended a divine power. His talent is indeed extraordinary. Unfortunately, no matter how many moves he has, he is only at Wu Sheng's level. The two martial gods did not panic. The intent of heaven and earth surged again. The 9 Hell's Purgatory was torn apart and sealed Qin Yu again. Sky-swallowing dragon seal. Qin Yu still charged forward and stabbed with his spear. A ferocious dragon head appeared. A vacuum of about 10 meters appeared in the center of the light golden waves and the wild saber lights. Swallowing? What divine power is this? The two martial gods were shocked when they saw half of the intent of heaven and earth being swallowed. Although they were knowledgeable, they had never seen Wu Sheng's level have such an incredible move. Heaven's killing formation. With a flash, Qin Yu rushed out to attack those two martial gods. The Heaven's killing formation swept out like a ferocious beast opening its bloody mouth. It seemed to be able to tear everything in the world apart. The intent of heaven and earth. No, it's not an ordinary intent of heaven and earth. This kid, the two martial gods' expressions changed slightly. The killing intent in the Heaven's killing formation was so strong that it made their hair stand on end. It was very dangerous. Swoosh! The two martial gods immediately dodged the Heaven's deadly formation. Extreme speed. Chaotic force. At this instant, Qin Yu's speed increased by several times. He transformed into a speck of light and charged towards the martial god that was surrounded by a faint golden glow. An extremely strange chaotic energy erupted. The faint golden energy around the martial god turned chaotic and even started to flow in reverse. Not good. That martial god's expression changed drastically. When a cultivator's vital energy reversed, it was a sign of chi deviation. It was fatal. Dual elemental realm. Celestial slaughter formation. Soul-devouring curse. A cold smile appeared on the corner of Qin Yu's mouth. Qin Yu's killing move had arrived. The 5 elemental barriers appeared once again and overlapped with each other, sealing the martial god realm. The Heaven's killing formation that had merged the power of slaughter and lightning in the 9 Netherworld's dragon spear immediately exploded and covered the martial god. After the killing formation, the soul-devouring curse followed. It shot into the body of the heavily injured martial god at lightning speed. With his soul trapped, the martial god realm expert lost his life. How is this possible? The eyes of the martial god that had just counterattacked and was about to form an alliance widened in disbelief. Wu Sheng had managed to kill a martial god. Could it be that the experts of the 100 Beast Palace had not interfered in the battle on the Heavenly Dragon Continent? Sky Crane Valley? After gathering and refining their souls, Qin Yu understood the origins of these martial gods. Sky Crane Valley was one of the mid-tier factions of the 100 Martial Realm. It was the backer of the Beast Spirit's sacred land. However, they had not come to ambush him, because the Beast Spirit's sacred land had been destroyed. Instead, it was because they had a personal grudge against the 100 Beast Palace. They would often ambush the talented younger generation of the 100 Beast Palace. It's your turn now. Qin Yu's cold gaze landed on that martial god with a shocked expression. With a movement of his body, Qin Yu angrily charged out like lightning. The battle prowess of a mere Wu Sheng. The martial god's eyes twitched as his expression turned sinister. Although the killing formation of the heavens was dangerous, Qin Yu's cultivation was there for all to see. If they had not been careless and suffered a loss, they would not have been forced into such a situation. Now that he had witnessed Qin Yu's strength, he did not believe that he could overturn Qin Yu if he went all out. Rumble! The two met in an instant, and a fierce battle broke out again. The martial god's battle prowess was indeed stronger than Wu Sheng's when he used the sacred weapon battle saber. But unfortunately, under Qin Yu's unceasing display of trump cards, he could only nurse a grievance and die. I was wondering why you chose these 5 forces of the heavens and earth. It turns out that your battle prowess is so strong when combined. Although the dragon soul in the divine dragon ancient seal had seen Qin Yu fight countless times, it was still surprised. Qin Yu had not only fought against a large number of people, but he had also defeated a strong opponent. Compared to the battle of the 3 holy lands, it was more difficult to fight against the martial god of the Snow Marquis residence. The current Qin Yu could be said to be able to kill 2 or 3 low-level martial gods with ease and ease. Qin Yu had indeed made a careful decision to cultivate these 5 forces of the heavens and earth. Slaughter and lightning increased his battle prowess, chaos to interfere, and the 5 elements combined with the formation boundary to quickly integrate into his speed. These 5 forces of the heavens and earth were enough for Qin Yu to fight against a high-level or even top Wu Sheng. However, if he wanted to fight against a martial god, the Azure Dragon Battle Heavens and the Heaven-Swallowing Dragon Seal were the greatest contributors. The power of the 9 great dragon's secret skills of the immemorial battle dragon art could be said to be heaven-defying. Now, it had just begun to show its edge. After destroying the corpses of the 2 martial gods, Qin Yu put away the Sumeru ring and flew in the direction of Ling Qianwei. Rumble! However, after flying for half an hour, Qin Yu sensed the aura of lightning. Lightning? Qin Yu tilted his head and looked. His figure flickered as he changed direction and flew into the sky. After a while, Qin Yu appeared in front of a dark thundercloud. In the thundercloud, streaks of dark lightning were like dragons in the sky. They were faintly discernible and intertwined in the sky. Huge bolts of lightning constantly struck the ground. In lightning? The power of lightning can't be used to temper the body, right? The dragon's soul looked at the dark lightning that emitted a cold aura and said, the power of lightning was also divided into yin and yang attributes. Normal lightning was extremely strong and full of yang energy, and its power was boundless. However, this yin lightning contained the power of extreme yin and cold. Qin Yu's Thunderfire dragon body required the power of Thunderfire, which was the opposite of the yin lightning. Although it is yin lightning, it is still the power of innate lightning. I just need to find a way to extract the cold power of the yin lightning. Qin Yu pondered slightly. Since the Thunderfire dragon body had reached the 6th revolution, the thunder tribulation of ordinary beasts was no longer useful. As for the powerful thunder tribulation of Wu Sheng's tribulation stage, martial god realm, the 10,000 beasts sea did not have it. Therefore, the progress of the Thunderfire dragon body had been delayed until now. For Qin Yu, the cultivation of the Thunderfire dragon body had always been the most important thing. It was not only related to whether or not he could withstand the killing intent of the god punishment formation. Another point was that the cultivation of the Thunderfire dragon body was extremely important to the 3rd move of the battle dragon's secret skill. Now that the innate lightning had appeared, Qin Yu would not let it go. Chapter 183. Sizzle. Sizzle. After pondering for a while, Qin Yu took out spiritual materials and inscribed an ancient formation. Refining yin formation. Qin Yu's figure flashed as he charged into the thunderclouds. The formation runes spread out, and the yin lightning that fell down gathered in the formation. The power of the formation runes seeped into the Yin lightning and gradually refined it. It works. A smile appeared on Qinyu's face as a thought flashed through his mind. After the formation patterns trembled slightly, strands of pure lightning gathered into numerous thunderbolts and struck Qinyu's body. In an instant, Qinyu was covered in lightning, and his figure gradually disappeared. Qinyu circulated the fire-lightning dragon body. The fire-lightning dragon body appeared in his flesh and continuously absorbed the lightning. Time gradually passed. Under the bombardment of the thunderclouds, the fire-lightning dragon body in Qinyu's flesh became more solid. The fire-lightning dragon body, that had not made any progress after reaching the 6th revolution, started to loosen up. For hours later, under the continuous bombardment of the thunderclouds, the fire-lightning dragon body finally made a breakthrough and reached the 7th revolution. The fire-lightning dragon body gradually condensed and appeared on the surface of Lin Yun's skin. Whoosh! But suddenly, a figure appeared in the distant sky and appeared in the area filled with Yin lightning. Qinyu slowly opened his eyes and looked at the person who had just arrived. It was a swordsman wearing black clothes and carrying an ancient sword. Although the swordsman had concealed his cultivation, he should be a martial god. However, Lin Yun did not sense any killing intent from the swordsman, so he should not be from the Sky Crane Valley. He can actually withstand the power of the thunderclouds at the martial god realm. What a strong physical body. The swordsman in black clothes looked at Qinyu in astonishment. However, that was all there was to it. No matter how strong Lin Yun's attainments in body refinement were, the swordsman in black clothes did not take him seriously. In a flash, the swordsman in black clothes charged into the thunderclouds and sat down 30 meters away from Qinyu. Clang! Lin Yun's sword intent rose, and the ancient sword came out of its sheath and floated before the swordsman in black clothes. 3 profound meanings of heaven and earth. Qinyu, who had been on guard all this time, sensed the profound of heaven and earth that the black-clothed swordsman released. The black-clothed swordsman had not only comprehended Sword Tao Profound, but also Thunder Tao Profound and Fire Tao Profound. Normally, martial gods would focus on comprehending one path of profundity. This was the fastest way to cultivate. However, this black-clothed swordsman had not only comprehended 3 profound meanings of heaven and earth, but they were also equally matched. This meant that his comprehension of the 3 profound meanings of the heavens and earth should be progressing at the same time. His talent was quite extraordinary. Clang! Clang! The black-clothed swordsman's steel-like fingers tapped on the ancient sword repeatedly. Sword runes spread out and covered the entire ancient sword. The power of the Yin thunder in the thunderclouds was constantly being absorbed by the ancient sword. The more Yin lightning it absorbed, the stronger the ancient sword's aura became. Just like that, the 2 of them did not interfere with each other. One tempered his body with lightning, while the other tempered his sword with Yin lightning. Whoosh! Whoosh! However, not long after, the auras of 3 martial gods filled with killing intent surged toward them. In an instant, they appeared outside the cloud of Yin lightning. This time, it was the 3 martial gods from the Sky Crane Valley. I was wondering why the 2 elders who ambushed us had died. It turns out that they had helpers. The 3 martial gods had followed the plan and stalled the 2 martial gods from the 100-Beast Palace for a long time before leaving. However, after they investigated, they discovered that the 2 martial gods who had ambushed them had died. Hence, they had chased after them. Before the people from the 100-Beast Palace catch up, I'll stall that guy. You guys kill that brat. The 3 martial god realm cultivators said, and immediately split up. Since you're in such a hurry to die, I'll fulfill your wish. A cold light flashed in Qinyu's eyes. He stood up and the 9 underworld dragon spear appeared in his hand. "You're courting death." At this moment, the black-clothed swordsman, who had sensed the killing intent, had a sharp sword light flashed in his eyes. He grabbed the sword hilt, and the power of lightning and fire surrounded the sword. The 3 profound meanings of the heavens and earth soared into the sky. The profound meanings of lightning, fire, and sword. Oh no, he's the Thunderfire swordsman. He's not from the 100-Beast Palace. Stop, we're the elders of the Sky Crane Valley. The moment the black-clothed swordsman grabbed the sword, the expressions of the 3 elders of the Sky Crane Valley changed drastically. Chi. However, the black-clothed swordsman did not hesitate at all because of the Sky Crane Valley's name. He slashed out with his sword. A 3-meter-long thunderfire sword light flashed through the air as fast as lightning. Pu-pu-pu. The 3 martial gods who were about to flee were killed with a single slash. Judging from the confusion in their eyes, it was obvious that they did not even see how they were killed. With a wave of his hand, the black-clothed swordsman put away the 3 Sumeru rings and sat down cross-legged. Although he had killed 3 martial gods from a mid-tier faction, his expression did not change at all. Chinyu, who was about to attack, glanced at the black-clothed swordsman. He put away the 9 underworld's dragon spear and continued to temper his body with lightning. 6 hours later, the Thunderfire dragon tattoos on Chinyu's body became clearer. They were like dragon scales and looked rather strange. Break. Finally, after Chinyu tempered his body for another half an hour, the Thunderfire dragon body had reached the 8th revolution, and his physical strength had reached 800,000. With the Thunderfire dragon scales, his physical strength was comparable to a heaven-rank spiritual weapon. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Not long after Chinyu's Thunderfire dragon body had broken through, 3 more figures flew over. This time, it was the 2 martial gods from the 100-Beast Palace and Ling Qianwei. When they saw that Chinyu was safe and sound, Ling Qianwei and the other 2 heaved a sigh of relief. That's the Thunderfire swordsman. However, when the 2 martial gods from the 100-Beast Palace saw the black-clothed swordsman, their expressions changed. After a while, they seemed to have thought of something, and their expressions changed. Their eyes were filled with fear. The Thunderfire dragon body's 8th revolution won't have much effect if I continue to temper it with the Thunderfire dragon body. It's time to go. Seeing that Ling Qianwei and the other 2 had arrived, Chinyu did not stay for long and flew out of the Thunderfire domain. You know the Thunderfire swordsman? When they saw Chinyu flying over, the 2 martial gods from the 100-Beast Palace exchanged glances and could not help but ask Chinyu, "The Thunderfire swordsman? I don't know him. We just happened to cultivate together." However, he did deal with the 3 martial gods from the Sky Crane Valley. Chinyu shook his head and asked, "This person doesn't seem to be afraid of the mid-tier forces. What's his background?" When the 2 martial gods from the 100-Beast Palace heard this, disappointment flashed in their eyes. They had thought that if Chinyu had some relationship with the Thunderfire swordsman, they might be able to rope him in. Although the mid-tier forces in the 100 martial realm all had martial progenitors were not important. Martial progenitors would not interfere unless something major happened. Martial gods were the backbone of the forces. The Thunderfire swordsman's real name is Li Zhen. He's a famous martial god loose cultivator in the 100 martial realm. He has comprehended the thunder, fire, and sword mysteries of the heavens and earth. Furthermore, he has reached the 7th level in all 3 mysteries of the heavens and earth. He has the ability to fight opponents of a higher level. He's the person most likely to reach the martial progenitor realm in the past 100 years. However, this person's personality is somewhat strange. He has always been a loner and does things based on his likes and dislikes. I heard that some peak forces tried to recruit him, but were rejected. Ling Qianwei seemed to have some understanding of the Thunderfire swordsman as she explained to Qin Yu. He cultivates 3 mysteries of the heavens and earth, and even rejected the invitation of a peak force. It looks like his martial heart is extremely firm. Although Qin Yu had a master in his previous life, strictly speaking, he was also a loose cultivator. Naturally, he knew that anyone who could become famous as a loose cultivator was someone who had a firm heart in their pursuit of the martial path. If they had a fortuitous encounter, it would not be difficult for them to soar. Chapter 184. Let's go. Seeing that they could not rope in the Thunder Flame swordsman, the 2 martial gods from the 100-Beast Palace did not hesitate and quickly left with Qin Yu and Xiao Chun. They had been ambushed by the Sky Crane Valley. This time, as a precaution, they didn't swagger through the void and enter the ancient battlefield. 3 days later, Qin Yu and the others crossed the ancient battlefield. After leaving the ominous ancient battlefield, they flew over a 1,000-li-long river. Finally, Qin Yu and the others arrived at the 100 Martial Realm. 100 Martial Realm, Tianyuan region, 100 Beast Palace. The Tianyuan region was one of the 108 regions in the 100 Martial Realm. The 100 Beast Palace was the gathering place of all the powerful beast clans in the 100 Martial Realm. The 100 Beast Palace occupied more than half of the Tianyuan region and had infiltrated dozens of regions. This showed how powerful the 100 Beast Palace was. 100 Beast Palace, Beast Palace. In the spacious hall, there were 99 lifelike monster beast statues standing tall, giving off an extraordinary majesty. There was a golden Qilin chair on the main seat of the hall, but no one was sitting on it. On the left and right sides of the golden Qilin chair, there were many people with powerful auras sitting there. Although they had taken human form, they could clearly sense the powerful beast clan aura from them. There were 29 of them, and they were all advanced martial gods of the 7th or 8th martial god realm. They were the core elders of the 100 Beasts Palace. The reason why they were gathered here was naturally because of Qin Yu's arrival. Ling Qianwei had brought back the 9-turn blood spiritual pill for the 9-tailed fox clan. The clan leader of the 9-tailed fox clan had undergone ancestral awakening and become the new martial ancestor of the 100 Beast Palace. This caused the 100 Beast Palace to be shocked. That was why they sent out martial gods to personally receive Qin Yu. They had not expected the Sky Crane Valley to take advantage of the Snow Marquis's residence. Fortunately, they were safe in the end. Did you really refine the 9-turn blood spiritual pill of the 9-tailed fox clan? After observing for a while, an old man with dark eyes asked. That's right. Qin Yu looked at the old man. He should be from the Dark Underworld Cat clan. The Dark Underworld Cat clan had inherited the bloodline of the Dark Underworld King Beast. They were known as the Kings of the Dark. Judging from your age, you don't seem to be able to concoct Saint Tyr's spirit pills. The old man looked at Qin Yu with a deep gaze and questioned him directly. I think this only means that I'm a genius. Qin Yu said indifferently. These words caused the 100 Beast Palace core elders in the hall, who were sizing him up, to be startled. Qin Yu's answer was really out of their expectations. Was it really okay to directly say that he was a genius? Your personality is quite interesting. However, if you want to establish yourself in my 100 Beast Palace, just talking is not enough. You must have real ability. The old man with the dark netherworld cat smiled and said, that will depend on what kind of status your 100 Beast Palace can give me. Qin Yu's expression remained unchanged. Our 100 Beast Palace will give you the status you have in alchemy. The old man from the Dark Netherworld Cat clan said solemnly. Although he did not believe that Qin Yu, who was so young, was really at the level of a pill saint, he still paid enough attention to him. After all, the Nine-Tailed Fox clan had indeed obtained a 9 revolutions blood spirit pill. In other words, if I can concoct the 9 revolutions blood spirit pill, I will become a core elder of the 100 Beast Palace. Before coming to the 100 Martial Realm, Qin Yu had already heard about the status of a pill saint in the 100 Martial Realm from Ling Qianwei, although he had joined the 100 Beast Palace temporarily because he needed their protection. However, he did not want to become a bottomless existence that was restricted everywhere. If the 100 Beast Palace thought that his cultivation was low and treated him like an ordinary martial ancestor realm cultivator, Qin Yu would not have time to play with them. With his current status, there were many forces in the 100 Martial Realm that he could choose from. Accurately speaking, a pill saint is more respected than a core elder in the 100 Beast Palace. The old man from the dark Netherworld Cat clan nodded and said, in any force in the 100 Martial Realm, the status of a pill saint was higher than that of a martial god. A powerful pill saint could even be on the same level as a martial ancestor. Then it's simple. I think you should have already prepared the spiritual materials to test my ability, right? Qin Yu smiled faintly. When he became a core elder, he would have enough freedom to act. There were 2 main reasons why he came to the 100 Martial Realm this time. First, he wanted to take a look at the secret realm mentioned by the sky-piercing Divine Ape King. Second, he wanted to rescue Long Hao's descendant. Both of them could not be trapped in the 100 Beast Palace forever. As for the Snow Marquis residents, Sky, Crane Valley, and Myriad Ghost Palace, he would deal with them later. You want to concoct it now. The old man from the dark Netherworld Cat clans' eyes flashed when he saw Qin Yu's calm expression. It seemed that Qin Yu was very confident. The other core elders of the 100 Beast Palace looked at each other and communicated with each other through voice transmission. If Qin Yu really had the standard of a pill saint, it would be great news for the 100 Beast Palace. The reason why those top forces had so many experts and ruled the martial realm. Apart from having a long history and a strong foundation, the Pill Dao, Tool Dao, Array Dao, and so on all had saint-level experts. It was impossible to estimate how many peak martial sages and martial gods an alchemy sage could nurture. If the 100 Beast Palace could get a pill saint, they might not be able to stand shoulder to shoulder with the top forces in the future, but surpassing the other mid-level forces was just around the corner. Now is the time. Of course, you know that even a pill saint can't concoct a saint-level spirit pill with a 100% success rate, especially a rare saint-level spirit pill like the 9 transformation blood spirit pill. I can tell you that with our current standards, if we're unlucky, we won't succeed even once in 20 attempts. Think carefully about whether you want me to concoct it or not. Qin Yu needed to show off his skills as a pill saint, but he did not want to show off too much. This way, the core elders of the 100 Beast Palace naturally wanted the higher the level of the pill, the lower the chance of success. They immediately led Qin Yu to an ancient alchemy room. You need us to leave? Soon. The core elders of the 100 Beast Palace brought over several dozen sets of spiritual materials for the 9 transformation blood spirit pill. The 100 Beast Palace could take out as many spiritual materials as they wanted, but they did not have a powerful alchemist. No need. I don't want to be doubted. Just don't disturb me later. As Qin Yu spoke, he slapped the saint-level alchemy cauldron, and the inscriptions lit up. Without any hesitation, Qin Yu immediately started concocting the pill. Stalks of high-grade spirit pills fell into the pill cauldron in an orderly manner and were refined into medicinal liquid. This kid's alchemy skills are indeed amazing. That's right. Just his method of refining spiritual materials is far from what a grandmaster alchemist can compare to. I just don't know who taught him alchemy. The Heavenly Dragon Continent did not find any information about it. Although the core elders of the 100 Beast Palace were not proficient in alchemy, they were not ignorant. Just by looking at Qin Yu's method, they could see that Qin Yu's alchemy skills were extraordinary. At the very least, he was far better than a grandmaster alchemist. Bang! 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 Time passed slowly, and explosions occurred one after another within the pill furnace. Qin Yu's expression remained the same, and the core elders of the 100 Beast Palace did not say a word. It's about time. After failing over 10 times, Qin Yu finally stopped deliberately failing and successfully condensed the medicine into a pill. He succeeded. The eyes of the core elders of the 100 Beast Palace lit up as they gathered around. Take a look. After taking out the 9 transformation blood spirit pill, Qin Yu placed it in a jade bottle and threw it over. It really is the 9 transformation blood spirit pill. Look at the inscriptions. The quality is not low. Ha ha ha, our 100 Beast Palace finally has a pill saint. After carefully receiving the jade bottle, all the core elders became extremely excited when they saw the overflowing 9 revolution blood spirit pills. Chapter 185. Is this enough? Qin Yu asked indifferently as he looked at the 100 Beast Palace's core elders who were unable to contain their excitement. Yes, of course. The core elders of the 100 Beast Palace wore smiles on their faces. Their attitudes were friendly, as if they were trying to curry favor with Qin Nan. For the Beast tribe, comprehending the martial intent of the heavens and earth was extremely important when attempting to rank up to the martial progenitor realm. However, the strength of one's bloodline was also related to one's success in ranking up to the martial progenitor realm. Otherwise, the patriarch of the 9-tailed fox tribe would not have undergone atavistic awakening and ranked up to the martial progenitor realm due to the 9-spirited blood spirit pill. For the core elders, it was not impossible for them to rank up to the martial progenitor realm in the future. Therefore, they had no choice but to befriend Qin Yu now. As Qin Yu refined the 9-spirited blood spirit pill and displayed his skills as a pill sacred, the upper echelons of the 100 Beast Palace were startled. Not only were the core elders excited, even the martial progenitor realm experts had shown up. As such, Qin Yu had officially become a core elder of the 100 Beast Palace. His status far surpassed the martial god realm. Furthermore, as Qin Yu's cultivation was too weak, the 100 Beast Palace even sent a peak martial god to protect Qin Yu. As for the 10,000 Beast Palace, the low-ranked martial god that was sent to protect Qin Nan was replaced by a peak martial god realm elder. From this, one could see how much importance the 100 Beast Palace placed on Qin Yu. Although he had become a core elder of the 100 Beast Palace, Qin Yu's main focus was still on cultivation. He would only refine pills occasionally. No one in the 100 Beast Palace had any objections. After all, refining pills was extremely taxing on one's mind. Furthermore, Qin Yu's cultivation was only at the martial ancestor realm, thus he could not afford to rush it. Half a month later, in the splendid palace, Qin Yu sat with his legs crossed as the 5 forces of the heavens and earth surged around him. After comprehending for half a month, the 5 forces of the heavens and earth had improved tremendously. His slaughter spear intent and thunder intent had reached the 8th layer. His extreme speed intent, 5 elements intent, and chaos intent had reached the 6th layer. Bang, bang, bang. On this day, Qin Yu was cultivating when someone knocked on the palace door. Qin Yu opened his eyes and retracted the 5 great forces of heaven and earth. He got up and opened the restrictions in the palace. Elder Qin, this is the information you asked me to gather some time ago. Outside the door was Ling Qianwei of the 9-tailed fox clan. In the 100 Beast Palace, Ling Qianwei was the only person Qin Yu was relatively familiar with. Thank you for your trouble. The information that Chinyu inquired about was naturally that secret realm, as well as the matter of Longhouse descendants, profound firmament region, God-burying ridge. The first piece of information was a detailed map of the 100 Martial Realm. The mystic firmament territory was where the Ape King and Master Guyuan had obtained the 2 dragon horns. The Xianxiao region was more than a dozen regions away from the Tianyuan region. Although there were spies from the 100 Beast Palace, their infiltration was limited and they could not teleport there directly. Earth Spirit region, Slave Death Field. When Chinyu read the second piece of information, a cold killing intent appeared in his heart. The Earth Spirit region was the territory of the Myriad Ghost Palace. As one of the top forces in the 100 Martial Realm, the Myriad Ghost Palace controlled 4 regions. Needless to say, the Slave Death Field was a place to cultivate slaves and fight to the death. The descendants of Longhouse clan that could still be found had basically been sent to the Slave Death Field. No one knew how many of them were still alive. Elder Qin, although I don't know why you're asking about the Long clan, Ling Qianwei said, ever since the Myriad Ghost Palace suddenly rose, the Long clan suffered a calamity. They are no longer the big clan of the past. At this time, it's better not to have any relationship with the Long clan. Otherwise, it'll be easy for the Myriad Ghost Palace to target us. Ling Qianwei pondered for a moment and couldn't help saying, previously, the 9 Revolution Blood Spirit pill that Chinyu had refined had allowed the 9-tailed Fox King, who was nearing the end of his lifespan, to reach the martial ancestor realm. In recent years, the 9-tailed Fox clan's situation had worsened, and their status in the 100 Beast Palace had undergone a tremendous change. Thus, to Chinyu, the entire 9-tailed Spirit Fox clan was filled with gratitude. Ling Qianwei couldn't guess why Qin was inquiring about these 2 places. However, when Chinyu told her not to spread this matter, Ling Qianwei knew that it wasn't simple. I just have some old grudges with the Long clan. Since the Long clan has fallen, this matter will naturally end here. Chinyu smiled and returned to the palace. Are we going to save the Long clan now? The killing intent of the dragon soul in the divine dragon ancient seal was astonishing. Yes, but to go to the Earth Spirit region, we'll have to pass through the profound firmament region. Let's go to the God-burying ridge first. Chinyu nodded slightly and looked at the map in his hand. Being a slave and being a slave death field were 2 different things. Although the former was as lowly as an ant, it didn't have to worry about its life. But the latter would die at any time. Longhao fought against Ghost Emperor Zhentian to avenge him. His fate was unknown. Since Chinyu knew that the descendants of the Long clan were in trouble, he naturally had to save them and nurture them well. Of course, before going, Chinyu naturally had to make sufficient preparations. Although saving the Long clan's people was the priority this time, he might clash with the Myriad Ghost Palace. At that time, a battle would be unavoidable. After making some preparations, Chinyu headed for the Fiend King Hall. When the 100 Beast Palace's upper echelon learned that Chinyu was going to the profound firmament domain, they were confused. However, with Chinyu's current status, they did not stop him. Instead, they sent 5 peak martial gods to accompany Chinyu. After the 100 Beast Palace teleported away, Chinyu's group of 6 crossed the 9 regions. They had to travel on their own for the rest of the journey. 10 days later, Chinyu's group arrived at the profound firmament domain with the martial god elder of the 100 Beast Palace in the form of a heavenly winged bird. During this 10-day journey, Chinyu's comprehension of the 5 powers of the heavens and earth deepened. The power of slaughter and thunder had both reached the peak of the 9th level and were about to transform into the concept of heaven and earth. The power of the 5 elements, the power of chaos, and the power of extreme speed had also reached the 7th or 8th level. His progress was rapid. God-burying ridge spanned across the profound firmament domain, spanning 1,000,000 miles. It was a famous ancient ruin. It was rumored that in ancient times, a peerless powerhouse had passed away here. Therefore, there was an endless stream of martial artists who came here to search for opportunities. However, in the countless years that had passed, there were only a few people who had truly found opportunities here. Elder Qin, did you come here to search for opportunities? In the sky above God-burying ridge, a peak martial god of the golden condor race asked Qinyu. That's right. Qinyu nodded. However, looking at the God-burying ridge that spanned 1,000,000 miles, Qinyu felt a little troubled. The dragon soul was not here, and he could not sense dragon blood or dragon aura. Qinyu had also left the 10,000 demon banner in the Qin family to protect his parents. Therefore, Qinyu could only rely on the clues that the Skirich divine ape king had mentioned. Wang Wang. But when Qinyu flew over a certain area of God-burying ridge, the ghost eye of annihilation in the depths of his eyes actually jumped. Hacha! Within the Sumeru ring, the skeleton ghost king also became restless. Ghost energy? No, this is the aura of the ghost lineage. Qinyu was startled. He flew into God-burying ridge and finally stopped in front of an ancient forest filled with eerie ghost energy. This place was suitable to cultivate the ghost eye of annihilation. Speaking of which, although the ghost eye of annihilation was famous, it had been sealed and its strength had yet to recover. Thus, in the previous battles, it was only useful against ghost cultivators. Ever since Sun Yu was killed by Qinyu, the seal on the skeleton ghost king's body had completely dissipated. Now, he could use it to increase his strength. Sun Yu's ghost body, formed with the body of a martial emperor, had left behind over a dozen ghost-patterned skeletons. If he could fuse them into the skeleton ghost king's body, his strength would undergo a massive transformation. Chapter 186. When Qinyu's group of 6 left the 100-Beast Palace and arrived at the God-burying ridge in the Mystic Firmament region, 2 major forces were already making their moves in secret. Snow Marquee Mansion. 5 peak martial god realm elders are following him. Is this kid worth the attention of the 100-Beast Palace? A middle-aged man in a snow-white robe frowned as he read the report in his hand. Sir, their target is the God-burying ridge in the Mystic Firmament region. Maybe this kid knows some secret information about the God-burying ridge. A 5th-level martial god behind the middle-aged man said respectfully, "That's possible." The eyes of the middle-aged man flashed. "Since that's the case, send someone to the God-burying ridge." The middle-aged man gave the order eerily. The 100-Beast Palace aside, Qinyu, who could slaughter gods at such a young age, had to die. By the way, sir, should we send someone to the Sky Dragon continent? The 5th-level martial god asked after answering the order. No need. As long as this kid dies, the 100-Beast Palace won't protect his people. The middle-aged man shook his head slightly. If Qinyu didn't die, it would be useless even if they killed his people. Moreover, the 100-Beast Palace had sent peak martial gods to the Sky Dragon continent. They might not succeed. On the contrary, if Qinyu were to die, his clansmen would be crushed to death by them. Yes, the 5th-level martial god immediately left to make arrangements. At the same time, in the Sky Crane Valley, Mystic Firmament region, God-burying ridge, a black-robed old man's eyes flashed with cold, killing intent. Yes, according to the report, they did go to the God-burying ridge. A martial god knelt on one knee. Humph! The 100-Beast Palace killed 5 of our Sky Crane Valley's elders in the ominous ancient battlefield. This time, they'll pay with 5 peak martial gods. The black-robed old man said with killing intent. Even with the 100-Beast Palace's foundation, Losing 5 peak martial gods was enough to make them feel heartache. Mystic Firmament Region, God-Burying Ridge. 5 elders. I need to borrow the power of the ghost vein to cultivate a secret technique. Can you protect me? Chinyu cupped his fists and said to the 5 martial gods from the 100-Beast Palace, "It's just a small matter. There's no need for Elder Qin to be so polite." The 5 martial gods of the 100-Beast Palace appeared in 5 different directions of the Ghost Qi ancient forest. Chinyu's figure flickered as he entered the ancient forest. The deeper they went into the ancient forest, the denser the sinister ghost aura became. After entering the center of the ancient forest, Chinyu arrived at the core of the ghost vein. Crack! The skeleton ghost king appeared. The ghost runes on its body flickered as it madly absorbed the ghost chi in the ghost vein. Chinyu took out the 12 pieces of pale purple ghost pattern bones and inserted them into the skeleton ghost king's body. The skeleton ghost king had intelligence, and as its ghostly energy surged, it immediately devoured the bones and prepared to fuse with them. After checking the skeleton ghost king's condition, the ghost eye of destruction in the depths of Chinyu's pupils trembled even more violently. Appear. With a thought, Chinyu's ghost eye of destruction appeared. Ghost runes flickered as the pure ghost chi immediately swarmed into the ghost eye. In the blink of an eye, the ghost vein chi that filled the sky and the ancient forest was immediately separated by the skeleton ghost king and the ghost eye of destruction. One could clearly sense that the auras emitted by the two of them had become increasingly powerful. Dragon Soul, withdraw your aura and use the earth burrowing technique to find the secret realm. Chinyu sat down with his legs crossed. He had no idea how long it would take for the skeleton ghost king and the ghost eye of destruction to complete their transformation. At this moment, Chinyu could not leave, so he could only let the dragon soul explore. Leave it to me. The dragon soul's body was covered in dragon runes as it sealed off the dragon chi. It immediately burrowed into the ground and hid from the 5 martial gods of the 100-Beast Palace. Time flew by quickly. 10 hours later, the dragon soul, which had consumed a lot of dragon chi, entered Chinyu's body in a flash. Found it. Sensing the excitement of the dragon soul, Chinyu asked, "Not only did I find it, there might be clues of the dragon tribe here. It might even be the ancestral dragon." This was the reason why the dragon soul was so excited. Clues of the ancestral dragon? No way. Chinyu was stunned. Although the dragon horn that the Ape King had obtained did have a trace of the ancestral dragon chi sealed. To be honest, Qin, you still did not believe that the 100 martial realm would have clues of the ancestral dragon. In his previous life, Chinyu had also passed by the 100 martial realm, although he did not specifically look for it. But at that time, the dragon soul was at its peak and could sense the dragon tribe of a realm in an instant. If the ancestral dragon really existed, there was no reason why the dragon soul could not find it. The 2 ancestral dragon horns have reacted. It should be right. The dragon soul said, if it is really the ancestral dragon, then Chinyu's eyes were as bright as the stars. If he could find the ancestral dragon, it would not take long for Chinyu to return to the peak of his previous life. At that time, Xing Luo, the Sky Suppression Ghost Emperor, and the other 12 ancient emperors, a top martial god. At that moment, Chinyu's expression changed. He immediately put away the skeleton ghost king and the ghost eyes of destruction and rushed into the ghost chi ancient forest. Elder Qin, you came out just in time. A top martial god is approaching. Seeing Chinyu appear, the top martial god of the Golden Condor tribe looked into the distance. There are at least 20 top martial gods surrounding us. Their target should be us. The top martial god of the 3-headed blood python tribe sensed carefully, and his expression turned serious. 20 top martial gods. It seems like they want to keep us here forever. Does this mean that our whereabouts have been known for a long time? Which force could it be? Now is not the time to talk about this. Before they completely surround us, let's escape first. The martial gods of the Golden Condor tribe changed their expressions and started to discuss with each other. For time's the difference in strength. Once we are entangled, it will be impossible to escape. I have a plan to get rid of them completely. Chinyu said. Really? The 5 top elders of the 100-Beast Palace looked at Chinyu. I know that there is a mystic realm in the God-Burying Ridge. As long as we enter the mystic realm, we can escape from them. Chinyu said, Mystic realm? The 5 top martial god realm elders were startled. They had heard many rumors about the God-Burying Ridge. Occasionally, there would be people who obtained some opportunities in the God-Burying Ridge. However, they had never heard of anyone discovering a mystic realm in the God-Burying Ridge. If there really was a mystic realm, it would be a great opportunity for them. Let's go. Immediately, the 5 of them flew toward the God-Burying Ridge under Chinyu's lead. I wonder what my chances of winning against a top martial god are with my current strength. As they flew, Chinyu was eager to give it a try. His 5 great forces of heaven and earth had advanced by leaps and bounds. His fire-thunder dragon body had reached the 8th revolution. Chinyu was now completely different from when he fought against the 2 low-level martial gods on the ominous ancient battlefield. You can try if you want to fight one-on-one. However, if there are more than 2, you should wait until you reach the Wusheng realm. The dragon soul said. Top martial gods were at least at the 8th level, and some had even reached the 9th level. The 8th or 9th level profound of heaven and earth was at a level that was close to the laws of heaven and earth. It was not a joke. Even with the god-punishing array, you would not be able to fight against it. Unless he used the trump card he had prepared, that would be too much of a waste. Forget it. I'll let them go for now. Chinyu thought for a moment and suppressed the killing intent in his heart. After entering the mystic realm and obtaining clues about the ancestral dragon, Chinyu would go to the Earth Spirit region. Before that, there was no need to stir up trouble. Chapter 187. However, we can use this opportunity to get rid of the 100-Beast Palace. The dragon soul said, you could not tell the 100-Beast Palace that he was going to the Earth Spirit region. If the 100-Beast Palace knew that Chinyu was going to provoke one of the top factions, the Myriad Ghost Palace, their attitude would change. At this stage, you still needed the 100-Beast Palace to keep the Snow Marquee Mansion and Sky Crane Valley in check. Thus, for the time being, Yu's identity could not be exposed in the Earth Spirit domain. As for Ling Qianwei, she would not speak carelessly. As long as Yu advanced to the martial god realm, he would not need to fear the Myriad Ghost Palace. Yu would not need to fear them. Soon, Yu's group of 6 arrived at the center of God-Burying Ridge, in a canyon. In the canyon, a heart-trembling aura spread out. It was like a fluctuation of energy that did not belong to this world. Is that demonic energy? Yu's eyes flashed. He did not have time to think, and immediately entered the depths of the canyon. At this time, behind them, the 20-peak martial gods had led over a dozen low-level martial gods into God-Burying Ridge. Sky Crane Valley, Snow Marquee Mansion, the 20-peak martial gods, and the dozen low-level martial gods were not in the same group. One group had 14-peak martial gods and no low-level martial gods. The other group only had 6-peak martial gods, and they led a dozen low-level martial gods. It seems like we have the same goal. We are all here for the 100-Beast Palace. The 6 top martial god realm warriors were from the Snow Marquee Mansion. Their goal was to kill Chinyu. They did not want to kill the 6 martial gods of the 100-beast palace. Therefore, they only sent 6 peak martial gods. The others were low-level martial gods. They were more than enough to deal with Qinyu alone. The same goal? That's right, an elder of your Snow Marquee mansion died at the hands of the 100-beast palace. The 16 peak martial gods of Sky Crane Valley came back to their senses. They did not care about the life and death of the subordinate factions of the Sky Dragon continent. However, they were still aware of the war that had happened on the Sky Dragon continent some time ago. Since we share the same goal, why don't we join forces? Of course, after a simple conversation, the 2 factions formed an alliance. To them, there was no need for them to trust the other party. All they needed to do was to increase their fighting prowess against the 100-beast palace. In the depths of the canyon, Qinyu's group of 6 entered a cave. Inside the cave, the demonic qi grew denser, but the source of the demonic qi was nowhere to be found. Break. Qinyu walked to a stone wall somewhere in the cave and struck out with his palm. Formation runes spread out from his palm. With a loud boom, the stone wall exploded, and an astonishing amount of demonic qi swept out. Elder Qin, you are also proficient in the Tao of formation patterns. The 5 core elders of the 100-beast palace were shocked to see Qin you break the restrictions that they did not even notice in the blink of an eye. At such a young age, he already had the alchemy skills of a pill saint. This was enough to shock the entire 100-beast palace. If he was also proficient in the Tao of formation runes, his aptitude would be too terrifying. Just a little. Be careful. This secret realm seems a little unusual. Qinyu said indifferently. After entering the dense demonic qi, the 5 core elders of the 100-beast palace immediately entered as well. Judging from the shocking demonic qi, it was indeed unusual. Not long after entering the demonic qi, layers of restrictive spells and barriers appeared one after another. Qinyu continued to break the restrictive spells and barriers as he entered the secret realm. As more and more restrictive spells and barriers were broken, Qinyu discovered that the demonic qi that surged out was becoming denser and stronger. Boom! Finally, when the surging demonic qi reached a certain limit, it completely exploded. 100 zhang tall pillar of demonic qi shot out of the canyon and into the sky. What's that? The martial gods of the Snow Marquee Mansion and Sky Crane Valley, who were approaching with their secret techniques, were startled by the pillar of demonic qi that suddenly appeared. There are spatial ripples. Could it be a secret realm? But soon, the martial gods of the Snow Marquee Mansion and Sky Crane Valley reacted. Their expressions brightened as they immediately charged into the area where the pillar of demonic qi was. After the pillar of demonic qi shot into the sky, the surrounding dozens of regions with Mystic Firmament region as the center were shaken. Countless powerhouses sensed this and gathered towards God-burying Ridge. Who is it? Why is he breaking the demon sealing spell? In the depths of the secret realm shrouded in demonic qi, there were ancient palaces and palaces. At this moment, in one of the palaces, a group of demonic cultivators who were absorbing demonic qi to cultivate suddenly woke up. Quick, inform everyone to check it out. Immediately, a martial god demonic cultivator, who seemed to be the leader, immediately stood up and rushed out of the palaces. Qi. The void was torn apart as a dazzling sword ray came straight at him. The martial god demonic cultivator was decapitated by the sword ray, and his entire body was instantly frozen. A silhouette stepped through the air and arrived. It was a 17 or 18-year-old youth with a cold face. He was dressed in snow-white clothes and held a crystal-clear ice ancient sword in his hand. With him as the center, the surrounding void immediately turned cold, as if it was the 12th lunar month. Guhanjian, Is it the fish that escaped from the sword pavilion? Damn it, he actually chased us all the way from the ghost martial realm to the 100 martial realm. Quick, inform the division leader. This time, we must kill him. When the other demonic cultivators saw this, there was a commotion. The Wusheng demonic cultivators immediately fled while the martial gods joined forces and charged forward. Your lives must be used as a blood sacrifice for the revenge of our sect. Looking at the martial god demonic cultivators charging over, Jianhen's sharp eyes flashed with a bloody light. Qi. Guhan Jian emitted a shocking cold aura. With a swing of the sword, tens of millions of cold sword rays swept out like a storm. Pooh, 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 pooh. In an instant, all the martial god demonic cultivators were torn to pieces by the cold sword rays. Not even a drop of blood was left behind. The blood and flesh of all the demonic cultivators that were killed by Guhan Jian were devoured by Guhan Jian. The bloody light in Jian, Hen's eyes became more intense. Whoosh! His figure flickered, and he immediately chased after the Wusheng demonic cultivators who had fled far away. A bloody massacre unfolded in this deathly silent secret realm. Qin Yu and the other 5 were quickly moving through an ancient stone passageway that was filled with demonic aura and carved with ancient black runes. Ever since they entered this passageway, the barrier no longer appeared, but the demonic aura became more intense. Where have I seen these ancient runes before? In the divine dragon ancient seal, the dragon soul looked at the ancient black runes on the walls of the passageway and pondered. This is an ancient demonic curse. Qin Yu's eyes flickered. Ancient demonic curse? Isn't that an ancient curse that only the ancient demon clan knows? The dragon's soul exclaimed in surprise as it recalled the situation. The ancient demon clan was a fierce clan in the ancient era. They had once tried to unify the entire heaven domain and caused chaos in the heaven domain. Countless shattered continents appeared because of that chaos. But after that great battle, the ancient demon clan was destroyed from the continent and completely disappeared. Qin Yu had only seen these demonic curses when he was at the peak of his previous life and met an ancient demon sovereign. But he did not expect that this secret realm would also have an ancient demonic curse. Could it be that this place was created by the ancient demon clan? Chapter 188. The demonic qi is so strong, and there are ancient demonic curses. Even if this secret realm was not created by the ancient demonic tribe, it probably has something to do with them. Qin Yu gently touched the ancient demonic curses. They did not have any spirituality. It seemed like they were from ancient times. Just at this moment, Qin Yu's expression changed slightly. He turned his head to look at the tunnel filled with demonic qi behind him. What's wrong? The 5 core elders of the 100 Beast Palace, who had been on guard, quickly asked. The restrictions I left behind were triggered. They must have chased us in. Qin Yu said indifferently. It seemed like he had helped those people by breaking the restrictions along the way. Hearing Qin Yu's words, the expressions of the 5 core elders of the 100 Beast Palace turned serious. Originally, they wanted to use this secret realm to shake off the attackers. However, they did not expect that after entering this secret realm, they would continue to move forward in this tunnel. They did not know where the end of this tunnel was. There should be no more restrictions ahead. Let's speed up, said Qin Yu. With the increase of his extreme speed force, his movement technique's speed increased by several times. Naturally, the 5 core elders of the 100 Beast Palace could keep up with Qin Yu's speed easily. Finally, after flying for nearly an hour, a bronze door appeared before Qin Yu and the 5 core elders. When the bronze door opened, a vast secret realm appeared before them. Surging demonic chi surged in the air like clouds, causing the entire secret realm to be dark and lightless. Palaces and palaces sat on the ground. With one look, one could tell that they were ancient. At a glance, one could not see the end of the land. It was unknown how big it was. However, what was noteworthy was that the entire secret realm was deathly silent. There was no sound at all. The air was filled with an aura that made people feel heavy. This place is a little strange. The 5 peak martial gods of the 100-Beast Palace looked around with excitement on their faces. Although this mystic realm gave them a sense of danger, it was still quite dangerous. However, the more it was so, the more powerful the treasures hidden in this secret realm were. Dragon Soul. Qin Yu was able to sense a dangerous aura from this mystic realm. However, since there might be clues about the ancestor dragon here, Qin Yu had to give it a try even if it was dangerous. Up ahead, the dragon soul took out the 2 ancestor dragon horns from the divine dragon ancient seal and used a secret technique to sense the surroundings. Qin Yu immediately flew forward. When the 5 core elders of the 100-Beast Palace saw this, they immediately followed. It was very important for them to explore the mystic realm. However, they could not let anything happen to Qin Yu's safety. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. It's a secret realm. No wonder the 100-Beast Palace sent 5 peak martial gods here this time. It's at it. Heavens! With the Tao experts with the tribe. After looking around, the original alliance immediately split up and began to search for treasures in the palaces and palaces. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Around half an hour later, several figures with powerful auras charged into the secret realm. The weakest among them was Wu Sheng. Most of them were still martial gods, but none of them had surpassed the martial progenitor realm. As more and more cultivators entered, the deathly silent secret realm also became noisy. Among the cultivators, there was no lack of killing. Now that they had entered the secret realm, intense battles for the treasures were everywhere. So many cultivators have barged in. The demon sealing spell has indeed been broken. Let's go and report to the chief. In the space filled with surging demon chi, there were several figures hiding in the demon chi. After observing for a long time, they left quietly. No cultivators noticed them. In a palace with dense demonic chi churning, many figures gathered from all directions. Chief, these people were all demon cultivators with cultivations ranging from martial ancestor realm to Wusheng realm to martial god realm. After arriving, they all knelt down respectfully. At the center of the palace sat a skinny man in a black robe. Frightening demonic aura surrounded this skinny man, while ancient demonic runes were faintly discernible on his skin. Since we've been discovered, let's retrieve the Saint Seal and retreat. Hearing the report from the demon cultivators, the skinny man opened his eyes, revealing a pair of eyes surrounded by demon chi. He left the palace. Whoosh! In the sky, Qin Yu and the other 5 were flying rapidly. Finally, after flying continuously for more than half an hour, Qin Yu and the others arrived before 9 ancient altars. Each of the 9 altars was a few hundred zhang tall, like 9 mountains. A shocking demon chi surrounded the altars. However, at the center of the 9 altars was a pitch-black ancient box. A rolling demon chi was continuously emitted from the ancient box. From the looks of it, it was as if all the demonic chi in the entire secret realm came from that ancient box. What's in the ancient box? The demon chi it emits is so terrifying. The gazes of the 5 core elders from the 100-Beast Palace gathered on the ancient box as their expressions turned a little serious. Could it be that Qin Yu's target was the ancient box? The situation was as they had expected. Qin Yu's target was the ancient box. The closer they got to the ancient box, the more the 2 dragon horns vibrated. Swoosh, swoosh. However, at this moment, Several figures also flew over from the distant void. Demon cultivators? Chinyu glanced at them and raised his eyebrows. The 5 core elders of the 100-Beast Palace also looked at them. They had seen ghost cultivators and evil cultivators before, but it was their first time seeing demon cultivators in the 100 Martial Realm. They actually found this place. Fortunately, the Saint Seal was not taken away. Killing intent flashed in the skinny man's eyes when he saw Chinyu and the others. He only relaxed a little when he saw that the ancient box was not touched. However, he did not hesitate and immediately rushed toward the 9 altars. When Chinyu saw this, his figure flashed and immediately rushed over. "You're courting death." The skinny man's killing intent soared as he sent a palm strike toward Chinyu, billowing demon chi, and the ultimacy of heaven and earth erupted like a tidal wave. Bang! In a flash, the core elder of the Golden Condor tribe of the 100-Beast Palace blocked the ultimacy of heaven and earth. At the same time, the other 4 core elders of the 100-Beast Palace also attacked the skinny man and the other demon cultivators. A violent battle immediately broke out. Although the 100-Beast Palace only had 5 core elders, they were extremely domineering and had the upper hand in the battle. Chinyu took the opportunity and flew toward the 9 altars. Although the 9 altars formed a powerful barrier with the 9 palace formation, it was instantly broken. However, it was still broken in an instant. Chinyu extended his hand and grabbed toward the ancient case. "Stop!" The skinny man was anxious when he saw this, but he did not stop Chinyu. "Rumble!" The moment Chinyu picked up the ancient box, the entire demon chi secret realm trembled violently. All of the demonic chi in the air was madly converging in a certain direction. Chapter 189. The place where the demon chi was madly gathering was thousands of miles underground in this secret realm. There were 9 huge ancient altars in the underground, and they were also set up with the 9 palaces formation. The only difference was that at the center of the 9 altars in the secret realm, there was a pitch-black demonic chi ancient box. However, on each of the 9 altars below the ground, ancient curses floated above them, forming 9 chains of curses that were about 3 meters long. The 9 demonic cursed ancient chains pierced through the figure at the center of the 9 altars like 9 javelins. Crack! When Chinyu broke the 9 palaces formation and grabbed the pitch-black ancient box, a vast demonic chi surged toward him. The 9 demonic cursed ancient chains suddenly shuddered, and one of them shattered. The figure that was pierced through by the demonic cursed ancient chains raised his head slightly. His eyelids trembled slightly, and he slowly opened his eyes. His pitch-black eyes were like a bottomless whirlpool containing a demonic chi that could destroy the heavens and earth. Bang! Bang! When the figure opened his eyes, a strong demonic chi surged from the 9 altars. The demonic chi surged and formed a figure on each of the altars. Each of them was wearing armor and had a saber at their waist. Their eyes were pitch black, and their demonic auras surged into the sky, but there was no sign of life. The 9 palaces' demonic ceiling formation is broken. Seeing the demonic chi of the secret realm leaving, the martial god realm demonic cultivators, led by the skinny man, were astounded. However, Chinyu did not care about the expressions of those demonic cultivators. He opened the ancient box, and a ray of dazzling black light shone out. Inside the ancient box, there was an ancient seal covered with demonic curses. The seal looked like a strange beast that contained a powerful aura, the sacred beast of the demon tribe. This secret realm is indeed related to the ancient demon tribe. The dragon's soul glanced at it and recognized it. There seems to be something sealed in this ancient seal. Chinyu's eyes flickered as his soul power surged into the sacred beast ancient seal. Boom! Chinyu's mind jolted. From the ancient seal, he saw a vast and boundless devil domain filled with devil energy. Within the demonic domain, there was a chaos dragon shadow that blotted out the sky and seemed to be able to suppress the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Ancestral dragon! Qin Yu and the dragon soul cried out in surprise and joy when they saw the chaotic dragon shadow. The primal chaos dragon Qi could only be found in dragons that had reached the ancestral dragon level. The reason why the dragon soul's origin dragon world had chaotic dragon Qi was because the dragon soul was born from the body of the immortal ancient Shinran. It innately contained chaotic dragon Qi. This meant that the dragon soul's potential could at least reach the realm of the ancestral dragon. If it was an ordinary dragon, they would definitely not have the chaos dragon Qi. Roar! As if it had sensed Qin Yu's existence, the chaotic dragon shadow let out a heaven-shaking dragon roar. Qin Yu's face was slightly pale. The soul power that had poured into the holy beast ancient seal was completely shattered. However, the excitement in Qin Yu's eyes did not disappear at all. Where was that? The dragon soul was also incomparably excited. It kept dancing in the divine dragon ancient seal. It seems a little like the boundless demonic domain. Qin Yu said after thinking for a while, thinking of the demonic domain that shook the heavens and earth. Boundless demonic domain that is the ancestral realm of the ancient demon race. It has long disappeared with the ancient demon race. The dragon soul said, the boundless demonic domain has indeed disappeared. However, the ancient demon race has not completely disappeared. Qin Yu looked at the demonic cultivators that were being suppressed by the 5 core elders of the 100 Beast Palace. Since there were demonic cultivators here, there was a high chance that the ancient demon race had left behind their inheritance. In other words, as long as he captured them, there was a high chance that he could find the ancient demon race. Whoosh! Just as Qin Yu was about to make his move, a sharp sound of something breaking through the air rang out. A large expanse of cold sword light, like a violent storm, whistled and exploded with a howl. Puff, puff, puff. Wherever the sword light passed, dozens of demonic cultivators were immediately pierced through. Their corpses were sealed in ice and then turned into ice fragments and dissipated. Who is it? This scene caused the 5 core elders of the 100 Beast Palace to be slightly taken aback. With a single sword strike, dozens of Wusheng realm and martial god realm cultivators had been killed. Even they were shocked by such combat strength. A figure followed closely behind. It was Sword Scar, who was wearing snow-white clothes and holding the ancient frost sword. It's you again! When the skinny man saw Sword Scar, his eyes were filled with ferocious killing intent. Who would have thought that a martial king from the Sword Pavilion who had escaped the net would grow to such a terrifying level in just a few years? From the ghost martial realm to the Shunyue martial realm, hundreds of the heavenly demon sect's strongholds had been destroyed. Tens of thousands of demonic cultivators had died. There were even a few protectors and branch leaders who had died under his sword. Now, he had chased them all the way to the 100 martial realm. This caused the skinny man's killing intent to reach a point where it could not be suppressed. If this man did not die, the heavenly demon sect would be destroyed. 8th level martial god realm. It's been a long time since I drank the blood of a branch leader. When Sword Scar saw the skinny man, a chilling killing intent appeared on his cold face. That's the demonic cultivator saint's seal? Suddenly, Sword Scar paused as his gaze fell on the ancient box in Qin Yu's hand. Whoosh! Sword intent surged as Sword Scar turned into a sword radiance and appeared in front of Qin Yu. Give me the ancient box. Sword Scar looked calmly at Qin Yu. He was surprised that a martial ancestor realm cultivator could snatch the demonic cultivator saint seal from the heavenly demon sect. Stop him. Don't let him get the saint seal. The skinny man who was blocking the attacks of the core elders of the 100-Beast Palace changed his expression again. If the Saint Seal fell into Sword Scar's hands, Sword Scar, who had destroyed the Sword Pavilion, would not be able to find him. Moreover, if he obtained the Saint Seal, Sword Scar would have absolute control over the situation and could set up a trap to deal with them at any time. Ha ha! Chinyu smiled gently as he flipped his palm, and the demonic cultivator Saint Seal disappeared. He naturally would not hand over the ancient seal that had clues to the ancestor dragon. Chi! Sword Scar's gaze turned cold as he slashed out with his sword. The ice will and sword will that froze the heaven, and earth swept across the void like a tsunami. Whoosh! The 9 Netherworld Dragon Spear appeared as Chinyu stabbed out with the Azure Dragon Battle Spear. The dual forces of slaughter and lightning emitted destructive fluctuations. Boom! There was a deafening explosion as Sword Scar's Ice Intent and Sword Intent tore apart Chinyu's dual force spear radiance. However, that short moment was enough for Chinyu to dodge. What secret technique is this? Sword Scar's eyes flashed as he looked at Chinyu, who was covered in a shocking dragon aura. He had seen many secret techniques that could increase one's strength. However, he had never seen a secret technique that could raise one's cultivation level. Dragon aura? The 5 core elders of the 100-Beast Palace were relieved when they saw that Chinyu had dodged the attack. However, when they sensed the dense dragon aura around Chinyu and the faint aura of the dragon race, they were shocked. The 5 of them were a little surprised. Was Chinyu really a half-beast with such dragon aura and aura? Elder Chin, can we leave now that we have obtained the item? However, the 5 of them did not think too much about it. There were more and more experts in the secret domain, and it was getting more and more dangerous. Thus, it was better to protect Chinyu and leave. Let's go. Chinyu glanced at the Sword Scar that clearly did not intend to give up, and the skinny male devil cultivator, and nodded slightly. It looked like he could only leave this place first.